dropping us some water.
No, absolutely.
Getting ready to break my fast.
Because all these people talk shit about Iran. They have no idea about what they talk about.
What do you talk shit? The Cyrus
I
is
have
talking,
been
I don't know what
speaking
he's
all
saying.
They know all what's going on.
Forever.
And that's why I'm asking him. Is he speaking about the IRGC government, or is he speaking about the Iranian people?
Yeah,
I
Cyrus.
have nothing to do with IRGC government. I'm speaking about last meeting. What
Cyrus,
Cyrus
we're done, bro. We're done. Thank you. I'm confused. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
No, you have no answer.
We're so confused. I don't know what you're talking about.
The guy who wants like a high degree of autonomy. No, he wants separatism. He wants separatism or federalism.
I want federalism.
It's essentially identity politics. He wants to be able to identify in Iran as a Kurd and not have any issues with it.
Yeah, no, it's not just about identity. It's also about self-rule. It's also about policies within his region. Right? His education system, the economy, all of these.
He didn't express that.
We do acknowledge Persian is our national language. Yet, in Azerbaijan,
is that he wants Persia destroyed. That's what he wants.
He wants Persian hegemony destroyed.
Hegemony has to be destroyed. I do acknowledge Persian language is our national language. Yet, on the side of that, it is schools. I want my language, which is Turkish, to be
Cyrus,
taught.
do you want the Kurdish to come in and topple the regime?
He's Turkish. He's not Kurdish.
Okay.
The other day, I talked totally about that.
We were talking about
Unfortunately,
Cyrus. I don't know.
Cyrus, are you Azeri or are you Tufani?
I am from Tabriz. I don't know how you define it.
Azeri.
Not Azeri. I am from Azerbaijan.
If Iran feel that something happened to you, does it justify like everyone something happened to them and come as a separatist, take a part of the country and say, okay, this
Did I say that I am separatist?
So what happens after that from the country? If the Kurds wants their part, if the Turks wants their part, if the Ahmadis wants their part, if the Baluchis wants their part, so you basically say, okay, if I feel some kind of discrimination, that I feel that for it, and I will fight for you, shoulder to shoulder, alongside you, but I do not advocate for you guys. Come and say I want my part. I want to declare independence because I felt some discrimination. That doesn't work that way.
Did I say that I want to become independent?
Let me talk. You talked for 6 minutes straight. Let me talk. So in your country, I assume you live in the US, right? And then in the US, black people and the other people come one by one. America is a very diverse country. Everyone say, okay, I fell under the discrimination. Now I want my part. I want these places declare as independence. Does America let you guys do this stuff? No, of course not. So at the same time, meanwhile, that I feel bad that if you guys felt discrimination, and I will fight for you guys, but I won't let that happen. That you guys playing your part and take part of the Iran. And what does after that happen? Iran is going to be a weak country as Israel wants. Israel wants a big country. Let me tell you second. And then Iran is going to be a big country, and that's what Israel wants. Israel wants to get rid of the rivals in the region, get rid of all the power in the region, like they did in Iraq. Right now, they want to do it to Iraq, and instead of being united, you want to divide us? No, that's not going to happen to Iraq.
Mehrab, I have never stated in this room, everybody is with it, that I want to become independent from Iran.
You have in different rooms before? Oh my God.
I never said something like that.
You said not in this room. Maybe you did it in a different room.
Any other room.
Can someone please tell us? Someone that follows this.
How would I be a cultural Persian society?
Can you
I haven't stated that.
Okay. I think Gab wants to speak as well. Meg, please try to land because I need to give it to new people here.
I'm definitely in that. I just say Iran is a rich tapestry of a bunch of cultures, so it's That's what Iran is made of. So you are part of, yes, you are Kurdish. You are absolutely Kurdish. You have a rich history.
I am not Kurdish. I am from Azerbaijan.
Kurdish Iranian, yes.
He's Turkish.
He's Kurdish.
No, I am
He's
Kurdish.
Kurdish.
I'm from Azerbaijan, guys.
I'm just kidding.
Kurdish from Tabriz.
from the start?
No, he's Kurdish.
Persians don't even listen to these people. They don't even listen to them.
I just want to say something quickly. One of the ironies of
No, after fascist, you come to me. I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't think that Cyrus wants to separate a chunk of Iran into his own.
Absolutely, you are right.
Thank you.
right, yeah. One of the ironies of Tehran, the name Tehran, the city, probably etymologically coming from terrain, is that Iran is now two places, terranean and subterranean. And all of the chaos and the madness
You have
that's been
fucking no
happening.
idea about Iran. Stop talking shit about Iran because you have no idea.
I will tell. Okay, well, let me tell you something. I am also from the region. I can also tell you that
You're not from the region. You're fucking Europe. And you have no idea
I'm
what
from-
about Iran is. All your
I'm from the
ideas
region.
is
My father ran casinos in the Shah.
Like, no,
My father
He's Iranian. Alex, he's Iranian. I know. I checked him.
well,
I'm not Iran.
He showed me his Iranian degree. He showed me his Iranian certificate that he's Iranian.
But all he talks about is benefits of Iran. Europe. We are completely irrelevant in the US.
It's not. It's.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Tehran does not come from terrain.
I'm
You're the Kurdistan, man.
I have
Tehran means like the end of the mountain.
Of course.
Can I say something?
Gab wanted to speak.
I'm just making an ironic. I'm just making an ironic point on the phonetics.
Are you
of
right?
the
Gab,
It
hold on.
sounds
Are you the guy that used to call him
because Iran is now Turanian and subterranean, and this is a critical divide because for all of the people discussing the politics about what's going to happen above and who should occupy what's above is going to be like potentially going to be like Gaza in the next 6 months.
No, there is no above. It's all going to be below.
Yes, it is. Whoever stakes their claim on Iran at this time is a bit angry because if they don't see that Palestine and Gaza was an experiment for this much bigger version of the same game,
I mean,
then
this
they're silly.
guy
Because
is Iranian. He's not Iranian.
He said he's Iranian.
I'm not
He's a
I'm not
liar.
Iranian. I told you. I told you I'm from the region. I told you my father.
Fascistic now. We have no idea what's going on.
Guys, I am from Iran. Guys,
Okay. Look, hold on, madam. Hold on, Cyrus, please, hold on. I want to give it to Gab. Gab, are you there? Where's Gab? Gab, you can speak, and then Pasha, you can. Alex, it's okay. In this room, it's a neutral room. Everybody's allowed. Gab, go on.
Thank you for giving me time. I just want to be quick and prompt before my starts. Cyrus, you mentioned how we have to fight you're against hegemony, right? But the problem with what you're stating is that imagine statehood for Kurds if there was a Kurdistan. And I'm not against the Kurdistan, but the ambitions of Kurds is insanely huge, right? Because they claim territories from Nagorno-Karabakh, right? They claim territories from modern-day Azerbaijan, Armenia, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Iran.
that is right. They claim from Urumiyeh onto Khurramabad is Kurdish. That is right.
Cyrus, can you please let him finish? Gab, Cyrus, please.
Thank you.
Go on.
So the problem with having a state like that, right? You say that hegemony needs to be destroyed, but yet what makes you think that Kurdistan, if there is a Kurdistan, like an actual statehood, what makes you think that Kurdistan will not become another hegemony that you are so against? Just like how Israel has become.
The guy is Turkish. He's not Kurdish.
Yeah, but he's talking about Kurdistan.
No, he's talking about Ur.
Guys, I'm from Tabriz. How many times do I have to repeat myself?
Look at your moderation. No one even understands what people are talking about.
No, because people are retarded. What kind? The guy said he's from Tabriz like 4 times. What kind of Kurd is from Tabriz?
So Cyrus, let me ask you this: Do you want northern Iran to be part of southern Azerbaijan? Is that what you want?
Hell no. We are the real Iranian. We wrote the constitution of that country. Kanun Asasi. Nobody wants to get. If there is something happening, that 10 million has to join us. Not 20 million go away. But Persian intellectuals, they don't understand this. I am not going to separate Azerbaijan from Iran. Those blind-minded روشنفکران که تاریک بینن. Those guys are going to do that, not me. My uncle is Colonel Muhammad Taghi Khan Pesian. Go ahead, type on YouTube, type on Google, you'll find out who he is, where he's coming from. Tabriz. Yes.
I think what Cyrus is saying, in case some people don't get it, That's in Azerbaijan. I think what Cyrus is saying, I don't know why people keep calling him Kurdish. There's a country of Azerbaijan, and there's Azerbaijan province within Iran, for those of you guys who are not Iranian. And what Cyrus is talking about is federalism. It's not separatism. It's just slightly different. Let's lay off the separatist talk.
It's a stepping stone, doctor. It's a stepping stone. You start with federalism, then you get the separate.
Exactly. You start from the federalism, it leads to...
I'm not saying that that's what I want.
That is your problem, Merdad. Unfortunately,
check it back. That's actually my solution. Taco, check it back, please. Guys, you know there's more Azeris in Iran than there is in Azerbaijan?
I am aware of that. We are 35 million in Iran. The other Azerbaijan, which is Baku, only 10 million. I'm well aware of that.
Okay, then you guys should unify, make one country, unite the great Azeri people.
I am sorry, with this kind of attitude Persians they have it is not possible. 30 years ago, when Rouhani came to United Nations, Azerbaijani government
Where did you get the 25 million from? Hold on a second.
Okay,
Where did you get the 25 million from?
They proposed him to become one country. He said we have enough to have that, you know. We don't want it.
Can you hear me? Where did you get the 35 million from? Cyrus? Can you hear anybody?
Cyrus, you're on mute. If you don't know, you're on mute.
Yes, what do you want, sir?
Where did you get the 35 million from?
I don't know. You know better than me. You tell us.
Doing this. I didn't.
Well, I mean,
You know better than me. 55 million.
To be fair, it's very hard to estimate what the actual percentage of population of Azeris is on, because there's a lot of people that are mixed.
Yeah,
Right? There's a lot of people like one. Yeah. So I mean, it's a rough estimate. Yeah, I mean, I would say probably around 15 to 20 billion. But if you look at the estimates online, they do range quite a bit. But even if at the lower end, there's still more Azeris in Iran than there is in Azerbaijan. And I think that they should be united. Like I hate seeing a people divided, right? They're the same people. Why not be one?
Oh, brother, it's Iran. There's already an Azerbaijan. If 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 million Azerbaijanis want to be in Azerbaijan, they could just go to Azerbaijan. They don't need to separate from Iran.
No, they should stay on their land. Tabriz is like Azeri, man. Come on.
It's Iran.
You're not gonna ethnically cleanse them.
That is very stupid proposal.
It's Iran.
We should
brother.
leave
It's
our
not
home,
Turkish.
everything, leave it to you Persians, and go to Azerbaijan. That was very stupid of you saying statement like that.
Yeah, it sounds kind of genocidal, like ethnocide.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you guys
want to ethnically cleanse people and say, get the fuck out of my country and take their land?
I mean, that's what
living there for
Azerbaijan has
thousands
been
of years.
doing. Isn't that
No,
what
I would say that that's wrong as well, right? But the people of Tabriz, like, they've been Turks for centuries.
Okay, well, here we go. Let me tell you something. I'm Armenian, bro. Give me back my fucking land.
I agree.
Where's
I completely agree. I think Armenians should definitely get back in the Nagorno-Karabakh and arguably parts of Eastern Turkey.
According to the UN, many.
Now, what happened to what happened to
You have no land over there, my brother. You guys tried.
he's
vote
a
against your ass. That's it.
No, listen, what happened to Artsakh, like that was just embarrassing. Like it was horrible. It was absolutely disgusting. There's 150,000 people that were ethnically cleansed. That was wrong. Completely wrong. I'll be the first one to say that.
Thank you for acknowledging.
Thank you for acknowledging that, my brother.
Yeah, but it would be wrong to do it to somebody else as well. Like that's what I'm trying to say.
Agreed.
So does Cyprus, like, you know, is he against the Kurdish people going to Iran and invading Iran, or he's up for it? I don't get it.
I don't think that Barris was even mentioning anything about the Kurdish people. His whole thing was about the Azeri. She's on the phone.
No, I don't know what I'm off.
Indeed.
No, like, what's his stance on actual Kurdish people going into Iran?
Okay, well, first of all, you realize that he's not Kurdish, right?
But I can give you an analogy on that. Some Turkish Kurdish people, they believe from starting Salemdaj, Urubiye, even Azerbaijan, Tabriz, go up to Hamadan, or go up to Iran, another state, they belong to Kurdish. That is kind of wishful thinking. And they want to use this current crisis, come to Iran. They have other movements within Iran. Turkish movement was always civil movement. We have never killed no soldier, no Iranian. We will remain to be like that. However, they want to come, occupy everywhere. They think they can fool those dreams. On the other hand, Turkey is over there standing. Turkey, do you think they wish to have a border with Azerbaijan, which is Turkish society, versus Kurds? This will never happen. And government of other Azerbaijan is also will back us up. So we don't want no vote, but 23% now Urumiye are Kurdish. And we respect them. We consider their right, they can have a school, they can do whatever. However, those lands are Azerbaijani lands with all respect. We can share everything with them. We are not Persians. You go change yourself, you have to become Persian. No, none of those shit. We respect our Kurdish brothers. And if Persians are smart, they would acknowledge that that's a country of different minority. If you type in Google, once more I'm going to repeat that. It's called guarded domain of Iran. Type it, guarded domain of Iran. It comes out in Persian meaning is کشورهای محروسه ایران محروس یعنی حراست شده نگهداری شده ایران used to be called with this name. Everything with the births of Pahlavi, his father, his grandpa, everything has changed. Therefore, we don't mind to be part of Iran. We are Iranian. As I said, we are very active Iranian, in fact. All the movements started from Azerbaijan. If one person, a Persian guy, is honest enough, she should come up and tell us that who created the Iranian constitution. But yet, they still consider us as a foreigner. That's very sad.
Well, throughout history, Kurdish people have been oppressed, whether it's Iran, Syria, Iraq, or Turkey. Kurdish people have been oppressed.
Matt, you're
That is absolutely right.
Matt, I don't know if you do something about your internet.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're in the matrix. Just want to let you.
Okay. Sorry, did you hear that last part? I said Kurdish people in general, whether it's Iran, Iraq, Turkey, or Syria, throughout history, they have been oppressed.
Of course, I don't think anybody doubts that. Matt, are you Kurdish?
And I'm Iraqi.
Iraqi? Okay.
Are you an Iraqi Kurd?
No, just Iraqi, Iraqi from the south.
Sure, yes.
Hey, Matt, I have a question for you. I
Yeah.
reports saying that when there was rumors spreading around that Iraqi Kurds were getting ready to invade Iran, that was causing a lot of the Iraqi Kurds, some of them were saying that was fake news and they're getting a lot of hate from other Iraqis. Is that true?
Yes. Because when the war happened in Iraq, Kurds actually made the mistake where when ISIS and Daesh entered Iraq, they entered through the Kurdish area and they allowed them to go through. So they just don't want history to repeat itself, that they have anything to do with it. They just, in Iraq, in Erbil, Mosul, they just want to live in peace. They don't want to have, because obviously in Iraq, after the death of Iran's supreme leader, everyone's losing it. Like everyone's going crazy, everyone's starting bombing US bases in Erbil, for example. They don't want to have anything to do with it.
All right, cool. Thank you for sharing that. Anybody else want to speak? Azeris in Iran, or Turkish people, whatever you want to call them in Iran, do you think want federalism the way, or are aligned in your thoughts about federalism?
This is kind of new ideology. People always complain about Persian racism within Iranian society, but at the exact numbers of how many percent of the people like me, this populist movement has started 2 years ago, and Kurds have been fighting for 47 years against government. They are trying to get some kind of autonomy, national autonomy. They haven't. But this movement started 2 years ago and spread out so fast, so quick. In fact, the most important crisis in Iran, right before attack of Israel and US, was a concern about Azerbaijan, which they were scared to become independent, go become part of other Azerbaijan or Turkey. So that was no longer Kurds was an issue until therefore This is sort of new, couple years old. But on the other hand, we have 1945. We had independent government ran by one of the most important intellectual Azerbaijan. His name is Jafar Pishewari. We had for 1 year Marxist-Leninist government in Iran. That happened during the Truman era, right after the Second World War. Then Truman, they did not like that. On behalf of Pahlavi, this Pahlavi's father, they threatened that partly that time Azerbaijan was occupied by Soviet. They told if Soviet doesn't leave, they're going to bomb the whole Soviet Union. This has been documented. I have read a biography of President Truman. So they threatened them. They left Iran. They left Azerbaijan. Then they overthrew Azerbaijani nationalist government, which was Marxist-Leninist, not pro-West. It was a Marxist-Leninist government.
Nicole, welcome on stage. Do you want to say anything?
No, thank you.
There's a big divide amongst the Iranians. It's not big. It's pretty. I mean, it's pretty big. It's huge. You have different types of ideas that are going on, and then you have these people. Do all these Reza Pahlavi supporters agree on everything, or they have their own belief system as well, every one of them? That's a question we need to ask Alex. Alex, does your group, the group of thugs called Reza Pahlavi support, do they agree on everything? Or everyone has their own, little brain of theirs, Are you there? Alex is very sad of me. He's very sad. He did get the mic time, even though he's been speaking for half an hour or 2 hours.
I will say, my father, for example, is a Reza Pahlavi supporter, but I'm not. So there even within families, you might see differences. But then again, when we talk about these Reza Pahlavi supporters, if you don't mind me clarifying something, he does not have ambitions to be the leader of Iran. You know this, don't you?
I know about his book. I know, but the issue here is, let's say he becomes a transition body, and America goes, nope, you have to be the dictator. You can't have anybody else on it because you're gonna be a good boy.
I do think that he will be manipulated by the current U.S. administration to perform the role that you speak of. I do believe that.
It's reasonable. You can't say that whatever he wrote in his book, he's going to do just by what he wrote. It's impossible.
Can I describe something now? Because we've talked about some of the geopolitics of minorities in the Iranian region, but I think now the most important distinction, and I tried to bring it up before, is basically we have Turanian and we have subterranean, because now we have the IRGC underground with all the weapons, and we have all of these competing interests above. And if you think about it, if there are a lot of Reza Pahlavi supporters upstairs, they are also a threat to the revolution. And don't forget now we have the Americans who are going to be chasing the tunnel network, trying to find where these rockets are coming from. They're going to be, in 1 month, if Hormuz is closed in 1 month, we see what kind of weapons will be deployed on the surface of Iran. If I were a Kurd coming from Iraq thinking that my objective is to clean the place of Muslims, which to be honest, I do think this is true. I think the Americans have picked up the most Islam-hating motherfuckers in Iraq because that's what
That's not true. I just looked it up. Pashas, they're actually funding the Sunni group.
How long has the United States now been in control of Iraq? A pretty long time, right?
Yeah, it's still an occupation.
That's right. It doesn't take long to work out. I mean, they've had 10 years to work out who hates Islam, who doesn't hate Islam.
But the whole thing, look, Pashas, back in the days was different. When the case of Venezuela was different. When it comes down to Iran, since Iran has been in wars, right, multiple times or whatever, they know exactly where to target, what to target. I mean, imagine like you're targeting a whole bunch of these military bases in different parts of the world and making sure that America doesn't shoot anything from those military bases. And America is, and I don't know if you knew the last 12-year war. Do you know that the just Israel alone ended up using 25% of America's stockpile of the missiles that go in the defense system? You see what I'm saying? So you can imagine right now they're attacking all of these countries, right? And they're targeting the U.S. assets or whatnot. And I think what was it? One of the GCC countries was complaining we don't have enough ammunition to defend our nation now because
the Iranian drones cost about $25,000 to build, and the interceptors are costing in the order of $12 million to build.
From the BART system is $12 million.
Yeah. So this Ahmad Vahidi is the architect of asymmetric warfare in Iran. He's the chief and commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. This guy's a fucking genius. I mean, this man is a military genius. I don't think he's just going to roll over the IRCG subterranean system anytime soon. If they can sustain a blockade of Hormuz for a month or 3 months, and there'd be serious problems. Coupling all of these factors, the limitation of interceptors and the cost of them, I wouldn't put it past the United States to go nuclear. But then again, my other prediction is that the United States will simply just walk away from this and leave the region in a mess because that benefits their global political point system with Europe. So who knows? I mean, I don't genuinely think they're there to protect Israel. I don't know. It's just, who knows? We're in the age of AIs now. We're making the 5-dimensional predictions about outcomes, and I think it's very difficult for anybody to draw a sequential.
Look, the way I'm looking at things, right? So Netanyahu was here, right, in America, to convince Trump to do the attack. Now, if let's say if they would have made a deal with Iran, because according to Oman FM foreign minister, he said they agreed to the terms and conditions by the U.S. about nuclear. Now, if they would have made a deal, then we would no longer need Israel, and I think Israel is scared. Otherwise, slowly, because in America the opinions are changing. They don't want to be part of Israel.
Let's push the clock back even further. Do you remember last year when Iran was sending many drones over to Israel and a lot of them were getting shot down? Israel were boasting about the effectiveness of their Iron Dome. They were laughing at Iran as being ineffective with their counter-strikes. Do you remember this?
Yep.
So it seems to me that was actually a bit of an experiment, an Iranian experiment, to refine their drone strike systems, because why would they just be sending wave of weapons just to be shot down and intercepted so easily? I guess they were depleting the Israeli intercept model, but simultaneously they were collecting the information on its effectiveness, and I think they've refined it a little bit now. They know how to refine the system a bit better now. So anyway, yeah, I'll just stop talking. Just my point is, at the moment, people can talk about the different religions, different ethnic minority groups in Iran, and who's entitled to what. But I think just consider the most important thing right now. What you have is above ground and what's below ground. That's what's important right now. Because if the IRGC fulfills its mandate would be to stay there, just as Hamas. Stay underground. Who cares what happens above? Even if above is turned to rubble, we're still protecting the revolution to the very last man.
Yeah, Amir, what is this? What are you writing in the chat against the space? Problem with this?
No, Alex said why they get more time than Iranians to speak, and honestly, that's kind of true, Amir. I have nothing against you, but it's kind of true.
Everybody have to be fair. Just because you're Iranian, it doesn't mean that you're you're gonna get more time.
No, but we ask for the same amount of time.
No, we have. Alex doesn't get the same amount of time the whole day. Literally, he's been going back and forth.
I just want to thank you for opening these really intellectual rooms. And sometimes some chaos is happening. I understand that, but overall it goes very smooth, and we all learn from each other. And
hello, everybody, different sides.
Yes, and also once more I want to tell all of my Persian friends that I am not separatist. I don't want to break Azerbaijan away from Iran. We love Iran. That's our country too. We just want to have a respect within Iranian society. And that is very important for us. Thank you and have a beautiful evening wherever you guys are. There's a Persian program that's happening in LA. Mayor of City of Beverly Hills is giving honorable dinner. So I have bought ticket for that. I'm going to there. Thank you. Have a great one, you guys, wherever you guys are.
That sounds awesome, Cyrus. Have a fantastic dinner. The food's amazing.
I think he's gonna update.
Well, I'm sure he's gonna have good food.
But Amir, what is the problem we're having? Come on.
No, I told you, bro. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with you. I don't have a problem.
For 1 minute, I gave you want 2 minutes? I'll let you
I just came in. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You just came in and then you're like, oh, it's the same problem in this room, this and that.
No, because Alex said something in the chat and I've experienced it myself too. So that's what I told him, basically.
Let's ask Nazi. Nazi, do Iranians get enough time in the space?
I mean, Alex alone consumes half the time by himself.
Yeah, but I talked about my experience.
What is your experience? Are you doing okay? Changing your diaper today?
No, everything's okay, bro. But it has happened to me a lot of times that I've been cut off, I've been muted. I wasn't able to speak, but the guy that was debating me was able to speak way longer than I had time for. But it's okay. I'm not saying anything. I wouldn't have come to the room if I was against it, right? But that was just my experience.
If that's happened to you, I apologize, and I think here at the World Affairs staff, we will in the future look forward to having you more. And we'll be cognizant of that to give you more time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That was it. Thanks, guys.
And make sure to write an email letter. To the corporate, and then we'll look into it.
What is the HR email?
The email address is Amir at World Affairs Forum.
But this is not really that funny, Amir. You run it room, you have to be fair.
Alex, you talk more than anybody else. Are you serious?
No, I'm serious. Just see, I take one set of talks.
Yeah, light brain prayer. If you're looking for fairness, I don't know what to tell you.
I go for a sign-up period. When I come back, And when I hear things that are blatantly false, I try to respond to that. And when you tell me you cut me off within 20 seconds, it's no use. I do go to periods of silence. You've noticed that. I do make my point, go away, and then come back like half an hour later.
But every time somebody wrong, you don't have to debate them. I heard a lot of people be wrong. Sometimes the person let be wrong is strong. You know what I mean? Everybody can't have these answers. Everybody can't go. That's what I'm at.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Everybody can't go. It's like when the bunker, like Black Rapper over the bunker, everybody can't go. It's real shit. They ain't fair.
I still don't get what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to say it ain't fair. And it won't be fair.
No, because all you have to do in a room is wait for your turn, and when it comes to your turn, respond. But the fact that you do the waiting part, and you come back, and someone cuts you off in 20 seconds, like, that's all you have, then I have no value to add.
You can't listen. You can't speak over. Maybe you should get a louder mic. You know what I mean? That's another little $20
I'm
head.
really having a hard time understanding it, to be honest.
How?
I should not take.
You don't know English? You speak another language?
No, my English is my second language, so help me out.
All right.
Okay, please do so.
I'm gonna talk slower for you then.
Sure, do so.
I want to welcome Bilal.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, shit, Bilal. I'm just trying to make a killer without nobody dying.
Can you guys hear me? Or?
Yeah, you're perfect.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes. What's up with you?
Yeah, but I've just been trying to follow the Iran news, but I recently spoke to somebody from Iran, and he seems to be somewhere in the middle. You know, like we've all met like people from both sides, right? Like, and when I say both sides, like either the people that support the regime and the people that are very against the regime. So this person had pretty valuable insights, and it seems like from his understanding, majority of people were anti-regime, which I think isn't surprising. But from that, like I was thinking from the perspective of the people in Iran, like what's the best outcome? Obviously, the war itself is probably not the best thing, right? Because it's going to create a lot of instability in the next years to come. But I wonder, like, what is the best outcome, like, for the people there? Let's just imagine if the war wasn't happening. Like, what would be the best thing?
Alex, you want to go?
Sure. The only thing that the Iranian nation is asking for is a change of the government. It's the best thing and the only thing that they want.
Well, that's not what Bilal, like, Bilal is basically asking, like, what we think is the best option. Like, Bilal, in my opinion, if you were asking me this question 10 years ago, I would have told you a reform would be overdue, right? But unfortunately, the regime is a point to redo all their mistakes, right? So at this point, the majority, they just want the regime gone. We don't know what's going to happen after. We honestly don't know. I'm fucking scared of war. All my family is in there. But at least the only thing that they're looking for is a regime change. And then we can figure out how to reform the government, right? At this point, nobody knows what's going to happen. But basically, ideally, what we want to happen is to peacefully transform power to a new government and a new form of government that's not based on religion. I have nothing against the religion, but if a government is ran erratically based on religion, it's not going to work for the people in any country, right? And that's how we think at this moment.
So if Trump was serious,
hang on a second, brother. Hang on. I want Bilal to understand three different Iranian opinions. So we have Mahrad, he's on the other side. Amir is on the other side. Let me see who else is here. And Alex is on the other side. So Amir went, Alex go on, and then Mahrad. Leroy, brother, just hang on a second. I'll give you the mic in a bit. Go on, Alex. Yeah, tell him.
No, I said I don't know. So Amir is trying to kind of sugarcoat it. To be honest, I don't think there's any peaceful option. But me and Amir think a change of government is needed. I don't believe it's going to happen peacefully. As a matter of fact, it's definitely not happening peacefully, as we see with the war and the bloodshed. So that cannot be described as peaceful. But
okay, so one more, Bilal, one more person now. Mahrad is Iranian as well. Go, Mahrad, tell Bilal your opinion.
Give me a few
What was your question again? Oh, a few moments. Okay. All right. In the meantime, Leroy, what was your question now?
Well, I've been listening, and what I think would be is that all the people who no longer want this religion, who want to be governed by religion, who have their own sense of autonomy and want to live a life where they could be in a sort of a kind of democracy, the only solution for those people would be to leave, to migrate. Black people migrated when Black people could no longer deal with segregation, the brutality of segregation, the murders and lynchings of segregation. There was something called, we migrated to the north, and we migrated to the west, to western part. We migrated out of the south as far as we could get away, because we know that the power, right? We didn't have the guns, equal guns. We didn't have control of the structure, the power structure to force them to integrate us successfully. So we left. That would be one option on the table for those people who are no longer interested in becoming Islamic or practice Islam. The other thing is, as far as the war is concerned, it seems like they're going to be, the Iranian people may make this war very, very, very difficult when it comes to the United States assets in the Persian Gulf. And I wanted to bring that up. That's the main point I wanted to bring up and see how this is where for the war is going to be big and problematic for America and even Israel, because the U.S. assets go through the Persian Gulf. If Iranians start bombing U.S. assets in the Persian Gulf, it's going to be so bad for Americans, and just by people all who depend on the U.S. asset. They're not going to bomb Iranian assets. They're going to distinguish from the Iranian assets in the Persian Gulf from the U.S. And that's where I think the chess move will be very devastating for all who depend on what comes through that. Could anyone speak about the importance of the Persian Gulf in relationship to this war, and how could that hurt, help, or maybe I just have an imagination?
That'd be great. Now we can talk. Mir, the moderator.
Yes, go on, speak, and Leroy, we'll answer your question in a bit. Let Mahrad respond to Bilal, and I'll answer your question.
For sure. One thing that I want to say, and I'm not happy to see anyone, but this is to get prior that we had another speaker saying that we don't know what's happening. There's a lot of uncertainty around after this war, and we are scared to our past getting bombed. I have a good news for you. You have every right to be scared, because Daddy Trump all day to bomb the country, armed 100 courts outside Iran in order to have an invasion over and get over to Iran, boots on the ground, and killing the people of Iranian, our fellow Iranian, by court. Those separatists outside Iran, they are armed right now as we are speaking. And they put a statement a few months ago. They said, okay, we are ready to start the war. And Daddy Trump said, like I think it was like 6 hours ago, saying, I'd be happy if they do it. And then the reporter asked him like, sir, are you going to tell us that? Are you going to arm them? He said, no, I'm not going to tell you. Now it looks like they are, right? I'm scared because you guys advocating that our country getting bombed and our parents are soft because they live all there, right? And our parents are getting bombed first of all, and then now the separatists coming to our country. And that's the only beginning of this. And you all started this. You all started by dancing on the street, protesting, saying, act now, Trump, please bomb our country. That it's a shame to our country because no other country is in the vote. No other country is in the vote. Ask another country. Come and bomb their own country. That's first thing. The other thing when it comes to Persian Gulf, when you ask them, the last piece of it, Persian country. Because if we close the Strait of Hormuz, and we are doing it, they didn't announce it fully, and they didn't put a statement out of it. But it looks like that they closed it because they are shooting the ships crossing that Strait of Hormuz. Because Daddy Trump, like you all saying, call him Daddy Trump. Daddy Trump is the guy who cares about the money and shit. His upbringing was the money. And once he realized that oil prices are going through, then he
get the name right.
When it comes to Persian Gulf, then he asked, Persian Gulf can manage.
You're getting disconnected, Meredith. You're getting disconnected. Meredith, you're lagging, bro.
Meredith in the Matrix, bro.
Meredith, you're in the Matrix.
I wanted to hear him talk about the Persian Gulf.
I'll tell you about the Persian Gulf. So, bro, the Persian Gulf is really fucking important.
When it breaks out and you cannot hear, that's very fortunate.
So, Leroy, like basically, Persian Gulf is especially the Strait of Hormuz. It's basically that's the choke point in the Persian Gulf, right? So every ship that's going to pass is only a few miles wide. So the Islam has total control over it. And it's not in terms of waters, it's a pretty narrow strait, right? So any ship, military or non-military, if they pass, Iran can attack them, right? And if Iran closes down that strait with either sea mines or basically fucking missiles, it's going to ruin the world's economy for a while. And I'm not going to say it's going to be long-term, no, but it is going to ruin the economy, not just for Europe, for the US, for South America, for China, and India. Especially India and China are going to get fucked, right? So this is what they're trying to avoid. The economy. Yeah.
Yeah, because I have a bad reception and leaving inside the wrong. That's what's happening to me because you guys asked.
And Iranians cannot no longer mine.
Alex, if you don't mind, Mehrad was in the Matrix. Mehrad, see if you can finish in a minute, and then Alex.
He can add to it.
The reason that I was cut off because I live inside Iran, since you guys asked Dad Trump to bomb us, so I don't have a good connection. I have bad reception. But here's the thing. I want to say, first of all, like when it comes to Persian Gulf is a game changer for our country. That's the only thing that we are hoping for. By closing the Strait of Hormuz, once we close that, and actually they close it, but not stating that, officially saying that we closed it, but they drowned some ships over there. But let me tell you this, because Trump only cares about money, right? And he only cares about the oil and stuff. So if the Persian Gulf countries, like Kuwait, Bahrain, or UAE, Saudi Arabia, and any countries over there, these are small countries, if they cannot sell the oil, and also as it's going through the roof, there is a possibility that Trump, as you guys call him, that Trump comes and asks for a ceasefire. Even it's going to be temporary ceasefire. But we are hoping for that. That could be the last nail in the coffin for us. But let me tell you this, guys, why, how on earth, asking another country that farming your own country, and then we have to have a plan A or B or B or C that in order to, survive and have its own, what do you call it, like sovereignty of your country. This is ridiculous. We had a lot of trouble in our own country, but we never asked any other country to bomb us. I don't get this vibe that people dancing on the street of Toronto, LA, or New York, any part, and asking another country bomb us.
How about people dancing in Iran?
Can we be united now? Because we realize right now it's not about nuclear bomb. It's about they want weak Iran. They wanna separatists come to Iran and take part. That's what's happening right now. We all want to go course with a statement out there.
Amir, Amir. Alex, Alex,
Alex wanted to speak really quick, and because Alex been waiting, otherwise he's gonna complain to my department, the corporate. Go on, Alex, please. I don't want any complaints coming out of the corporate.
85 kilometers wide. 25 kilometers exactly wide. And Iranians cannot completely block that because Iran no longer has a navy. The Americans bombed the Iranian navy completely. By the way, the name is not Daddy Trump, it's called Uncle Trump. So let's get that nomenclature right. It's Uncle Trump for everyone.
So you bow to Uncle Trump, right?
Yeah.
Please allow him to finish. Nobody comes to my office because Alex is gonna complain. I'm getting my paycheck from wherever he thinks I get my paycheck. He goes, I can't have more complaints.
I want DC.
Yeah, so you don't get a paycheck, but you are boss. Anyhow, going back to that. So the 35 kilometers so wide, Iran no longer can mine that because Iran no longer has a navy. So the Iranian navy was destroyed in the last 6 days. So it's all gone. And what really the danger at the Strait of Hormuz is like some missiles being lobbed at ships which want to pass through. That is a danger, and that is what is causing all the blockage and all the cautions. And that is something that Americans will take care of, and it's something that they would backlash against Iran because Strait of Hormuz is not vital to the American interest, but it's definitely vital to the Asian. I would name the country China's interest and the European interest. So this is a lose game.
We let the China ship go through. That doesn't even matter in this case. Russia and China are safe.
Okay, in that case, then the Europeans would get pissed off. Basically, disrupting the world trade doesn't get you much, and basically Iran is on a suicidal mission. They're trying to disrupt things. They're trying to kind of cause damage to people, hoping that someone would react to that. The reality, if you look at the oil prices, the oil price currently is at $78 is WTI. You take Brent, add a couple of. It's not fair. I can check the Brent oil as well. The Brent oil is.
Alex, I need to say something. So can you hurry up further?
Yeah, Brent is no.
See, this is the problem Amir with Alex. He's long-winded.
Right, can we?
I don't want any more complaints. Come on, Alex. Chop.
You're right.
I'm in line, bro. I needed to say something.
Okay. So,
okay.
Like $81.
Amir and then Johnny.
That is not gonna break anyone's back. And as you can see in the markets, they're going to adjust to that. And America's going to find a solution to stop the Iranians shooting missiles at ships in the middle of the open seas.
Okay, I'm just going to say something real quick. Guys, I just want you guys to look at the bigger picture, right? A friend like Mehrad comes and says that the US is after weakening Iran and the people and wants to make a division inside the country. But if you look at it geopolitically, Iran is very fucking important, especially because of the Persian Gulf. It's important for global economy, right? And right now, even the regime itself is bringing instability in the region. Now imagine, do you guys really think that the US, they want to weaken Iran and destabilize the region and the world economy even more so? That does not make sense. That has no benefit for the US. What is US after? Bro, I know that US is not after helping the Iranian people. They're after their own agendas. But agendas sometimes align, even though the end game for every group is not the same. Every goal is not the same. But you have to look at it that way. How come? How can the US, how can a government decide to weaken a country that's going to fuck up the global economy? Imagine if Iran gets divided to 5 different sections by 5 different ethnic groups, right? There is not going to be a stability in the region. The world economy is going to go to shit. So actually what Trump is trying to do is trying to bring in a government that's more stabilized in the region, that doesn't threaten to close the region down, that doesn't threaten the world's economy. And that's, again, this is my opinion and some other people's opinion. Everyone has their own opinion. Merhad, let me just talk, bro. Why are you cutting me off? Have some respect. Merhad, have some respect. Every time I speak, this Merhad guys come on the... Bro, so you see...
Merhad, sometimes you don't need to respond. Just leave it.
Merhad.
Because I have people that want to speak, others need...
Merhad, every time I talk, you are disrespectful, and just that shows that there is something wrong.
Forget about it. Just your done.
I was just gonna continue. I say, if you look at it, Merhad, come on. So I'm saying, Merhad, yeah, you are right now, brother. So when I say. All right, let's get to the topic. And you guys have to really look at it in the long term, bro. How can a weakened Iran be good for the world economy and even for the US's economy that you guys are saying that they're after weakening Iran and weakening the people and dividing the country? That just does not make sense politically, geopolitically.
Wants to go after you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Jahangir, go.
Jahangir, go.
No, not you, Merhad. You spoke, bro. You spoke. It's okay. He didn't say anything bad about you.
Go ahead. I'll come back. Go ahead and do that.
No, oh my God, bro. We can't listen to the same voice over and over again.
No, it's okay. Continue the cue, brother. Yeah, man, get 30 seconds, brother. Come on.
I love you, dude. Look, here's the thing. I mean, maybe you're right about Trump doesn't want that, right? As a businessman. But Israel wanted it. Israel wants to follow the Iranians right. Israel wants to weaken Iran and get rid of the huge Iran. That's not in their book, right? Israel wants to get rid of all the rivals in the region in order to expand the country. They're expansionists, and we all know that. So if Daddy Trump doesn't want it, but Israel still want it, and Israel dragged America into another war with Iran. So if Israel is a big player in this, if they don't follow the instructions, Trump is part. If Trump has to follow Israel, which is Israel wants to Iran and divide Iran into 5 different ethnic groups and weaken Iran for
30 seconds is up, man. Come on, Merhad. Thank you. Jahangir, go on, bro. Jahangir. And then Taco, you want to speak as well after Jahangir?
No, I'm just trying to moderate between those two.
Okay. It's hard, but it's hard. It's like 3 Iranians and 6 opinions.
Keep the queue going, brother. Keep the queue going.
Go on, Jahangir.
Put me in the queue after.
Keep the queue going and come back to me. I'm in the middle of something.
Okay. We got a new person on the stage. Ainaz, would you like to speak?
Yeah, whenever I get time.
Go on, speak.
No, I just want to say, Merhad, aren't you tired of BSing here? Like, wherever I go, you're in, like, a speaker section, and you're just, like, bullshitting.
If you have counter argument, give it to me.
Are you pro-Islamic regime?
It doesn't matter.
Because you sound like it.
Give me counter
You're dumb as fuck.
Because I haven't spoken to you.
Ainaz, can you get your time and give him the counter argument?
Ainaz, can you give us a counter argument, please? Okay. Let me, hold on a second, Alex, please. Hang on, Alex, please. I guess the big question is, hold on, Alex, please. The big question for you is, do you support President Pahlavi, I guess?
I do. 100%.
Okay. Do you support the attacks that are going on Iran right now?
Okay, attacks are actually from Islamic Republic to the people of Iran. Okay, let's clear it here.
Well, what
That's
about
how
that
it
school
started.
that
They killed 40,000 people in 8 hours.
What about that school that was bombed?
No war. Oh my God, that's Islamic regime bombing.
Oh my
this
God.
war, guys. Like, okay, you shut the fuck up, Mehrad. I'm talking.
Hold on, please try to be respectful. Come on, guys. My question again to you: what do you think about this report that came out? I think it was.
Islamic Republic shot the airplane with so many passengers.
I heard this argument before.
They didn't claim it for almost a year. Until
3 days. 3 days. 3 days. It was 3 days. 3 days. It wasn't a year. My question again to you: do you condemn this attack that happened? That killed a whole bunch of little girls?
It's not attack on the people of Iran. It's very targeted, and no one in Iran is unsafe right now.
But at that school, I'm talking about at the school.
When you ask the question, let's ask it clearly.
It's a clear question. Do you condemn Israel for attacking your school in Iran?
Iran killed more kids. The regime killed more kids.
I'm not talking about regime right now.
You can't just ask a question if you're not ready to answer.
Hold on, Alex, please stop it.
Why don't you?
What you're doing is whataboutism. I'm asking you a different question. The question is, do you condemn Israel for bombing the school inside Iran right now?
Not attack the school. That's what I'm saying.
Alex, do you have to come off the mic every 2 seconds? He's not talking to you. Okay, can you look? Do me a favor. Report it to the corporate. Okay, thank you. Ines, the big question again is, do you condemn Israel for doing this particular attack?
To me, you keep asking the same question. I'm saying Israel did not attack the school. It was Islamic Republic.
Okay. All the mainstream media picked it up. All the mainstream media picked it up, right? Including the government of America. U.S. government is actually investigating this claim as we speak right now.
They say
again, the question for you is, okay, go and put the link in the chat. So he's saying that they did. Now, once they said that they did, what's your take on this now? Would you condemn Israel now?
Oh my God! Yes, I do, 100%. Because they're only attacking.
Why does it take you guys forever to freaking condemn shit, man? Like, do you know how genocidal that is?
My first sentence was yes, I do. That's what I said. Because they're not attacking Iran.
I don't have a agenda, Alex. When I debate the Zionists, I like sources. I go based on whether you concede or not concede. You become intellectually dishonest.
You guys can't even respect it.
This is the annoying problem you have, Alex. You have to keep coming off the fucking mic. What'd you say?
Is your source Professor Marandi and his bullshit doctor?
I don't look at that. I'm looking at America. Oh my God.
Amir, when you say you're
shut up. It was a clear-cut question. Hold on.
I don't know, Leonard, why are you talking? He asked.
Hold on a second. The clear-cut question was only to one person. I don't know why the rest of you guys come off the fucking mic. It's only one person. I want to hear her position and relate to what her position is related to the attack. But everybody has to jump in. And especially Alex. Alex has to jump in every 2 seconds. Alex, look, if you can't mute up, I would have to move you now. Right? You keep coming off the mic, and this is why I keep muting you. You don't respect, and then yet you're claiming, I stay on mute. You don't do that. That's really disrespectful as fuck. I want to know each Iranian's position and relate to what's happening over there. And Ines, finally, you said you condemned it. So he put the link in the chat. Let me see what the link is about. That's on
Telegram channel or
Persian, sorry.
So why
that's a Telegram. Do you have mainstream media news source? Okay, so now the mic back is on Ines. How do you say your name? Ines or?
You can call me Naz.
Naz, okay. Naz, big question for you is, let's say if they keep doing the attack, how many people are you going to lose?
Here's the thing. If you're going to ask me the question, ask me the right way. Let me attack. It's not attack on Iranian people.
I'm not doing.
Yeah. So stop putting it that way when you're asking me the question.
Okay, let's say they goes on for about 3 weeks. they end up killing about 5,000 Iranians. It's civilians.
It's not Iranians, it's the regime. We don't care if they get
I'm talking about apart from the IRGC, civilians. I'm talking about the civilians. Let's say they kill 10,000. Out of 10,000, let's say 3,000 are civilian. How would that make you feel?
You know, Iran killed 40,000
people. Wait a second. Why do you always bring up emotions, man? Oh my God.
I'm okay. You ask me a question. I don't care if they killed 5,000 people because they're going to be.
They're not Iranian.
IRGC people.
Please.
When I'm talking.
That's it.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. You're no different than Alex. Bro, mute up.
Yeah, this is the pro-regime people then. That's like that.
I don't really give two fucks whether pro-regime, anti-regime. In this space, everybody's welcome. Even the terrorists are welcome.
So here's the thing, Amir. If you ask me if 5,000 people get killed, there's going to be very targeted. It's going to be from the IRGC group. It's known as a terrorist organization. I don't care if they all get killed. I wish they all get killed.
Okay, the question for you was, let's say if they killed 10,000. Out of 10,000, you got 30% that are civilians. How would that make you feel that they killed civilians? 3,000?
Here's the thing. They wouldn't mind to get killed if it means free Iran.
Okay, so you're speaking for all the Iranians.
They don't care as long as the Iran gets free. You know, 40K people went on the street knowing that they're going to get killed, and they got killed just because they wanted a free Iran, okay? So people in Iran don't care about their lives right now. They just want a country free of Islamic regime.
Did you get the 40,000 for Iran International?
2 of my friends got killed. I know that it was, everyone knows about it. I don't know why you're like talking.
No, I'm asking you. Mara, bro, mute the fuck up. Mute up. Otherwise, you're going down in the audience. You, Alex, both of you guys are going to go down in the audience. And Naz, the question for you is the Iranian government, which I don't trust, right? I don't support IRGC. Iranian government reported 3,000. There's a human rights organization that's based out of the U.S. that reported 7,000, and they actually have the names and stuff for it. And there's another 10 or 11,000 are being investigated, which I believe there's probably a higher number. And Iran International reported, 36,000 some change. So you're going based on Iran International, I guess, right?
Okay, I'm not here to argue between 4,000 people here. What we're talking about.
We're not arguing. I'm just giving you.
People. I'm just saying that.
Yes.
36,000, 40,000, 4,000. I don't think it makes a difference that we are right
now. No. Look, the problem this is the biggest issue I have. You have Zionist scumbags, and it's the same Zionist entity that has been attacking Palestine has been attacking Iran now. Now, what they've been doing on Twitter and everywhere, they're spreading this propaganda. They're a propaganda machine. It's usually based out of fucking India. It runs out of the propaganda because it's cheap to hire those people over there. They spread this propaganda, 40, 50, 60. I think they went up to 100,000. And they're doing this to put all this, the IRGC is bad or whatever. At the same time, the Zionist criminal entity has killed 70,000 Palestinians. So to minimize the Palestinians, what they're doing is they're putting all the attention on what? On IRGC. Look, I'm not saying IRGC is good. IRGC is the worst.
How you're saying it is
IRGC is
supporting it. Sounds like it.
I don't support IRGC.
Okay, look at my PTR. You can see Pakistani propaganda accounts too.
Okay,
proven by the CEO of Twitter.
Okay, fuck that, man. Fuck Pakistan. The big problem I have is when they're doing this much propaganda all over. And doctor, by the way, all of these people, they get hired by Israelis. Do you know after the 7th of October, do you know where did the majority of propaganda came out in support of Israel? It was out of India. India, Pakistan, and a whole bunch of other countries. Pakistan, according to Al Jazeera analysis, it was actually India. But I didn't hear anything from Pakistan. But thank you for letting me know. Okay, thank you for letting me know. But fuck Pakistan. The issue, this is the big thing I have. So now numbers do matter. And I'm not saying...
So Amir, do you? If you
okay, that's not your turn. I reserve the right to respond.
No, answer the question.
She addressed me, and I have to respond.
Okay, why do you have to respond? Why do you have to respond, Maharaj? Why do you have to respond?
Because she addressed me 2 times.
She didn't address you shit. She just said spreading propaganda. That's her opinion.
Address you. Oh my God.
There's no one addressing you.
She didn't address you, man, Rob. Please stop talking.
Hold on a second.
Amir, if this is all believe the 40,000 number, why do you believe
I'm gonna give it to you people that are on the stage, not to old people anymore. Thank you.
Give me 20 seconds to respond.
No. I'll give it to you in a bit. Yes. What'd you say, Sham?
So if you have a propensity to not believe the Iran international number or the other, that's a pretty wide report.
I don't believe the Iranian government number or the Iranian international. I would take the 7,000.
Why do you keep routing that number 4,000 from the regime?
It's 3,000.
3,000, 4,000. Why do you keep?
But I don't believe that. I just said it. I just made myself clear. 7,000. That's a human rights organization from America.
No, it's a lot more than that. It's over close to 80 to 90,000 people. Have you not seen the videos?
There's other people. Based on video, Dr. Mystic, you cannot come up with the numbers. I don't know what part of that.
Okay, so when you
Guys, one by one.
I can only deal with one, Reza Pahlavi supporter at a time.
First of all, the moral of the story comes down to this.
Cheyenne was speaking. Can we allow Cheyenne to speak, please? Cheyenne, what?
I'm going to use math here, all right? So, there's been a village out of Iraq in the last 2 months. You see bodies on bodies from to the village. Let's just say there's about 500 of these bodies per small village, 2,000 per big city. Is that reasonable?
Cheyenne. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Cheyenne, I warned this room before. This numbers game is a vicious cycle. Can we move on from this numbers game?
Thank you. Thank you. No,
listen. What I want to address.
Mazi, I like to question the numbers.
Yeah, I get it.
I told you this why because of the minimization of the other causes.
They know that that's our.
They don't know. These people come up here and they say 40, 50,000, 100, and now it's going up to 100,000.
I mean, I'll tell you what's more important to address right now is the hospitals that have been hit, the other schools that have been hit, the sports center that's been hit. These are the things I want to address that Israel has hit or America has hit. And obviously the school we already spoke about. But there's other schools, there's hospitals as well. Let's talk about those because innocent people are dying.
No, let's talk about the school.
No, wait. Don't
I think the stadium was hit the same day, like the first day.
Mazi, can I address you just for 10 seconds? And the stadium that was hit, there are footage that I know you're Iranian, so you can have access to it. You can go and see that inside that stadium, there was a whole battalion hiding inside that stadium.
Okay, but I mean, there was also about 8 schools. I
take nothing away from it, bro. I take nothing. Wait, guys, can I talk to Mazi? Bro, I take nothing away from it. I know Israel is a son of a bitch. I know Netanyahu is a fucking genocidal maniac. And I know they might have done shit on purpose. The thing is, I know this and a lot of Iranians, we know this, bro, right? But the regime is a bigger enemy for us. For us Iranians, at this very moment, at this very date in 2026, the Iranian regime is a bigger threat, an enemy to the people of Iran than Israel and the U.S.
Okay, Amir, so let me explain something to you. If that is the case, the other side is killing your people and threatening your land and threatening the composition of your land and threatening the lives of innocent people. Do you understand what I'm saying? At the end of the day,
where are you from? God's sake, Mazi.
Guys, don't be
Alex, don't do that shit with me, Alex.
Yeah, Muzzy, talk. It's okay, Muzzy.
Relax.
Guys, please.
Where are you from? Relax, bro.
Muzzy,
I know you're Iranian, so don't say you're from.
Where are you from? You know
Alex,
what
don't get Iranian. Your people.
Amir, can you please, Alex, به قرآن میگم بری پایین آجی.
Yeah, Alex, you got to stay on me.
Yeah, Alex, just stop. Dude, Amir, next time, please, on behalf of all of us Iranians, just kick him out, dude. He just keeps interrupting.
No, I like Alex.
Muzzy, keep going.
So all I'm saying is the attacks from America and Israel, which many of us Iranians did not even want in the first place. Now that they're happening, we're here. Now they're they're threatening the composition of the Iranian land itself. Not to mention they're killing innocent people. Bro, our country might be broken into pieces or sucked up dry. You think these people are coming there just to help us and walk away? Come on, man. At least with the Iranian government, it's a contained thing that we can battle and take care of, and it's internal. Now these external forces are coming, bro. We're fucked, bro.
Bro, okay, you're talking about internal, Mazi, but internal can happen when people are on the same side.
That's also another thing.
That could have happened, bro. Okay, I'm going to tell you one thing. During the 12-day war, during the 12-day war, most of Iranians, we were all saying fuck Israel because out of nowhere Israel started attacking, right? But during this situation that the Iranian people are going through, and just Mazi, just look at how many of us have lost a person here. I know all of us have lost someone that the regime
or they became blind.
Or they became blind. So exactly. So at this very point, bro, the Iranian people, and I'm not even going to say the highest majority. Let's say out of the 92 million, let's say only 50 million people are against the regime. And me and you both know it is way more than that.
Okay.
Bro, they have chosen. Me and you, we're the ones outside of America just talking. We don't matter. What I say, what you say, it doesn't matter. I am very fucking upset. Bro, I cry for my fucking people. I cry for everyone that's dying in this war every day. Casualties of war are the most innocent people in the whole world. But also the innocent people that have been oppressed for 5 decades. I'm not saying I'm pro-war. Of course I don't want war for my country. But it wasn't up to me. It wasn't up to you. They already wanted to do it, and for their own agenda, I'm talking about Israel and US, and they did it. But it's happening in a time that the people are seeing it as their only chance after 47 years to get rid of oppression. Bro, we all talk about sanctions and, the US started sanctions, and that's why Iran is going to get fucked. You go back, why there are sanctions in the first place? Because of the regime, because of their foreign policies. Because, bro, I don't know if you've studied in Iran. Because, bro, in Iran, every day in the morning when we went to school, every day in school, bro, I grew up in Iran. I was raised in Iran. Every day in the backyard, before you go to class, they put you in a line. And do you know what you have to say? You have to say 2 things. Dead to America, dead to Israel. From the very get-go, bro. Like, that's not a lie, bro. We have all been to school. We've all been to school.
Let me finish,
bro. We've been brainwashed. We've been oppressed. We've been killed. We've been imprisoned, executed. Bro, more than 50,000 people in the past 47 years have been executed by the Islamic regime. I mean, and it's documented too. The numbers are documented.
I mean, I'm not disputing with any of that. But
I'm saying that the Iranian regime staying is a bigger threat for the people of Iran and the division of the country.
I'm not even debating that with you. I'm agreeing with you there too. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying one key thing you said. You said you and me are nothing. We're sitting at a place of privilege. We're not in Iran. 100% agree with you. So we have to go with the will of the people. But how do we know the will right now in its entirety, or in its majority actually, is that they want Israel and America, they're doing this to them. We don't know that. My take from the things I've seen, they don't want them to bomb them and kill them. Yeah. And from your take, it probably is. Maybe they want, but we don't know.
Can I give you an example? I can't meet.
By the way, we haven't had internet there for five days or whatever. How do we know they want this?
There are people calling. No, there are.
From what the people I've spoken to, they don't want this to bomb them.
Bro, Mazi. Okay, I'll do one thing.
Listen, by the way, let me just say one thing. I don't disagree with anything you said. That's the only point I'm talking about. Everything else.
I know, and we don't know. You're right. We don't know how many people. We don't know how many people are okay with it, how many are not. I know that everyone's scared inside the country. We know that everyone's scared. Okay, but Mazi, for me and you, I like you. If you want, you can give me like a platform. I can send you some videos and messages that are coming from Iran.
My iTunes on my profile.
Okay, I'm gonna send it to you. And these are the people that are directly talking to me from inside Iran, right? And I know you know Farsi, so you can see how they feel. One of them just, his apartment that's worth $1 million in US dollars was demolished. You know what he said? He said, I don't give a fuck. As long as the regime is gone, fuck my house. That's how
But see,
much
I mean,
hate
I've
of the
seen
regime.
things opposed to that. I've seen things of people with videos that are saying different things, but they don't want. You know what I mean?
We don't know. We don't know the real numbers of how many people. Based on what we've been through and based on what we know, the majority most likely are against it. The majority, not most likely, definitely.
Okay, so hold on. Taco, hold on. Taco goes, then Dr. Cheyenne goes, and then Kay. Then Mehra.
Okay. Listen, Amir, question for you. Okay, most Iranians, yes, I agree with you. We're against this regime. We want them out, okay? But can you please explain to me, how do you see a military intervention turning into a regime change? How do you see that happening? Just pretend like I'm not Iranian, I'm nobody. I come and you tell me, yes, bomb us, destroy us, and it's going to lead to regime change.
No, if it's asking me.
Nobody else get off your mic or you go to the audience. Except for Amir, Persian Amir. Go ahead.
Can I get a quick minute? How do I see it playing out? Okay, so this is the only, and I'm not saying it's a high possibility. I'm actually saying it's a small possibility for the regime change to happen in this way, but this is the only way, and I'm going to explain to you why. So since the regime change, since the Ayatollahs came into power, they did one thing very quickly, because a lot of ethnicities in Iran used to be armed, like the Kurds, like the Arabs in the southwest, like the Baluchis. They used to be way more armed than now. The regime in the very get-go, they gathered everything. So right now, the people of Iran are not armed at all. So there is no possibility for the people themselves to maybe get some arms and take over the power, okay? And they're getting killed, as you know, let's say not 40,000, 20,000, 1,000, 2,000, even one person is a lot that's going to die by a fucking AK-47 from his own government that's going to protect them. Now, why I say this is the only way, bro, because imagine, like, if you're not armed, if there is not going to be a civil war, if there is no way for the people to take over a maniac that's going to shoot you from afar, how? What is your only chance? Your only chance is an intervention for their own agenda. I'm not saying to help the people. For their own agenda, and we all know it, but when that happens, this becomes our one and only chance.
Amir,
one and only.
Why not leave? Why not leave?
Why not?
Everybody, one mic on me. Amir, all due respect. Thank you for saying that. I've heard that. But all due respect, that's not the answer to the question I'm asking. I'm not asking, well, if not military intervention, then what? That's the question you answered. My question is, how does military intervention? So let's do a little fill in the blank type thing. Say, by bombs being dropped on Iran, here's step A, B, C, D, E, F, G, then we're going to get to a referendum vote. Tell me how that's possible. Just tell me the steps. How do we get there? Not if this, not because if nobody taxes, we don't, no. I'm not asking that. I don't care about that. I want to know step by step, how do you see it happen?
How I see it happening? Well, it started happening when Qasem Soleimani was killed by the US. No, I'm going to say this step by step from this point on. What happened the first day? Can you tell me, Taco, that Khamenei was killed? Khamenei is dead. Okay. No. You're Iranian. Okay, perfect. So you know that the very first day, the supreme leader, the person that the Islamic forces idolize, he died, right? That's a big bullet to their fucking ideology, and they were all crying. Imagine, their moral is down. All right, let me talk, Taco. The top 50, I'm not going to say top 100 because the number is over 100, but the top 50 generals, the strategic minds of the fucking military are dead. Military is dismantled. Right now, at this point, it's only ground forces. In probably 1 to 2 weeks, Iran is not even going to be able to send out ballistic missiles. So this is the next step, right? And when you come to the people in power in terms of politics, only 6 people who actually had some power in Iran remain. Only 6, bro. Out of the hundreds and hundreds that they had in the political system, only 6 guys remains. Do you want their names?
I'm not asking that. I'm very
okay. You told me to say step by step.
Amir, stop. Listen, I gotta spoon feed it because nobody's able to answer this question. Okay?
How many years now?
Let me give you. Hold on.
Yo, stop with that bullshit, bro. Stop.
Ozzy, hold on.
Not you. I'm talking about whoever's interjecting with the Palestine.
What I'm asking for is you say, okay, there's going to be military strikes. These people are going to get killed. This is how we take over the country. Foreign forces are going to come in, troops on the ground, or people are going to get armed. They're going to take over. They're not going to be scared of the bombing. There's some kind of coordination. There's some kind of an organization. This is what I don't understand. It just seems like everyone's like, yeah, bomb us, and then we're going to wave a magic wand, and then Reza Pahlavi is going to fly in.
Well, do you know what's happening inside Iran right now?
I'm asking, listen, okay, so tell me how it's going to happen. Do not tell me other things that have happened in the past. Just like you're director of a movie, it's happening. Tell me step by step how it's going to happen. Without asking me questions, tell me factually a probable scenario of how it's going to happen.
The probable scenario of how it's going to happen. Okay, I'm going to tell you how it's going to happen. A lot of military generals, I'm not going to say they're going to run away. I don't know, but what they're going to do for their own lives, they're going to put their fucking guns down. And the rest of the guys who are in power, when they die or when they run away, which they are going to do so, one way or another, what's going to happen then? These generals that have the guns, they're going to put their guns down, and there's going to be a team inside Iran. Do you know Zarif and Rouhani? Most likely, they're going to be the ones who are going to sign the surrender letter and transfer power. I don't know how it's going to happen, how long it's going to take, but this is what's going to happen. Because you think everyone's inside the regime or with the regime, but that's not true, brother. A lot of people, even right now, are putting down their guns. They're trying to contact the U.S. They're trying to contact the opposition outside of Iran, saying we do not want to fight because of their lives. So this is what's actually happening inside Iran. Okay. If you want to know how it's going to happen, this is how it's going to happen.
So then what you're saying then, if I could wrap it in a nice bow, what you're saying is that military intervention is going to lead to basically a defection / coup d'etat type thing, either by the military or within the powers of the political people within Iran, right? Is that what you're saying?
You don't know if it's going to be a coup or not, but yes, it's going to be something, one of those options, yes.
Okay, so cool. So let's say that happens, okay? Then what do you do about the people within Iran right now that are still supporting the regime? How do you prevent unrest from happening with them?
What do you mean? How do you prevent
unrest?
You think it's a civil war is going to happen? Are you talking about a civil war happening? Because that's not going to happen. Iran is not an armed country. Iran is not an armed population. Even if it were the Iranian civilization, but Iranian. I don't know why you're even asking this question at this point.
Why not?
Iran has always been a very diverse country of many different ethnic groups inside one name, under one name, which is Iran, right? So even if you say the people are against it, the Islamic forces, the supporters and everyone, they're going to be 10%, 50%, 20% of the government? Are they armed that they're going to start a civil war? They have to accept the fact, and they are going to accept the fact, because at one point there is nothing to do, nothing left to do for them. The government has been dismantled, brother. The government has been dismantled right now. Right now, Taco, Iran is already a failed state. The IRGC is already a failed state. At this point, there is no return. Right now, there is only low moral and dismantling from here on.
Yeah, but you got there's something else. But there's something else that I found out, and I want you to answer it, please. So right now,
wait, we have people in the queue, man.
And Taco, my last thing, Taco, my last sentence to you. My last sentence to you is that even if this war wasn't going to happen, Iran would have been a failed state in a year from now, even with no war. So when I say there is no point of return, there is absolutely no point of return. Economically, and with the connection with the people, in no manner can they come back. That's why, bro.
Okay, that's not true.
That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, next up.
Thank you guys for your time. Thank you, Taco. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Monzi. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah, stick around, bro. Don't go. Menrad, you have 2 minutes, and then I think it was Kay.
Jahan.
No.
Thank you.
Jahan,
please don't back.
Oh yeah, Dr. Shine. I got everybody. Don't worry about it. Menrad, go. You have 2 minutes.
I mean, not the moderator. How many pounds? Was that for you? Okay, no problem. So I want to say, Ami was living in his dream. So basically, right now, as he's speaking, courts outside Iran, the separatists got armed, and then 20% of Iranians is still deep down they want the government, right? 10 to 20%. Let's say 10%. 10% of 90 million people is still 9 million people inside Iran every night going and demonstrating on the street, protesting for government, saying like we want to the government be in power, right? Those people have gun in their hand, and also they're arming courts, Daluchis outside Iran. So we're gonna see civil war. He's living in his dreams. He said, because we are very civilized, we're not gonna see any civil war. That's wrong, dude. We are living in the Middle East between Iraq and Afghanistan. When he said because we are very civilized, we're not gonna happen, dude. Right now, as they're speaking, it's happening. Trump armed 100,000 courts outside Iran. The separatists coming to Iran, invade Iran, and then having boots on the ground. Let me uninterrupt the talk. Do not cut me off. I'm sorry. That's my turn. Okay, and here's the thing. When you say, okay, peacefully transition, it's not happening. Okay, I'm talking. Don't interrupt me. I'm interrupted. I want to talk 2 minutes because I'm here to talk 5 minutes. I'm interrupted. It's straight 5 minutes. I'm going to talk 2 minutes. I'm interrupted, and I haven't any right to respond to anyone that addressed me, and I'm including you. The Persian lady from.
Got it.
To your point.
Now we have one mic on.
I'm going to get to my point very quick. So when you guys say dreaming about it, what are you going to do to that 10 to 15 million people, your fellow Iranian, has different ideology, has different mindset. Maybe they are brainwashed, right? You guys say they are brainwashed, they're getting money from ISIS, but they have a Persian blood in their vein, and they're Iranian. You want to kill them all? What are you going to do with them? You're asking to put the gun down, but they're not going to do it because they know after this you're going to go after them and they're going to fight to death.
We have 15 seconds. Okay. Hold on. No, Alex. No. There's a lot of people before you.
No, but let me finish this.
It's rude. This is rude, bro. I'll put you in the queue, but we can't do it like that. We have to have order.
Because if you put me, there's no
Jahangir is next. Then
no.
Okay, Okay, Dr. Cheyenne, then Kay. Kay, I have a question for you, by the way, because I know what that pepper means in like the hip hop music rooms, but I don't know what it means with you guys. What does the pepper mean?
It means permission to speak.
Okay. He's true in saying that.
Something to say.
Okay, I got you.
I don't want to do what others do. I respectfully wait for my turn.
I love that. And now that I know what it means, I'll adhere to it. Okay, Dr. Cheyenne, then Kay. Go ahead.
Okay, so
and then Leroy after that.
So everyone here,
you have 2 minutes.
They're all giving anecdotes about what we think about people's perspectives and attitudes towards the regime. It's all on Gaman survey. You don't have to give anecdotes. It's 80% of the people are against the Islamic regime inside Iran. This is an independent survey conducted every 2-3 years. If you want to know what people's opinions are about the Israeli bombings, that's about, who did we hear? 44% of the population in the Islamic Republic of Iran said that the actual government themselves was responsible for starting the war. 33% of them blamed Israel, and 16% believe that both sides were equally at fault.
Sharon, where are you getting this information from?
Go on.
Put a link in the chat.
Sure, I'll put it in the chat. By the way, Tom, that's no Telegram regime channels. I'm not listening to any of the bullshit sources. It's all legit, independent surveys.
Are you done? You want to yield your time, Dr. Shan?
One last thing to add on as well. Bro, take some chill. You gotta chill.
I like his vigor. Relax. I love all of you, bro. Okay, Kay is
You
next.
look like you're about to drop a cold mixtape. Just keep
Kay, you're next. Go ahead, Kay.
So Meron is so weak in logic, so he feels like if he yells, his logic becomes stronger. That's not the case. At least not in this one. Maybe the people you hang out with, the strength of your logic is dependent on how.
Personal attack.
Okay, personal attack, whatever you want to call it, that's the fact of the scene.
Meron, you can't cut him off. You said you didn't like it that people cut you off. You're doing the same. Hold on.
Okay, so a couple of claims that Mera did that are absolutely wrong. If the regime had 9 million people that would die for the regime, then they wouldn't come short.
Hey, you're in the Matrix.
No, I can hear him. We can hear him. Go ahead, Kay.
Okay.
I'll give you extra time.
Check your internet connection. We have a hard time here.
Okay, let me see.
No, Kay, you're fine. It's Taco, man.
Check your back channel.
Okay, so Mary, if that was the case, then in the anniversary of the revolution, they didn't need to fabricate AI. They didn't need to bring videos from past years when people who got killed, like generals that we know got assassinated, were in those videos. And who said, I strongly against that, we're going to kill whoever that is with the regime. If you love the regime, but you had nothing to do with the bloodshed, nobody has any right to touch you. So please stop spreading lies and hatred. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you. Next up is Leroy.
Okay.
And then after Leroy.
Okay.
After Leroy is Alex.
We're gonna put you in the queue.
Yeah, we'll put you. You can go after Alex.
Okay. All right.
You got 2 minutes. Let's go.
Okay. So check it out. So the Iranian have been using old drones. They have not exhausted all of their old drones, which causes America and other Israel to weaken themselves by using their up-to-date drones. The Iranians have not yet used the new drones that are much more highly technically effective. They're waiting until all the old drones are used, and then when America and Israel does not have time to regroup, they're going to come out with these new drones. And this is what the American Trump and Israel did not understand. The Iranian have been waiting and planning for this attack since 1940. They knew that that someday that this day was going to come. Some of the military soldiers who want to defect, they will leave, maybe go stay in hotels. There are going to be consequences on them for that. They're going to be gotten and be dealt with. So this idea of Trump and Israel, they have no idea what they are in for, right? I mentioned the Persian Gulf, 21 miles long. They have no idea of how long. It might take 2 years before they could see the effects or any changes.
10 seconds.
They are going to have a problem. This is going to be Trump's Vietnam War. And if you don't believe it,
Thank you.
Did you just say the Gulf?
Thank you. Thank you, Leroy. Next up, we have Alex New York, and then after Alex, if there's any women in the stage that want to speak, we got to give women some space too. They let us hear their voices. So after Alex, if any women want to speak, if not, we'll go back to another queue. Go ahead, Alex. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I just want to address this Merab guy. He keeps on spreading lies, and it's just knowing for all Iranians. There are not 10 million armed Iranians. The whole Iranian army, including IRGC, is like 800,000. So I don't know where he comes up with these numbers of 10 billion Iranians with arms, and we have to go and fight them. There's no chance of civil war in Iran. These people are in extreme minority, and they're going to go soon. The institutions are being dismantled one by one. At the moment, as we see in the streets of Tehran, as we spoke to our friends and family, is the fact that because their barracks, the barracks have been, and the stations have been bombarded, they're actually camping in the streets. So you have the anti-riot police, the so-called besieged people, and also some of the squadrons of the Revolutionary Guards, literally making camp in the middle of the streets, in the alleys, because they have no place to go. What happened to Tehran today was they all took refuge in a stadium, and the stadium got completely bombed, and there were a lot of casualties there. These people are really getting dismantled bit by bit. So that is really the scenario which is going to happen, which Taco keep on arguing, because he's got in his own mind, he has some kind of a plan. But the reality is, bit by bit, as the
30 seconds.
It doesn't work that way. Yeah, I have to finish my.
No, it does work that way. It does work that way.
Okay, Mazi, I'm done. I really don't have time for arguing.
Everybody has the equal time.
Okay,
bro.
I don't have because you have to let people finish their sentences.
Obviously, I'm not going to cut you at exactly 30, but I'm giving you a warning that 30 seconds is left. Start wrapping it up. That's it. Everybody is listening to that rule.
He left. He doesn't have
time.
Listen,
He
I know Big Adam.
monopolizes the fucking time, bro.
You guys, there's a lot of people who want to speak, okay? This isn't a Khaneh Roza Khuni, okay? You're not coming here to give us a 5-hour lecture, okay? Please have your thoughts, be nice and concise. And if there's a need to go back and forth, the moderators will be able to do that.
I've been at this 2 times.
Okay, listen, I got you. Okay, I got you. So listen, I'm gonna give the opportunity to Nas and Dr. Mystic. I think they're the 2 women. If you want to speak, either of you, your time is now. If not, I'll give it to Mera. So let me know. Going once.
Mystic, you go ahead. I already talked.
Mystic.
Thank you. Hi guys. Hi everybody. Ehsan salam. Turisek.
Ehsan, time it because I have to step out for a second.
Just looking at everybody has their own perspective of what's happening. You have to realize that every country has its own extremists, and the IRGC has its own following and its own group of people that's happening. When we look at us being foreigners, because we're living outside of Iran, we only see some news. We don't see all of the news. And when the internet gets disconnected, we get some news again through Starlink. That's about it. The information can be mixed, but there's a certain level of truth when you're talking to people who do get connected through Clubhouse, who come and who are living in that environment, who are saying, yes, they are coming out at night and they're shooting at us. They've killed us, and there's body bags of thousands and thousands of people. So when you come to talk about numbers, we're all probably wrong on the numbers because we don't know what the real number is. It could be 10,000, it could be 100,000. We don't know. It's out there. That's one fact. Us arguing, are we happy that our country is being bombed? Absolutely not. But we have no other choice, in my opinion. The reason for that is because you have now foreign bodies like China and Russia who have sunk its teeth into Iran. and who have now controlling bodies of what the IRGC is doing. Iran is not the old Iran from 47 years ago. Iran is now evolved. It's gotten its own technology by giving, oil and gas to China. So it's using its own technologies that may be strong. They have their own ways of doing things. They're protecting themselves. They're hiding all of the missile things. They're moving. They're not staying in one place. So U.S. attacking Iran you guys don't think that's okay? I don't think we really think that's okay, but it's just that we have to just close our eyes and be like, listen, this 47 years of death causing all this harm to everybody, where the young ones have no future anymore and they can't afford to eat food. One day they wake up, banana is $1, the next day it's $10. They can't afford it. They can't live. They can't have a future. They're on drugs. They're on everything, trying to just live day by day. We've lost our path. But I don't know. This is my opinion. I think what's happening isn't the greatest thing that it could have happened, but the only way out of this is this. And there will be casualties, and we have to accept it.
Can I please speak?
Hold on, let's see. Mozzie is controlling the queue.
I'm back.
Okay, hey, I'm here. Mozzie was controlling the queue. I'm not sure who was next.
He said Marad, I think, was next afterwards, but
Okay.
I actually wanted to have that little squabble.
2 minutes for Mehrad. Go ahead, Mehrad. And then we'll
Marad,
go
before you go on Marad, I did think, actually, no, go ahead. I want to have that little squabble between either two men or two women. I want to see where this goes, because we do have opposite party. Man is on the opposite side versus Naz. She's on the opposite side. So, you're going down.
Oh yeah, I'll speak 2 minutes on interrupted. I understand that's only.
If you could make it lesser, I would really appreciate it. But if you can't, then it's okay. 2 minutes.
1:30, or how about like 1:25? Okay, so here's the thing. When you guys saying we didn't have any other option but asking Daddy Trump to bomb our country, that's hypocrisy. That being two-faced. Because I agree that peaceful protesters going on the street of Tehran, that they have every right to be pissed off, right? They have every right to be mad about the economy and everything. But by asking someone bomb your country and we say you don't have any right, that doesn't justify that. Because by saying it, now you're sending the country to a civil war. The Kurds are ready to get into the country, and now our parents, our families, our relatives are getting bombed over the head, and we never know when it's gonna end. So when you say we didn't have any other option, that doesn't justify to me. So you're bringing more misery to our country by saying like because we didn't have any other option. First I want to address this. The other thing, you guys say we are not happy getting bombed. But I saw the videos, so many videos from you guys dancing when we getting bombed. Then a school kid, like a 6-year-old kid, got bombed in Minot City, and then you were dancing on the street. That doesn't tell me that you guys.
1 minute left. 1 minute. Marad, 1 minute left.
So let me continue on that part. So when you say, okay, the reason you are saying you guys are not being consistent because you are saying, okay, our heart goes to the people on the street got shot by RGC, and I feel bad too, and then my heart goes to them. But when we say, okay, how about those 167 kids, beautiful girl kids, because we have separate schools in Iran, and then girl kid, a school got bombed, and you don't say about that when you're coming to the street and start dancing. That part makes my blood boil seeing that you say, because you're not being consistent, those are also your fellow Iranians. And when you're saying this type of stuff, I don't fall for it. I don't fall for it at all. But that's it.
Thank you. So I want to do a little squabble between May and Naz. May, you ready for it? Maybe I'll give you guys a minute, 2 minutes.
I've actually been waiting, and I have to go back to work.
Sure.
I've waited so long. But I just want to ask, Maharaj, are you currently living in Iran at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. See, the thing is anyone else living in Iran at the moment, other than Maharaj? I'm guessing no one, yeah? Why is
No, Marad is not in Iran. Marad is not inside Iran right now.
I'm inside.
Well, you told
You
us
don't have
yesterday
internet.
inside
What are
Iran.
you talking about?
Yeah, you told us yesterday.
People in Iran don't have internet.
Only people from IRGC can have internet right now.
We all white
Marad.
The only way you have internet is if you're IRGC affiliated.
So what's up?
Shut up. That's not true. People in bordering countries, also like Azerbaijan, Tabriz, they get internet.
No,
too.
no one has
Yes, they
internet.
do.
No, they
Yes,
do.
they
Not
do.
right now. They get 2
Hey,
hours in the morning.
Mystic, read your back channel. Mystic, read your fucking back channel now. Okay, go ahead. I'm saying this because I'm seeing people in Iran, some of them view my stories. And I know they're in Tabriz, and I know they have SIM cards that connect to the towers in the country of Azerbaijan. Okay, so let's stop with this witch hunt for who's IRGC. He said he's IRGC. That's it. Move the fuck up.
In this room, I don't really give two fucks. Whether you're IRGC, whether you're terrorist, your little feelings, I don't really care about your little feelings. I have limited freedom of speech. Where did May go? She's on the opposite side. Anyways, Naz, do you want to speak?
Yeah. So, Mehrad, I'm one of those people. If you're IRGC, take my picture, give it to them, whatever you want to do. We're not here really to be scared of someone like you can't even control their emotions when they're in a room. I just wanted to shut up. Okay, I'm talking. Stop interrupting me. Wow, you're mocking me. You're such a whatever. Anyways, just wanted to. Yeah, this is the people from IRGC. You're proving my point. You're literally proving my point right now. So thank you. But Mehrad, you've been talking about people in school getting killed, and you never mentioned 1,000 people getting killed. There were kids that got killed. There are videos of them. There are people that we know them. And you say you're in Iran. You can't really be in Iran and be here 24/7 talking BS. Your internet is even better than me. So 100% you're from IRGC. There's no doubt if you're in Iran. And you really don't know what you're talking about. You're probably one of the people who killed people on the street. That's why you're defending. You're getting paid to be here right now. The way you're talking, the way you were Stop opening your mic. I'm speaking here. Stop opening your mic.
Stop, I'm respecting.
Yeah, برو کون بده مرتی که تو که نمیتونی اینجا عدم در نیاری.
Okay, you guys, stop attacking each other.
Stop cursing.
No, of course I'm going to do that. He's mocking me.
Okay. I'm telling you guys both to knock it off, please.
Yeah.
Please make your point without attacking me.
Yeah, if he stops talking, send him to the audience.
You can't attack him and not wait. Hold on, you can't attack him.
Wait, even this is attacking. If he keeps interrupting me when I'm talking to you.
Hold on a second. Sorry, Taco, I have to mute everybody. Otherwise, you're going down in the audience. Mute up and Inas.
Yeah,
moving
I
forward.
was talking.
You cannot, hold on. You cannot mention his name, okay? Stop mentioning his name. Get to your point.
Yeah, you don't even let me have a point here. Okay, this is.
You literally mentioned his name and attacked him.
Just open your legs and let me lick you. So why don't you allow me to say that?
Amir, one second. It can't be a one-way thing, okay? If he's attacking me, I'm attacking back. Why are you only?
I never mentioned my speech.
We never mentioned your name.
He's literally mocking me in front of everyone. What are you talking
about? He's not mocking you, bro. He did not mock you. I heard it. He did not mock you. Stop the cap. Go on, Naz. Get to your point. No, he did not, bro. Just stop the cap, Shad. I'm here in the background. Go on. Get to your point, Naz. Nobody's doing personal attacks.
Yeah, like when you keep interrupting me in the middle of conversation.
Because you're mentioning and you're attacking him. Get to your point. Get to the point.
I said he has never mentioned about the people who got killed by RGC.
You're accusing him. Why are you mentioning him? Just give me your father.
I didn't say a name. If you're arguing here.
Oh my God! Are you addressing him?
Honestly, I have nothing to say.
This is the problem. This is the problem with these people.
You gave him 2 minutes to talk. You don't let me talk.
I know.
I'll give you 2 minutes to talk.
Let me get in here. Hold on, fast.
Sure.
Stop. I know. We want to hear you speak, okay? But here's what you got to do. You got to make your point without addressing Nehrad.
Okay, let me get started talking.
So make your point independent. You got 2 minutes.
I'm going to talk. Okay. IRGC killed more people in 8 hours than any war can kill people in 8 hours, okay? So IRGC killed so many people on the street that were just protesting peacefully with nothing in their hands. They were just on the street to ask for a simple thing, peace, and wanting freedom.
Fake news.
And what happened? Okay, sure.
I moved them to audience. Nobody come off your mic. Nobody come off your mic.
Yeah, thanks. So people, of course, unhappy that Iran got bombed because it wasn't Iran, it was IRGC that got bombed. It was Khamenei that got bombed, that got killed. That made me happy. I will dance to the end of my life for that. Of course, right now I support America bombing Iran, keep doing it, Israel bombing Iran, because it's very targeted bombing. It's very targeted bombing.
Guys, stay off your mic, please. One mic,
targeted, and people of Iran are very safe. I talk to them, I talk to my friends, I talk to my family. They're safe. They're not even scared. They dance, they clap when their neighbor gets bombed because they know another IRGC person just got killed. So the bombing sound is not even scary to them. It's a sound for happiness. They celebrate it. Every place that gets bombed, they cheer it up. So stop spreading like fake news of a school got bombed. That's not true. We know IRGC has done that many times, bombing their own people, killing their own people, and blaming other people for that. So that's the
hang on, Tommy. I'm going to question your whole narrative now. Early on, I got busy. Cheyenne was making a point about village. Can you please provide me sources? Where did you get the 40,000 number from? Go on. Yallah. I'm going to dive into this today because I hate this bullshit narrative. You guys don't provide any sources.
Why do you call it bullshit?
Because you guys don't provide any sources. Plus, you just deny the attack. You just but who's coming off the mic?
That's Hadi.
Everybody stay muted.
Stay muted, please.
Stay muted.
This is Dr. 13. I'm here at 9.
Literally.
Even Iran is literally is saying, yeah, we killed that many people.
How many people did you talk to? How many people did you talk to?
Two of my close friends got killed. That's
okay.
I'm not talking about that I know.
I'm talking about, you just made a claim, you came off the mic early on, you said, oh, I spoke to my people, they're okay with the bomb sounds and this and that. Are you for real?
Yeah, they're okay.
Oh,
they're good. I'll send you videos. People are happy.
Oh my God, that's your fascist, please. Don't come with the mic.
What you're seeing on media is just IRGC, is just Islamic regime trying to say that people are crying. Those are all fake. People are like duplicated. Literally, they're like getting makeup done to be saying that they got injured and like bombing and stuff.
Okay. Do you know what the Israelis did? They're spreading the same narrative which you're spreading right now.
You know, Palestine wouldn't be where it is right now.
Hold on,
if it wasn't for IRGC. Just giving you.
No, it's not true. Stop the cap. Freaking bullshitters, man. One by one, like literally, she just denied the attack on the school that killed about over 130 children. That's disturbing and disgusting.
How are you denying 40,000 people being killed?
Please tell us, why was it picked up by
I'll
put the source in the chat. Why was it picked up by
Is your source going to be
Okay, let me speak to this.
Oh my God. Okay. Everybody's going in the audience. Okay, thank you. I'm with Nas. Nobody comes to the mic. I keep on telling you guys, it's one-on-one conversation. My question again to you, it's very clear. Provide me sources. There was 40,000 that killed. Go on. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, so here's the thing, Amir. You said I denied the school. I said, why are you denying 40,000 people?
Because 40,000 number is fake, made up by Iran International.
School is
What are you
fake
talking
as
about?
well. It's made by IRGC. You can't.
Can you provide
can't
sources? Okay, I can provide you sources for the school. I can provide you school for the source for the school.
Where is the source from?
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, put it in the chat because like we all know school was bombed by IRGC. People like IRGC is using kids as like human shield. We all know
so
that. They're going into the school. They're going into the school, having all their important like meetings and stuff.
Okay, can you stop making a bullshit now, Naz? Can you stop making a bullshit? I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
Are you saying? Hey, Cheyenne, hold on.
You can't call. Here's the thing.
I have a question for you. Hold on 1 second. I just want to question your theory here. Are you saying it's impossible, absolutely impossible, that Israel or U.S. kill one innocent civilian that's not IRGC or affiliated? Is that what you're saying?
So here's the thing. You're arguing
something. Just answer. It's a yes or no question.
Casualties happen in war.
It's not impossible.
Casualties happen in war.
Can I talk?
Yes.
Yeah. Even one person, no, it's not impossible, okay? But how about people get killed more by their own government than Israel? So I don't care if Israel kills 10 people. I care about the 30,000 people.
Okay,
next time people are on the street, IRGC gonna cross that limit and go to 1 million next time, okay?
Okay. I put the link. Hold on, Tom. I put the link in the chat. Go and provide sources for your 40,000 claim. Go. Yalla. I provided you from New York Times.
I'm not Muslim. Stop saying that.
What do you want me to provide you? What do you want me to provide you?
You're gonna be biased about Iran International. Did you know what New York Times wrote about Khamenei? They wrote him a romantic eulogy saying that he was in love.
Stop. It's between me and Naz. I don't know why you keep bringing up the mic. Just mute up. Mute up. It's up to movie down. It's up to you. You want to go down in the audience with the fishes, or you want to stay up here? Okay. I don't want to see you come off the mic ever. Not right now. And I'm going to take away your privilege as well. You're not going to be able to speak anymore. My question again to you, Naz. Again, I provided the source in the chat. Go. Check it out. New York Times. That's a Zionist Israeli Jewish source. And it's owned by a Jewish, it's a family that's a Jewish family. The New York Times is owned by that. And I'll take that at face value. Provide me a source that actually talks about it and give me the names of 40,000 people.
So
go on.
Here's my problem with you. You only see one side of the story. You don't see the bigger side of the story.
I don't want your emotions. I don't want to hear your emotions.
I'm not.
I don't want to hear your emotions.
You don't let me talk to you. Okay, here's your problem.
Provide sources.
You want to
provide sources. Otherwise, there's no point in engaging with you.
You don't even let me talk about this.
I need sources. 40,000. I need sources.
Only link. Action.
Provide link. Go. I don't want to hear your bullshit.
It's not bullshit. If you ask me to talk, you can't call it a bullshit.
No. I don't want you to talk.
You are disrespecting me right now.
Okay. Provide sources.
Tom, whenever you have a balls to come with your own picture, then speak.
Okay. See, there you go. See. See. We're not doing this. Provide sources. Otherwise, I can't let you speak. There's no point of engaging with you. I don't want to hear your emotions, respectfully. I'm not here to listen to your trauma dumping. SubhanAllah, man. Maji, this is why I question the whole narrative. You see what I'm saying? This is why these people are actually making the other Iranians look so bad, where nobody wants to support your cause. Fascists, go on. It's on you now. There's no point of me engaging with her. She's just a liar.
Thank you, Amir. I appreciate the opportunity to say my piece. I think I'm just going to reiterate my point. I made it previously, but since there are more people engaged in the discussion, I will keep this quick. Is that the issue in Iran now is that you have a subterranean and an above-ground divide in the country. And I think you can spin the narrative in many different ways, but I think the IRGC will fulfill their objective to the very bitter end. And what we need to understand is that the architect of this military operation was also the architect of Gaza. And you cannot underestimate the influence that Iranian strategy had in Gaza. And so look at the way Israel situation by essentially reducing everything above ground to rubble in spite of the human shields that were present at the time. The question is, can the United States be pulled into this type of barbarism? And the question there, I don't think I have an answer to at this point because it's yet to be seen. However, as my understanding in relation to what Anas was saying is that the school that was bombed was actually bombed by United States bombs, not by the IRGC. So I think you're incorrect in saying that it was IRGC that attacked the school. However, I think you have a point which I think is okay. I think the point is, it doesn't matter what Iranian you are, whether you're Muslim Iranian, whatever background Iranian you are, Persian, whatever. I think if your objectives or interests are contrary to that of the IRGC, which is just to fulfill the objectives of whatever remains of the Islamic revolution in this country, I think you will be subjected to the same punishment, bombardment, whatever they're going to do, because I think that they're just going to run their course. They have now disconnected with no diplomacy, with no spiritual leadership. They have their orders, and they will carry out their orders. And let's face it, it's their martyrdom now, in which they will be performing from under the ground. I will say just one last thing. Their military capacity, this is just my last 10 seconds.
Fuck
military capacity.
Republic of Iran, fuck Lemonade, fuck Islamic Republic.
Come here. Here.
Are we able to mute? Maria, just quickly. Thank you. The last thing I will say.
We also we take Israel.
Hadi, can we meet? I'm not. Obviously, if you can gather from the way I speak, I'm not exactly revealing that I take a side in this. I'm just merely painting my caricature of what I think will happen, my predictions. Lastly, and this is my last 10 seconds, I would not put it past China and Russian ability to continue to weaponize the IRGC because this has now become a proxy war at the global stage. The biggest consequences of which I think are Europe and the Commonwealth. That's yet to be decided, but whether or not that draws the Europe and the Commonwealth into conflict with the United States, that's actually quite possible. It's actually quite possible. China and the United States, ideologically, people consider them to be enemies, but they are so extremely economically codependent. Without cheap labor, the United States cannot function, and without consumer, China cannot function. They require each other. They may not seem like they do, but they do. So anyway, I'll land on that point.
Excuse me, may I please ask a question here?
In a bit. Wait for your
You cannot compare China with the United States.
Yes, Nat, you want time? Go and speak.
Yeah, I want to say something.
What about me? Jeff wants to speak too.
Okay, go ahead.
You want to speak first, Bond? Jabba and then Nat?
Yeah, let him go.
Thank you. Okay, I want to judge what Inez, because I went through her Instagram, I'm seeing her posts, and I'm a little disturbed. My thing is that, like this, when it comes to the history of Iran and the intentions of, let's say, the Americans and Israel and stuff, I think it's very weird to see Iranians who have every right to dislike their government, which is fine. I think a lot of us have criticisms of governments around the world. I think that's okay. But to support a foreign intervention as if these people have the best interests of their country is so weird. I'll never understand that, Amir, because even before the monarch, the Shah, you had a democratically elected leader in Iran who was assassinated by the American CIA. This is a fact. And then they brought the king in. So this was never about democracy and nothing like that, because even when a democratic leader was elected in Iran, they killed him, then they put the king in, which is basically a dictatorship, right? And then now
now the Islamic revolution has come in. They're doing what they do. I understand there's Iranians that don't support them, but then it is counterproductive to support Israel and Iran, Israel and America trying to destabilize Iran, because we've seen what saving does to a lot of countries. We understand what that means. Just to look at Libya. Libya is a prime example. Everybody in that world, whether you're from East Africa, whether you're from the Middle East, we need to pay close, or from Africa, we need to pay close attention to what happened in Libya. Because when a leader is taken down like that from a foreign occupier, what it usually follows is destabilization. So why would you want that from your country? It doesn't make sense. And despite what people have to say about Gaddafi and whatever, as a prime example. And so I don't understand this girl's angle being stuck in some time period that's not existent. And the monarch is dead. It's never come back. It's an outdated system.
Hey, Gemma, do you want an answer?
Can I speak, please?
Hang on a second. So Nath is gonna go for, and then I'll give you the mic after Nath. Go on, Nath. Nath, are you there, Nath?
Yes, I'm here.
Well, I would rather hear the Iranians respond to what I have to say.
Sure, you can respond to both of them. I think I'll pick one of the Iranians. Maybe Shayan or Dr. Mystic can respond. And I did put the link in the chat, Shayan. This is your favorite Israeli source, Times of Israel, reported from the HRNA, the Human Rights Organization that's based out of the US, has been verified, 7,000. You got 7,000 casualty right there. And that's where I'm going to
put a source in too.
Yeah, you put a source without any, they don't have the names or nothing.
Yeah, let me call
You have an Excel sheet of 7,000.
Wait a minute, guys.
HRNA has it, the Human Rights Organization.
Just wait for your thought, guys.
I want to hear the Iranian respond.
Okay, you can hear the Iranian respond after Nath is done. That's it. No, mic is on Nath. Tom, hang on a second. Go on, Nath. Respond. Make your point, and then I'll get maybe one of the Iranians to respond to both of the points.
Yeah. My point is, I am a Sudanese. Well, maybe I should say South Sudanese by now, because of this world politics, people divide themselves. But my question is, why is the United States of America, they only target people, they don't have the same power like them, like the way they do right now in Iran. Is they acting like they are powerful, like they can destroy Iran, they can destroy anything. But at the end of the day, they will never attack or declare war against China or Russia, or whatever you want to call it, the former Soviet Union. So in the reality, my question is, what did the United States really want from people who just want to live their life peacefully and don't have the same power like them, and just live nothing, they don't do nothing wrong. Like they say, Iran is a proxy war, but
not before you go on. Do you support Israel, the right to exist by ethnic cleansing Palestinians?
What?
Do you support Israel, since you're from South Sudan?
I don't support Israel.
You don't support Israel at all?
No.
Okay, good. You're on the right side of history. Go on.
Never. I don't support somebody bullying somebody. If Israel, they live in their own place and they don't attack anybody else, I support them. But if you go attack other people in their own land and they do nothing to you, Iran never attacked nobody. If in history you can go around when Iran ever attacked anybody.
This guy forgot the Iran-Iraq war, I guess.
What?
Dr. Shayan,
Iraq war was supporting Iraq war was supported by the same United States. I live here.
Shayan, Iran
I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about.
No, I'm not talking to you.
No, okay, so can I get an Iranian to respond?
No. Now ask the question.
Just say, because I know a lot of people waiting to talk. What I want to say here, all of you people, whether you support Iran or you don't support, let me say this.
Oh my God, hold on.
I just want to conclude, guy. Let me finish.
Sure.
Yeah,
If
let me
finish and then
conclude.
I'm going to get one of the Iranians to respond to both of your points. Your point and Jebba's point.
My point is, Iran is a sovereign nation. They supposed to determine their destination. United States have nothing to do. But United States, because they want the oil from Iran, and they are getting to China. And that's the reason why they're doing what they're doing right now, today. I don't give a care.
Okay, bro.
Because Iran did not attack the United States.
Time. Thank you. Jebba, you got to stop from here.
That's what I can say.
Okay, thank you.
No. Wait a minute. Don't say thank you.
Bro, it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Done.
I'm not finished yet.
It's 2 minutes. That's it. It's finished. You can't go on a monologue. This is not a room about monologue. People tend to lose, they have short attention span, 30 to 60 seconds. That's it. Even I have short attention span. So, Shahan, you wanna go, or should I pick another Iranian?
I think Dr. Mystic wanted me before he was waffling, to be honest with you.
Okay, Dr. Mystic, you want to respond to Jebba? Do you remember the point?
To be honest with you, there's too much yelling. But just going back to the fact that he did mention Libya. So Gaddafi, back in history, Gaddafi owed nobody any money. He was his own leader, and this was one of the reasons why they actually killed him. That's a different story. It has nothing to do with what's happening in Iran. What's happening in Iran, what most people don't really understand is that as an Iranian, me, as an Iranian speaking, I'm an Azeri Tabrizi Iranian, which means that our people don't like the Shah. However, we decided to come and join the Shah. And the reason for this was not because we want the king to come back, not because we want any of that whole thing, right? The whole kingdom to come back to him. These are facts that I'm telling you. Excuse me, Mr. Hamid, you don't need to call me names. If you want to call me names, say it in English.
Yo, you can't do that. You can't disrespect women like that. You can't say that, bro. Say sorry. Say sorry, bro. Nah, man, you can't disrespect.
Next time, Hamid, I'm sorry to say, we're not going to move me down. Okay.
We didn't understand what he said. I didn't understand. Okay.
It's better.
He called me a whore in Farsi.
Okay.
Yeah, he called her a whore. Go on, Dr. Mystic, go on.
So the bottom line is, when you're looking at Iran, when we look at history of Iran, you look at Mossadegh, you look at Pahlavi, and then you look at the Khamenei. When you look at these three leaders, there has always been U.S. involvement in every layer of Iran conflict, every layer. When it came to Mossadegh, the British Petroleum, they want to buy Iranian oil cents on a dollar, so they put him under house arrest. Britain came in there, and then they put him down, and then they put Mr. Reza Pahlavi in power. U.S. was involved. You think we are not aware of that? We are well aware of that. We're educated population. We're not a dumbass population.
Mystic. Can you tell me?
Don't worry about it. We don't need her resume. Keep going.
No, she educated me.
Ahmed, I'll give you a mic in a bit because we do need to do some, correct the narrative sometimes. So go on, Dr. Mystic, finish what you have to say, and then.
Mossadegh was in power.
It's an interesting perspective. Okay.
UK came in to Iran to take its oil. No problem. They put him under house arrest. They put Reza Pahlavi in power, and then
What year did they do the coup with Dr. Mossadegh and Dr. Mystic?
I don't know the exact dates right now.
It was 1953.
Okay. And then what ended up happening?
You don't know your history and you talk.
Ahmed, please stay out of it.
I said I didn't know. At least I can state the
She
fact
said
that
she
I don't
doesn't
know
know,
the
and I told her that.
She has an
It's
idea
okay.
of the timeline.
And please do not bring King up here. He's a retard. Go on, Dr. Mystic.
After all of those facts happened, what ended up happening is when we come into the current day situation, we look at many factors. We look at the factor of, okay, we've been under sanction for 47 years. They've asked the government to stop producing nuclear weapons because they threaten other countries. They tried to negotiate with them on multiple levels, and the people were the ones that ended up suffering. That was the bottom line. The people were the ones suffering because the sanctions affected the people, the economy, and everything. But the government did not budge. The government chose to continue this route. They chose to steal money. They chose to have their own police, which is called the SIPA. They chose to have morale police to control the people like dogs. They chose to hit people for no reason because they wanted to have beer. They chose to do all of those things. They turned it into a dictatorship that had its own people in a cage. So what ends up happening when you suppress an entire country, and then you have one layer that you have, which are the 1% of the country that is running the country and is the rich ones that are taking the money to the UK, Canada, US. That 1% is separate from the rest of Iran.
Okay.
When that is separate from the rest of Iran, what you've now created two dynamics within one country. You have the extremists, they believe it, they adore the Khamenei, they adore the IRGC. They will work for him to get there. And the rest of the people, they don't have nothing. They don't have
anything. Oh my God. Okay, Hamid, sorry, bro.
Hamid, don't call me names. Unless you have actual facts to talk about.
Dr. Mystic, the question for you, did Reza Pahlavi's dad steal Iranian people's oil money and buy a whole bunch of mansions in America?
Mr. Reza Pahlavi did leave with $60 million of money.
Oh,
yes.
This was back in about 47 years ago, right? What was it, 47?
Correct.
So back then, the currency for you said how much was it? 60 million.
60 million. Correct.
Yeah, he definitely got that paper.
Hang on. So when the $60 million in today's currency, I think is worth over 200 million. Would you say? Because of inflation or whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know how much Mujtaba Khamenei invested in London?
See, what about his idea too? We're talking about the history. We're talking about the history of Reza Pahlavi.
We're not here to say. I'm not here to say. Look, one is better than the other. What I'm trying to explain to everybody is the dynamic of a country and what is happening within that country. And this is what. Pardon?
Who said it? Jabba. Okay. Okay, so we can do we can do one for Reza Pahlavi, one somebody that wants to question the whole narrative. Okay, we can do one and one. So Dr. Mystic, if you can land your plane in the next 20-30 seconds, then Jabba might want to add something in there.
This conversation will last forever. The conversation comes down to is now there's a division within the country, and that division is far greater than what everyone else sees. Now you have that 1% attacking the rest of the country, which has nothing. They don't feel they have a future anymore. The economy is dead. The sanctions are too harsh on them, and they have no way of having a future. This is why this has happened.
Thank you. Go on, Jabba, because I want to give it to a new person. Amir wants to go as well, new Iranian.
Give me like 20 seconds after Jabba. Literally 20
seconds. Okay. I'm straight to the point. Don't worry. Mr. Thank you for that. Honestly, that was a very good perspective. I think you were very eloquent in explaining that to the best that you can. I will say that I am seeing your point of view as an Iranian. Of course, I've spoken to Iranians. I know there's different viewpoints among the Iranians. So I empathize with your situation, right? Because I come from a country where I feel like we can have things better and what have you. So I know the situation that you're in, right? But there's always a bigger picture. And sometimes it's very hard for people to look at that when they're dealing with things. But in the grand schemes, like I understand from perhaps the Iranian government could do better in how they're governing the local population. I'm not going to disagree with you there. I'm sure there's hell of improvements that they could do with that. I wouldn't even put it past. I think you're probably right in that regard. But when it comes to the bigger picture, is you're talking about nuclear enrichment, uranium enrichment, stuff like that. You understand? From a geopolitical perspective, it is in the benefit of at least one country, like Iran, to have nuclear weapons. It is because if they don't, then that means that the entire region is going to be on their knees to the United States, to Israel, the UK, and that's what's been going on. You got these foreign powers come to the Middle East and exploiting the oil resources, right? And they're using the power to enforce it. You understand? So Iran, they don't want Iran to have that. They don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons for that reason. There has to be one country, at least one country, that can resist that. Then people can, could get put in place, and that's what happens. That's why North Korea did it. That's why Pakistan did it. India did it. That's why these countries did it. You're saying, oh, we shouldn't do that. Okay, you don't want to be enough, but Iran has been the only country in the Middle East that is capable of even getting to that point, which is very difficult. Most countries are not able to create nuclear weapons. Iran, because they're so smart, they're so, like we got a 5,000-year-old civilization. Brilliant, we got top scientists. They're a very intelligent country, and that's why they've been able to get to that point where they didn't even get to that point. So if you're capable of getting nuclear weapons, and you're one of the largest oil reserves in the world, and you're in the hotbed Middle East where everyone's trying to get access to,
10 seconds, 10 seconds. I gotta give it to you people.
Okay, so this country has to take a responsibility step. That's all I'll say.
All right, cool. Dr. Shah, you got 20 seconds, and then I gotta give it to Amir.
Yeah, okay, so the foreign intervention argument falls apart as soon as the IRGC brings in terrorist militia proxy forces to suppress its own people. So I don't want to hear anyone talk about why can't we have foreign intervention coming and just taking up the supreme leader.
Thank you.
That's 10 seconds. The other 10 seconds I want to talk about is you need to kick Hamid out because number one, he's calling Mystic whore 3-4 times.
I kicked him down for a reason.
Second of all, he said to Einaz, I will rape you. Mystic will attest.
Yeah, I kicked him down. He's not coming up today.
Kick him out of the room. He is the type of person to rape.
He's an old person. He's an old man. I leave it there. So you can listen to the content. That's part of
rape.
I know. I'm not excusing him. I condemn what he said.
Report him if you'd like. But
yeah, you can just report it if you like.
You're not gonna control this.
Because I want him to be able to listen to your voices and other voices. So before Amir goes, there was a coup that was done back in 1953 with Dr. Mossadegh, and what he did was nationalize the oil because British were stealing the oil, and apparently they always take it out of context. And every time I've spoken to people that support the Raza Pahlavi, they do revisionist history, and it bothers me. So I'm saying. And Dr. Mossadegh, as far as I heard and I kind of read into it, I think he was a decent human being. That's what I can tell you. And because the British kept on stealing the oil, you can't steal the oil from Iranian people. It's wrong. So Amir, go on.
Thank you, Amir, and sorry for the disturb the listeners. Thank you for talking about Dr. Mossadegh because I wanted to talk about him. Because unfortunately, you left guys don't know about the history and say something completely wrong. Dr. Mossadegh wasn't take down with the coup d'etat. He did the coup d'etat. First of all, because the king should select somebody as a primary. Then he said go down, he should go down. But he said this is a Friday and this is a holiday day and you cannot take the power from me. Before that, he said we don't need parliament, and he's cancelled the parliament. He's how can I say it? He's a Democrat guy. This is a laughing. Another thing, you said the thing happened about the Iran oil national day. This is the thing. Unfortunately, again, the left said Iran has the oil of the Kuwait, Venezuela, UAE, and Iran. And the thing British cannot support is to give us the exact share we have. And for that reason, how is the benefit for us? We cancel the company, we take Iranian money, we take the HSBC bank from Iran, and after that, everything fine. And now he's become hero. This is a funny story.
All right. Who else wanted to go right after Amir? Amir, are you done? You want to speak more?
Can I add something very quick, like 30 seconds?
Sure.
So I want to say, like Hamid in the chat room, brother, chill. Like, I understand you're not happy. I'm on your side, but by like kissing your fellow Iranians, that doesn't make it right. Please don't do it.
If you don't want somebody like Khomeini come again, please read a story, and after that talk with the fact. Read what the Mossadegh do, read about the Bank of Tijarat, read about the Bank of the HSBC, and after that come and tell me this is not true.
Bro, if speaking Farsi is very, like, makes you more comfortable, please speak Farsi. I'll do the translation.
No, this is not a Farsi room, Baba. Baba, this is not a Farsi room. Come on, man. You know this, I know this. Amir, did he nationalize the oil, Dr. Mossadegh? Did he nationalize the oil? It's just a yes or no question. Can you please come off the mic, Amir?
Amir.
Amir.
Can you come off the mic? Do you have my voice?
English, please.
Do you have my voice?
Yeah, now I can hear you. I'm asking you, did Dr. Mossadegh nationalize the oil?
No, the king of Iran do that.
Oh, okay. You see, what you're doing is revisionist history.
No. Read the history.
It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous, Amir. You should be spreading this propaganda.
Look, Amir, that night, if you remember.
1951, Dr. Mossadegh was the one that actually nationalized the Iranian oil industry.
Yeah.
Please tell me about the Iranian and British.
Amir, she's the Iranian.
I know. Please tell me about the company that called Iran and British Oil Company. Tell them about that. After that, you see what we lost in that moment. What we lost in that.
Amir, can you provide me sources that Dr. Mossadegh did not nationalize the oil? Can you put it in the chat, please?
No, I said he done it in the government of the Shah.
So he did do it. Dr. Mossadegh did nationalize oil, right?
Yes, but that's
So you were saying, hold on, you were saying something else earlier, but Dr. Mystic came in and corrected you.
Sorry?
Dr. Mystic came off the mic and she corrected you.
No. I said the Shah is doing that because it was in the government of the Shah.
It was Shah doing it, not Dr. Mossadegh.
No, because look, in the history we are talking about the.
Why don't you give credit to the people that actually deserve credit? Like Dr. Mossadegh is the one that did it.
Look,
why do you deny this fact? Like, do you hate Dr. Mossadegh?
Just a minute. If somebody do something, for example, in the United States, okay, the Trump do something, you are saying the Romeo is doing that or the Trump doing?
Oh my God, Romeo and Juliet. He brought up Romeo and Juliet now. Who's Juliet in the story?
Oh my God.
I think he means Rubio, but it's
Rubio.
Rubio.
Yeah, he's talking about Rubio.
The Trump is doing that.
Okay, I think you can have the mic, but by the way, guys, I want to give you guys a heads up. Disclaimer, Amir spoke some bullshit in my face. I cannot believe this, what he said about Dr. Musaddad. Go on, Kay.
But I corrected him. So you guys can read it in the chat.
Thank you, Dr. Musaddad.
Well, one thing that I do see in we Iranians, we really need to work on that. Whenever we believe in something, whenever we like something, we justify it by depending on sources that may or may not be true. If we say 40,000 people, we have nothing to prove it. We have Mehrad on the other side that is really bad. Like, we are heavily biased, unfortunately, on both sides. We have to stop that, guys. That's all I wanted to say. Heavily biased.
You missed out on Dr. Shayan. He was keep on fighting. He's providing me sources out of nowhere. 40,000, 50,000. I was in a shock. This is okay. I think you're a sane person. Look, I respect you a little bit more now. No matter what they say about you other spaces, no matter what they say about you in other spaces, but I have respect for you. I think you're an honest person.
Let me tell you a fun fact. I go talk to people who are pro-regime. I go to their room. They are all 100% sure that I'm an activist against the regime. Then I go into the room of the people who are against the regime. They are all 100% sure that I work for IRGC. Okay, go on.
All right. Thank you. Lord, that is blasphemous to call you Lord. I'm going to call you Sabir. Sabir, do you want to speak? Sabir?
Yeah. No, I'm just gathering information right now, you know what I mean? But I ain't blasphemous because I'm not the Lord, I'm just a Lord. But you know what I mean? Right now I'm just, you know what I'm saying, learning.
Okay, I hear you, bro.
And you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I'm not going to come in and be disrespectful, right?
It's good. It's good. You got to read the rules. And, you know.
Yeah. You know.
Talk about okay, let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you a question related to American, the American thing. Do you support America to do the attack in Iran as an American?
Before I answer that, I'm going to say, I'm not really educated too much on what's happening in Iran.
No, you don't have to be educated. You want your country, tax dollars, going to...
I'm going to answer that, bro. I'm going to answer that. I'm just letting you know for understanding. I'm not really... That's why I'm here. I'm letting you know why I'm here. I'm not really educated on what goes on.
Can you just answer the question, bro? Respectfully, just answer the question.
So, if there's people that's in here who is from Iran and Israel, that means...
You're not answering the question. Can you answer the question, bro? The question is for you is, do you support your tax dollars going to do the attack? Usually your tax dollars being used to attack Iran.
Yeah.
Just a yes or no question. Just answer yes or no.
It is what it is, man.
I don't even know, bro. Oh my God.
Yeah, man. You know that's God's plan, bro. What you gonna fight, God?
Oh my God. And do me a favor. Eat your food in the audience, bro. Don't chew your food. You gotta close your mouth and chew your food, man. I can't believe this. What kind of people are these? Don't know anything about America. The tax dollars being used. Welcome, Reek. Actually, I wanted to give this mic to Yashar. Yashar, did you want to say something? I haven't heard you speak.
Hi guys. Yeah, I'm here. Hi guys.
In a bit. Yashar, go on.
Hi guys. This is the first time I'm talking in English, but I just wanted to I want to say my point. First of all, I mean, the coup is from the bottom to the top. Whatever was it, it wasn't a coup. Because the king at the time, they could appoint a prime minister and they couldn't dismiss it. It was the right of the king. And the other thing I want to tell you...
From bottom up, you said it was from the bottom up. What do you mean by bottom up? Can you elaborate on that, please?
For example, the army coup against the prime minister, against the king. It never called king, for example, dismiss any prime minister or something
but
like that.
But the big question, did Dr. Mossadegh nationalize oil? Did he do that?
Yes.
He did. So my focus is on how he was toppled, how he was, involved, and he sounded like a, decent person, right? I kind of read into it. So would you say he was a decent person, Dr. Mossadegh?
Yeah, because he was a PhD at the time. He was a PhD at the law, and as a prime minister, he nationalized the gas, the oil in India. That's true. But the name of dismiss him, it wasn't coup. It was the king has right.
It was dismissed.
Yes. The other thing I want to tell you about the MENA school. There are lots of programs. There are lots of good days in the schools, in the hospitals. They use the people as human shape. If you go and see the PS 572 Ukrainian flight,
What was Operation Ajax, Yasha?
Sorry?
What was Operation Ajax? You said it wasn't the coup, right?
Yeah, it was.
It was Operation Ajax.
Let me finish first. After that, I answer your question. The Islamic Republic always use people as human should. Right now, if you see the videos, because if you see, it was a war when they shot the Al-Assad, I think, Al-Assad base in the U.S. because they wanted to avenge the Qasem Soleimani. They shot down the flight with 176 people inside it. For 3 days, they hide it, and after that, they couldn't hide it anymore. Because they used that one. And if you see, if you're looking for the amount of the dead in Iran, I find out, I learned yesterday, three people of one family of my neighborhood, they got killed in the protest. It was a machine gun. My mother talked to the mother of those two guys and her husband, and they said we were all of them over there, and they fired at us with the machine gun. And it was, if you see the people, if you see the massacre in Iran, there is no anyone who has to announce the amount. The government. The government, they cannot come and say, we killed, I don't know, 40,000, 50,000, 70,000. Very, very bad news is coming from inside the country. Very, very bad news is coming from inside the country. It was a huge massacre in Iran. It was very big massacre in Iran. And unfortunately, this thing, after bringing down this regime, the total amount is going to be, and we will see how many people got killed in the street in few hours, in 2 nights. It wasn't even in the daytime. It was at the night, maybe in 10 hours. They killed lots of people. Believe me, I mean, it was a huge massacre. I put 2 sources over there. Some sources, they say 36,500. Some sources, they said $30,000, 30,000 people. And you can see the sources, but there is no, to be honest, there is no any exact amount of the people that killed in the street.
So you said it wasn't so can you tell us what was Operation Ajax about?
What's Operation Ajax? I don't understand what you say.
Okay. So you had Dr. Muhammad Mossadegh, right?
I don't want to go back to the history. I tell you something else. For 47,
hang on, Yashar, because look, what you said, I like to correct you, and I need to correct you. Because it's very, look, I have this problem. Kay just said something as well, that there is a problem amongst a lot of people, not just your community, my community, people from all around the world, right? Some people, to fit their narrative, they do revisionist history. And this is what you do, this is what you did. So Operation Ajax, I'll actually read it out to the whole room. Dr. Mossadegh, right, Muhammad Mossadegh, Iran's democratically elected prime minister, who nationalized the oil industry in 1951, was overthrown in the 1953 CIA M16 backed coup, Operation Ajax, orchestrated by the US and UK to protect Western oil interests. If you want the sources, I'll provide the sources in the chat. And I'd like you to make sure next time, respectfully, make sure you quote it right. It was a coup, all right? Otherwise, what you're doing is you're spreading propaganda. Respectfully, okay?
I just correct you. I said that the name wasn't coup. It is what dismantle of this case. The name wasn't coup, okay? Because the coup always going. I want to tell you.
Actually, about Operation Ajax.
Wait. I want to tell you.
You didn't have knowledge about the Operation Ajax.
Maybe I don't know, but I will study about it and I will answer you.
Thank you.
But I want to tell you another thing. For 47 years, this regime chanted death to America, death to US, and you here today. We are ready to fight with them. But they didn't even build a shelter for their people. The government who wants the war, who shared the war with the US and the Israel, they wanted to rid of Israel. But you see what's happening? They don't have any shelter. And if you see the people, I see the video, I see the video beside the Iran. The people enjoy of bombing the base of the IRGC. I can put up here, you can see in the chat room. You know, that's why
do you understand? Do you understand how wrong it is with that statement you just said?
Why?
People are celebrating or not celebrating. You see how wrong it is with that statement? So let me ask you this. People in Gaza, were they celebrating when they were getting bombed?
The people in Iran, most of the people inside.
Your occupation, hold on, Yasser, your occupation 47 years old. Palestine occupation was over 70 years old.
I don't talk about Palestine. I'm talking about.
No. I'm just letting you know. You see how wrong it is with that statement.
It's anyways, because I'm Iranian, I'm connected with the Iranian people inside and outside in the diaspora. I see the people inside Iran. They asked us from outside because it was a blackout in Iran. They asked us just go to the protest and call Trump to come and help us. The people inside Iran, they asked us. That's why you see the huge protests in 3 countries.
Okay, can you just tell us what was Operation Ajax about, and then we can just move on. I want to talk to Tommaso as well right here, because Tommaso apparently...
I'm sharing what Operation Ajax was, and I'm people read in the chat. It's just so people know what it is, okay?
Thank you for helping, Dr. Mistek. Appreciate it. You want to ask something? I wanted to actually ask some questions to Tommaso here, really quick. Flashes, I'll give you the mic, brother. So Tommaso, can you please elaborate? What is a genocide? What is massacre? Is it a genocide that happened in Iran, Tommaso?
Okay, I can elaborate. Well, to me, it's crazy how.
First of all, are you Iranian?
No, but I have Iranian friends, and it's crazy how you point fingers to Yashar that he's Iranian. And you should know better than you. Are you Iranian?
I'm going based off history.
I think you are.
When I talk to people, I like to go based off history. I cannot accept facts. Accept bullshit. I have a problem accepting bullshit. The brother didn't even know what Operation Ajax was, and relate to Dr. Musaddiq. So go on, Tommaso. What is was it a massacre? Was it a genocide?
It was a massacre in Iran in the last days.
What was the number? What was the count?
The count goes from 40K to 50.
Where did you get the count from?
I posted all the links and all the sources. One is from the Times, one is from the Guardian.
Is it verified?
Do you think that the Times is not verified?
The Times of Israel that I posted is verified.
No, is another link.
The Times of Israel that I posted. Hold on. The Times of Israel. It's verified from the Human Rights Organization that actually has the names and everything to it. My question again to you. Wait. Okay, can you provide me the list of 40,000 names? Go on. I actually want to question this whole narrative. When I debate the Zionists.
The Palestinian killed.
Yes. IDF confirmed it. Would you accept IDF confirming 70,000 killed? IDF is confirming it. I'll put the link in the chat. If I give you a link that IDF confirmed 70,000 killed, would you slap yourself in the face? It's up to you. I'm ready to, because I debate the Zionists all day long, every day. And I'm really good at it.
So you can
I'm really good at it. I could slap you with intellectually, the evidence. I have a lot of evidence. And I've debated the Zionists for a long time. Okay, I'll put the link in the chat.
I'll put the link. I already put the link.
IDF confirmed 70,000 killed. Okay.
And I can put you the other one from the Guardians.
Okay.
So like the Supreme Court.
Guys, we don't know the exact number. I hope everyone understands. Oh, I'm Iranian. I'm telling you, we are only estimating because of what we are seeing. And what we are seeing is when you see a fort. Okay, maybe you guys can use this since you guys won't say that we all like to use ChatGPT. 40-foot containers, 40-foot containers just brought into one area. How many bodies can it carry?
Okay. Well, that's just a guessing game. That's a speculation.
Exactly. So
thank you, Dr. Mystic. Look, now I have a lot more respect for you. You're just like Kay. I like that. You see what I'm saying? You and Kay, I think you guys are both on the right side of history. But as soon as you don't support somebody that's like we'll talk about Reza Pahlavi afterwards. So Tommaso, I put the link in the chat.
I put my link in the chat.
And yours is not confirmed. Mine's confirmed. IDF acknowledges my number. Are you gonna? So what do we do now? IDF. Do you know that IDF has each and every person's name that lives in Gaza? Did you know this? It's called every single, because that was part of the occupation when they left in 2005 in Gaza. Okay, so we can talk about the facts. My question again to you: how is it not a genocide? You wrote a whole bunch of bullshit in the chat. I can give you B'Tselem. That's an Israeli human rights organization. Physicians for Human Rights Organization. That's another Israeli source. UN said it's a genocide. HRW said it's a genocide. Amnesty International said it's a genocide. More than 2,000 scholars that said it's a genocide in Gaza. Omar Barto, he's an Israeli Zionist Jew, genocide study scholar. He said it's a genocide. ICJ has a case right now against Israel for committing genocide in Gaza. ICC said Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. Yoav Gallant was a former Israeli defense minister wanted by the ICC for starving children and starving people in Gaza. So can you please tell us, is your source, is it confirmed? Because Dr. Mystic is Iranian. Kay is Iranian. They both are saying it's unverified.
But first, also it's crazy because the Palestinian, I used to support Palestine. Now I don't think anymore because I think it's too political, it's too religious. And also, don't you think it's funny that while they kill Persian people in the street, they left in silence all around Europe and USA. And it's also really funny because now is the right wing to support the freedom of Iran. And now people from Palestine are silent. So if
do you want to know why they're silent? I'll give you the example.
Okay.
You have Reza Pahlavi supporters. I'm in Los Angeles, by the way. I live amongst the Reza Pahlavi supporters. Okay, in Los Angeles, what these folks are doing, they're protesting against the Iranian government while waving Israeli flag. I am anti-Zionist. Do you understand what anti-Zionist means? Anti-Israel. Okay? Me as an anti-Israel, pro-Pali, is not going to go to a protest where they're waving pro-Israeli flag.
And why don't you start a protest without the Israel flag, perhaps?
Without the Israeli flag?
Where is like the pre-Palestine for Iranians, perhaps?
Provide me a protest where they're not waving Israeli, where they aren't waving the Israeli flag.
You have to write.
I'm in Los Angeles. Find me a protest. I'll go.
You can create it.
No. Organization. Which organization?
It's crazy.
All these organizations. Hold on. All these organizations, people that live in the diaspora, majority of them support Reza Pahlavi. And do you know what Reza Pahlavi stands for? He supports Israel. He recently went to the wall to pay respect to the wall, and he's asking America and Israel to attack his own country. If you look into the definition of a traitor, that's literally, no offense to anybody, that's literally a definition of a traitor.
But the point is that in our democracy, anyone can create an organization.
Which democracy are you talking about? Where's the democracy?
Like Europe, US.
In America, it's not democracy. Who told you it's democracy? Okay, did you read the Constitution, by the way? So you haven't read the Constitution. You haven't read the Constitution of the U.S., right?
So you say that you can protest.
Did you read the Constitution of the U.S.? That's a yes or no question.
No.
Okay, you haven't read it. Do you know that slavery is still practiced up to today's date? This is the problem, man. When people come up here, especially there's a lot of people, they don't have any fucking knowledge about American history. America was built, by killing Native Americans that lived on this land. They're indigenous to the land, enslaving black folks. Women didn't even have the fucking rights until 1920s. Go look into the history. I would suggest you, tonight is the night you should go open up the books of American deep dark history. Otherwise, I don't think you should open up your mouth.
So you say that in the US you don't have the right to
Can I talk to Tommaso for a second?
Yes, Kay.
Tommaso, listen. Let's play a little game here. Let's say people of Sudan ask for IRGC to help them. They beg IRGC, please come bomb our country so we are free. Okay?
About that.
No,
I'm talking about the USA.
Hold on. I'm not finished. People of Sudan are assumed under brutal regime that is killing them left and right, that is massacring their people, and IRGC is going to help people of Sudan. You're asking them. Would you have sympathy for people of Sudan? Would you? That's a simple question.
I would have sympathy.
IRGC is going to help them, not that. IRGC is going to help them. IRGC that massacred your people.
No, I would have sympathy if no one else would support the.
So you would go to the rallies that they have the flags of IRGC. You would attend those rallies?
No, but I would create my own protest and say I support this without them.
No. There is a rally that everybody's going.
I won't go there. I create my own rally, and I can do it because
hold on.
In the US you can create your own protest, and you have the freedom of.
Tommaso, get real. You talked about creating your own rally as if you're boiling a couple of eggs. It's harder than that.
I know it's harder, but you can gather around the people. You can advocate for your own party.
Understand people? No, hold on. By this example, I wanted to show you when we have rallies with the Israeli flag in our hands, that's how people feel about it.
You can the way party and say, okay, we have.
It's not about
all the organizations come to the square with the Iranian flag.
You're not listening. When we have Israeli flag in our rallies, right or wrong, people would lose interest to support us.
And you, as Palestinian, can do your own rally.
I'm not Palestinian.
Not Palestinian, like you support the Palestinian cause. How many causes are supported by Palestinians?
He's not getting the point.
Now, the people that support Free Palestine
Tommaso,
he's not getting the point. So
Tommaso, how does that make you feel? You're from a country that wasn't it involved with the Nazi regime?
Yes.
How does that make you feel? Do you feel bad for the Jewish people?
Yes.
Okay. So would you say Holocaust was a genocide?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know? You weren't present over there. How do you know it was a genocide?
Because it's documented, because there is Auschwitz, there are documentation everywhere of what happened.
Nuremberg's trial happened, a lot of shit happened, a lot of witnesses, and we have a lot of testimonies and whatnot. You agree? Yes. There was victims were asked questions. So victims just like in Iran, victims were asked questions and whatnot. The victims would speak from their own perspective, opinion that yes, I've seen a lot of people die, this and that. But the problem with the Iranian thing is it's the numbers we don't know, it's unverified. Okay, but we have to depend on organization. And then inside Gaza we have organizations. We have Israeli organizations confirmed. We have IDF confirming 7,000 killed. We have names of every single person, 70,000 that was killed. My question again to you, Tommaso, how are you coming to this conclusion that it's not a genocide in Gaza, and you want the pro-Palis? This is why a lot of pro-Palis, they're not able to support. I don't mind supporting my Iranian brothers and sisters. I want them to have their freedom, but at the same time, a lot of these Reza Pahlavi supporters, they supported Israel. They stood with the enemy that committed genocide in Gaza. It's all connected. It's like triangle. You see, do you understand that? It's like triangle. You're supporting Israel, right? Because you want freedom, and Israel wants Israel. You're begging Israel to attack your country, to topple your regime. That same regime is responsible for killing over 70,000 Palestinians. Me as a pro-Pali, if I go to the protest, it means I am supporting pro-Israel, which I hate. I hate this fucking genocidal entity called Israel that is responsible for committing genocide since 1947 up till now. And that is the root of the fucking problem. It started a war with Egypt in 67, started a war with Jordan, occupied land, colonized land, stolen the land, not giving it back, and freaking it's built on Jewish supremacy. And if you want to hear from the anti-Zionist Jewish, I have somebody that comes in here. She was born and raised inside Israel, and she's anti-Zionist. You can listen to her, and it can tell you every little thing about what's wrong with the state. But apparently, all of a sudden you're like, it's all political, it's all religious. It has nothing to do with religion. That's what you want. That's what they wanted you to believe for the past 40 years. But anyways, it's your opinion. You can keep it like that. If you want to debate on the Zionists, I can probably cook you. With a lot of the Zionist talking points. And I know every single talking point that they have in the history. And related to Iran, the matter is complex. The reason why it's complex, I agree, people died. Even a single person that died, I feel bad. It's wrong. I condemn it. But at the same time, what's happening, the Zionists, they're pushing this fucking narrative behind. What they're doing is they inflated the fucking number so high, up to 50, 60, 100,000, where all this attention is on IRGC, and removing the attention from them that they have committed genocide in Gaza. Do you know right now what's happening in Gaza? They did a full blockade. There's nothing coming in, no aid coming in. They closed up the Rafah border crossing. And they closed up all the borders in the West Bank. There's 920 motherfucking checkpoints in the West Bank. And 1,000 gates were installed in areas, villages, whatnot. And it's an apartheid system, literally in the West Bank. 2 sets of laws for 2 groups of people. If you want to dive into the history of Islam, I can teach you about pretty much everything, and I'll provide you sources. Okay. I don't think you know. But anyways, Yashar, you want to speak? Go on, Yashar.
Yeah, you asked us why we raised the Israel flag, because it was the only country who helped Iranian people. Maybe you don't believe it, but the Iranian people across the board, they believe Israel and their friend, not the government. He was the only one who killed Khamenei. You see, the people start dancing, even inside the Iran, when they heard the Khamenei is dead. That's why the people in the protest, they raise the flag of the USA, they raise the flag of the Israel. We Iranians believe Israel is the friend of the people of the Iran. If you like or you don't like, I don't know. But this one is the real of the Iranian community.
You're not Iranian, bro. Period.
I'm Iranian.
I completely disagree with everything else.
Yeah, I'm not South Korean.
You may be from Iran, but you're not Iranian, dude. Shut the fuck
up.
up.
Hang on a second, brother. Hang on.
You see,
so Yashar, do you
just
support?
something.
Okay. Let's go over the questions. Do you support America and Israel attacking your country?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's attacking.
Why don't you move to Israel?
Rescue.
Just move to Israel.
Rescue.
Move to Israel, Yashar. Yeah.
Okay, next question is very clear. They just bombed a school in Iran, right? It was about over 130 children dead. My question to you: do you condemn Israel for this?
I can, yeah, sure. But you know who is at fault? They are going. I told you they are going and put the base, the military, in the schools, in the hospital. There are lots of groups. There are lots of groups coming from the Iran. They put, and this one, if you see at the map, this one it was exactly back to the military base. But I'm Iranian. I know the fact in Iran better than everybody. All the Iranians, they know about it. I don't say 100% of Iranians they support this one, because of course Islamic Republic has their fund. They fund. And if you see how the way they treat the people, they mocking them, they're yelling at them, and always they have this treat to the people. We are living with these people for 47 years. For 47 years we live it. You know, after sanction by the Obama one week after sanction, they sent $90 billion Obama by cash.
Who put the sanctions? Who put the sanctions? Who put the sanctions? Who put the sanctions?
It's not the court. Let me finish my
sentence. My question to you: who put the sanctions? Who put the sanctions?
U.S. What was the reason?
Okay. You put the sanctions. Okay.
What was the reason? They occupied the U.S. embassy.
Yeah, I know. U.S. embassy hostages. I know.
Sorry to interrupt. $90 billion in cash.
Yeah, in cash. In cash. And what happened to the Iran? After sanction, everything Obama. It was a deal. What happened to the people of the Iran? It was better for them? No, it wasn't better for them. Nothing was better for them. All of what they have done, they send the money to the proxy, to the Hamas, to the Hezbollah, to the Houthi. They send the missile for them, and nothing happened for the Iranian people. Even it's not getting even a bit better their life. And this thing happened. It was a protest. And after that, the protest extended. It was by the call of the Reza Pahlavi. Millions of people they came to the street, and you see what happened. And you will see it. After when the session get done, you go on a monologue. You go on a monologue. It's a Q&A. It's a back and forth. It's not a freaking monologue. Okay, it's a dialogue. You understand what a dialogue is? It's a back and forth. Yeah, dialogue. And my question again to you is who put the sanctions? Was America, correct? Or was the West? Yeah? America, yes. Yeah. Now, with the sanctions, what comes with the sanctions? Does you're gonna have economic crisis would happen, right? Because of the sanctions. You agree? It was economic crisis. Yeah. Okay. The money, the inflation would happen, right? Because there's a problem with the money. Everything. Yeah. And then people will start to suffer. Yes. Okay. Now people will start to suffer. You have question me. I told you. Hold on. You cannot question me. It's a dialogue. It's a dialogue. I tell you one thing. I didn't say. Oh my God. What was the reason of this sanction? They occupied the embassy of the U.S. Hold on. They got the hostage for 444 days.
Did they not return the hostages?
They got the hostages. They occupied the embassy.
That's occupation. Yashar. U.S. has a bunch of different embassies, lands, and whatever throughout the time. Okay. Yeah. They've killed Native Americans on America. That's how America was established, enslaving black folks, taking away women's rights. Dude, you know how the black folks were treated? They were treated like shit. Do you know they even introduced drugs into the black folks area? Did you know this? Isn't that crazy?
No, you are right. These facts, I got these facts. I'm with you.
This is the problem. Look, Yashar, you cannot deny that the sanctions was the number one problem. You cannot deny that.
It was the number one problem. What was the reason of this sanction? I tell you, but you don't want to accept it. When this one happened, even in the war between Iran and Iraq, the U.S. intelligence, they gave some information to Iran before occupying the embassy. And after that, when they occupied the embassy, the sanctions started. That's the fact.
All right. How did you want to engage with him? Because he's killing my brain cells.
Yeah,
so I want to, hang on a second. I want to give disclaimer, guys. What we're hearing from Yashar, this is, taking us into the Reza Pahlavi Delulu lane. We don't know this position that he's holding. You can't even question it. It gets dismantled within 2 seconds. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Yes, Hadi, go on.
Yeah, Brother Amir, thank you. As an Iranian, I can tell you that Yashar is just a typical emotional Iranian who's tired of the 47-year sanctions and economic strain that the West has put on Iran. Oftentimes, when you just question them basic things, they either draw blanks or just can't process things. Like, Yashar, I'm just going to ask you straight up. You realize Iran was a democracy under Mossadegh, right?
I don't want to go back to the history.
No, let's go back to the history so you understand how stupid you sound.
I think he didn't even know it was Operation Ajax. It was a coup.
Iran never had a democracy, even in the Pahlavi times. Okay.
Mossadegh is before Pahlavi.
Dictation. Mossadegh it was at the same time as Reza Pahlavi.
It was before Pahlavi. They installed Pahlavi after the coup. You see, Amir, he just asked. Didn't I predict this?
When he was prime minister.
Amir, didn't I predict this was going to happen?
No,
I know.
When he was prime minister.
Mossadegh. Yeah.
Who appointed her to be a prime minister?
You tell me. Go ahead.
I asked you. Who?
No, go ahead.
I asked you.
But at this point, I'm quizzing you on your history because you're speaking.
Who appoint Mossadegh to be a prime minister?
Listen, I was quizzing you,
and
now you're quizzing me. Go ahead, you tell us. You seem to know everything.
Doesn't it the word start with M, Yashar?
Muhammad Mossadegh, even when the Reza Shah.
No. I'll give you okay, M-A... What's the next word? I'm giving you hints now, right? Come on. Guess, let's guess. Let's guess together. M-A-J... What's the next three letters? Go on, come on, yalla. Come on, rápido. In the Spanish, we say rápido, quick. Hurry up. Okay, well, you said who appointed Dr. Mossadegh. I'm giving you hints.
Mossadegh,
M-A-J...
Mossadegh was appointed as a prime minister.
Who did it?
Mohammad Reza Shah. What are you doing?
Oh my God. It was the Majlis. Oh my God, you got this wrong. You didn't even know Operation Ajax happened. Oh my God, no.
You see?
You lose that, Oh my God, you lose points. Your points are going down, man.
Yasha. You know, Mossadegh made one mistake, dude. Do you want to know what that mistake was? He trusted America.
Yep, he trusted America. The United States of America.
Guess what happened to him? Oh my God, there was a coup, Operation Ajax. So now they get rid of this guy, right? And then they put the Pahlavis, the guys that you like that are holding Israel flags and dancing around.
You forget what's happening in Iran today, and you go back.
He's gonna do what about this?
Something more Let's focus. I want you to follow me. I want you to follow me and see the pattern.
Focus on Dr. Mossadegh. Yes,
Something happened 70 years ago, and you want to deny what's
going on. Oh my God. SubhanAllah.
Don't worry, we're going to get there. So now Mossadegh is gone. So who puts Pahlavi in power?
Who was it?
Who took the cookie from the cookie?
America.
Damn it. Yeah. Okay. And then you go look at the BBC interviews and the 60 Minutes interviews with Shah Pahlavi, right? And he starts criticizing Israel. He starts nationalizing the oil and the resources. And what happens to him?
Say again.
Pahlavi comes in power, right? And have you seen the interviews of him being critical of America and Israel? Have you seen those? And it's in English. He's speaking proper English, right? And he's saying the Jewish owns the media, the banks, the politicians, and he no longer wants to. He wants to nationalize the oil and stop having America colonize Iran. What happens to Pahlavi afterwards?
He nationalized after that. It was a conflict in Iran, and after that they dismissed it by the head.
And where was Khomeini at this?
America.
Where was this evil Khomeini? Where was this?
Let me
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And after that, Shah with the help of the U.S. and America, they come back and they dismiss it. And after that, the story. What's your point?
Okay, so where was Khomeini when the Shah was overthrown by Iranians by protest? Where was Khomeini?
He was in I don't know, in Iraq.
He was in France.
Yeah,
he was in France for 13 years, right?
And after that, it was a conflict.
Okay, and then who flew Khomeini back to Iran and gave him the country?
They say it was a Guadalajara conference. They say everything happened over there. France, U.S., England, all the countries.
Great. So the West interfered. With Iran, right?
Yes.
And they got rid of the Shah that you love, right? What did the CIA say about Khomeini? They said he's going to be a minor nuisance. We'll get rid of him. So then guess what? The same people that put Khomeini, the West that put Khomeini, they then gave weapons to Saddam Hussein. And for 8 years, Iran went into war as soon as Khomeini.
Yes,
right?
exactly. Even lots of countries they help.
So are you starting to see the pattern? Who is lobbying for regime change in Iran again? Go ahead.
People of the Iran, they are the main.
No,
people of
the Iran. No, people of no.
You see, even you as a pro-Palestinian, okay, you're just mocking the people.
I'm not mocking. I'm mocking.
You see how to talk to the people.
Yashar, listen, brother, I spelled it out for you so you understand. I spelled it out for you so you understand the people that want to destroy your country are the people you want to do a regime change, and you're still not understanding.
Maybe this thing, even this revolution didn't happen to Iran. This regime.
No, it doesn't. It was never about Islam. It was never about the revolution. It was about being America and Israel's bitch. That was
it's about the bigger fight between America and China. They don't want to be the Iran is
your country. Your country is the most important country in the world.
Right?
Yes, of course. Listen to me. Iran strategically is the most powerful Middle Eastern country on the planet. And let me tell you, Yashar, you think that if they put Pahlavi or if they change the government, they're going to release the sanctions and our people are going to start prospering again, which I would love for that to happen. But God gave me a brain. And I know the same motherfuckers that ruined my country 3 times over are going to make sure Iran never has a leg to stand on again. They will split Iran up into 6 different provinces and states, give it to Baluchistan and Pakistan, Kurdistan, and they will destroy your country before they let Iran ever stand up for itself again. But you don't understand that. You keep thinking, you hold Israel flags and dance around when Ali Khamenei dies. You're not understanding how powerful Iran is, not just from a geographical perspective, not just from a military perspective, but the spirit of the Iranians is something so powerful that none of these Arab countries have the spirit of the Iranians. They don't have our heritage, and they don't have our courage, and they don't have our intelligence.
Let's give a question right here. Can you please stop? Is it true, Hadi? I cannot really verify because I'm not into the media. I don't trust the media and the news. To my opinion, all news are fake, so I don't trust them. Could you please tell me, is it true that Iranian government has killed in the ballpark of 30,000 protesters in the last year, or is it not true?
This is propaganda.
No, wait. No, I need a clear answer because
you want me to give you a clear answer? The IRGC has come out and said we have collected a total of both protesters and non-protesters, meaning government people, of 700 people that have been affected by the riots, and we welcome everyone else to bring their ID numbers. No, don't interrupt me. I'm answering you. Don't interrupt me. I'm answering you. Don't interrupt me. I'm answering you.
Okay.
They said we welcome people to bring their ID, their Shanasname, with the numbers and register the deaths. Guess what? There isn't 30,000, there isn't 10,000, there isn't 1,000. And for you to speculate that the Iranian government can and has the capacity to kill 30,000 people in less than 2 weeks is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I said 30,000 because the rumors were
30,000, yeah. You think that 2 weeks, 30,000 people dying in the country is really stupid.
So wait. Give me a second. You gave me a clear answer. Wait. You gave me a clear answer.
I think Kay wants to chime in as well.
Hold on. Wait.
I didn't speak for too long.
I'm not holding on. Wait. He just said that his government has killed, affected being killed or wounded, maimed, otherwise. So basically, how many people did the Iranian government kill in the last year of the Iranians? 700, right? Okay.
No, the Iranian government didn't kill 700. I said the casualties of the riots on both sides is 700. Meaning that police officers have lost their lives, governments have lost their lives, innocent civilians that weren't part of the protest lost, and protesters lost their lives, and Mossad agents lost their lives as well.
Hold on, Hadi. We gotta stop that. Hold on a second.
No, we're not gonna stop this. The problem is that
Hold on. You don't know what I'm gonna.
It's all people.
You don't even know what I'm going to say. Did I say what I'm going to stop? Okay, hold on. We gotta let our brain work, not be carried away by our emotions. Hadi, the Iran foreign minister himself said 3,117. And the names have been released, and you're saying 700. The HR Harana has 7,500 people verified. That's what we know. So I hate it when people who are pro-regime downplay, even the government itself is saying 3,000, you say 700. And then people on the other side say 40,000 without showing any evidence. Please stop that. That's what I wanted to say.
No. I wanted to say, to make myself clear, the government that kills its own people, government that kills its own people does not really, is not allowed to exist.
I want to hear what Ilyas has to say. Ilyas, go ahead.
I think Hadi is absolutely wrong here. And the problem with Hadi's line of reasoning is that it clearly, like, if you're actually paying attention, it clearly has like many presuppositions. And the most fundamental presupposition in what Hadi is saying, if you were actually following his pretty nonsensical claims, is that he is presuming, and there's this pretty clear assumption, that there is an ontological possibility of the Pahlavis actually understanding an intellectual point. Yeah, so that's an obvious contradiction in terms.
So, what's up, Ilyas? Long time no talk. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
I think Hadi should stop making these nonsensical points, to be honest.
So, no, I mean, we have to deal with this with the Pahlavi supporters, you know?
People is not allowed to exist, you know? We may be as good as we believe it is, still. It should be.
What are you on about, Astro? Like, what are you saying?
I'm saying that if the government has killed 700 people, no matter who.
Yeah, and you support genocide. You support genocide.
No, I'm not rooting for genocide. I'm not rooting for genocide.
Of course you're rooting for genocide. You're rooting for someone to come into power. Yeah, so what moral legitimacy do you have? What moral legitimacy do you have supporting someone who goes and kills and stands with the killer of millions of children? You don't have any legitimacy. You don't care about humanity. What you care about is OnlyFans twerking. What you care about is OnlyFans twerking. Just say that, bro. Just say you don't care. You don't care if people get genocided. You don't care if the whole reality gets destroyed. All you want is your hoes to twerk in the middle of Tehran. That's what you want. Just make that clear. And at least I would have respect for you. I would respect you as a man, that at least you're honest. And there were people I was talking to yesterday and a few days ago, and they were honest, mashallah. Like, they were actually good and they were honest, and they said, see, we don't care about Palestinian children, we don't care about Sudanese children or Afghani children or Pakistani children or anyone in the world. What we care about is we want our matcha latte and croissant and twerking in the middle of Tehran. And that's a respectable stance. That's what I call a man. So at least your women are more honest and more masculine and more clear and more consistent in their approach than you guys. Be clear, bro. Just say, we want to align with the Zionist type.
Ilyas, you haven't talked to the women, the Reza Pahlavi women, the supporters? You haven't spoken to them?
No, I haven't talked to them.
Hi, Amir.
Hey, what's up, Gary?
Hi, can I ask a few questions and you can throw me back down? Because I'm curious to know. It's a big room. You guys seem like you guys know what you guys are talking about.
Yes.
So I'm kind of confused. The news is showing that the Iranians are happy that the supreme leader was killed. there's people dancing and stuff like that. But at the same time, I do see that people in Iran are mourning him as well. I'm kind of confused.
It's 3 Iranians, 6 opinions. 3 Iranians, 6 opinions.
And I'm also wondering, they were saying that 100,000 people were killed, but then I hear that that number's false, that not that many people were killed. So I'm kind of curious to know more about those things that I just asked.
Okay. I'll respond to really quick, and then I'll give the mic to somebody in here. So there's multiple organizations that reported the numbers. The Iranian government said 3,000. There's a human rights organization that's based out of the U.S. that said 7,000 plus. And there's Iran International, which is a Zionist source that says 36,000. And I myself, I kind of agree with the 7,000 one. The numbers could be up, I don't know. But even a single person died, it's a big thing. You see what I'm saying? But the 7,000 one, they're claiming that they have names of every person. It's run by some human rights organization that's based out of the U.S. So, I'll go with that number. Now, everybody in this space has a different position in relate to Iran. My position is you should not allow America, or, you should not be begging America or Israel to do the attack in your country, because as an American, my tax dollars are being used. Plus, it's basically a traitor asking a country, a genocidal country like Israel, or America that has, killed millions and millions of people all around the world, to come in and attack your country, Iran, and topple your regime. And that could happen, right? They could divide that, like what Elias was saying. They could divide the nation into 6 parts, 5 parts, 4 parts, and that could, and not to mention, America is training a Kurdish group on the Iraqi side. They want them to come across the border and try to topple the regime from within, from inside.
So,
you see what I'm saying?
So Amir, who is it that wants America to?
Just to add on,
who is it that wants America to intervene?
Terry, just a second. And America doesn't do anything for free. They do everything for interests.
What is America's interest here?
Elias, you can jump in, or somebody can jump in if you guys want to jump in. America's interest is regime change. That's what it is.
I'm just curious because I keep hearing like a million different things.
American interest.
The American interest is to overthrow the only government in the world that is standing up to Zionism, that is lobbying against Zionism, that is building proxies against Zionism to fight Zionism, not just with these mere words and these mere slogans and these dances, Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. No, actually doing stuff. The only government in the world that's actually facing Zionism in the way it is faced, in the voice of violence, in the shape of violence. Because the language that is understood by Zionists is nothing but the language of violence. That's what.
But that doesn't make it good people. That doesn't make it good people.
No, you are
that
not
doesn't make who good people.
All of it.
That doesn't make.
Yes, K. None of us are good. You are
no. Then what kind of is good? Like which government is good?
There is no good.
What is good? What's a good government?
You are evil. I am evil. You are living in a country right now which is supporting genocide, and you're fine with it. So let's not talk about this morality bullshit. There is no morality in this world. There is no morality. Everyone is evil. Ali Khamenei is evil. Netanyahu is evil. Trump is evil. Who is? Yes. This is true. This is the truth. Face it. So all of us are evil. Let's not pretend that oh my God, enough humanity. No, you're gonna say you.
You
Astral would literally bomb 1 million people if you gave him a.
Okay, I think, thank you, Elias. Sorry, I muted everybody. Hang on a second. I want to give it to new people as well. I want to hear from another Iran. I think Kay is a person as well. Kay, do you want to respond to what Kerry was asking?
Kerry, Iran is existential threat to Israel, and America wants to support it. I have almost the only new TV program that I always watch is the presidential debates. I have watched 5 presidential debates since I came to the US. The only question that Republicans and Democrats are exactly on the same page on every presidential debate it happens. The presidential debates in the last stage that we have one Republican, one Democrat, are asked, what do you do if Israel is attacked? And each and every time, both sides say, we do whatever we can to support Israel. You can go look it up in the internet, don't believe me. So they are after their own interest. That's for sure. So now we have America that is after his own interest, Israel after his own interest, and Israel has a track record of genocide in Gaza. And the IRGC has its own track record. So people of Iran have come to the conclusion that we have 2 evil. This evil is less evil than the evil who is governing us. That's the whole story.
So I see. So I want to ask this too. I'm so sorry. So I see that there are Iranians that want to change, and the ones that don't want to change. How do you see the difference? Like how do you differentiate which group of people wants it and which one doesn't?
There are people who are pro-government that are estimated, we don't have any academic or reliable sources, estimated to be 20% of the population. That they want it.
That's living in Iran that wants them to change. Are you talking about the 20% of the Iranians that live in Iran want to change?
No. 20% want the current government to stay in power, 80% don't. But as I said, those are from, because the Iran government itself doesn't produce these surveys. The government has been asked, okay, why don't you put a referendum? Let's see how many people want you. And they never agreed to it. And it's clear, they don't agree to it because they know they are going to get very low numbers. Did I answer your question, Kerry?
I mean, you did, bro, but it seems a little confusing. I mean, but if you ask people even in America who they want, I mean...
Let me tell you something. I didn't want to say this. This really breaks my heart.
Yeah.
My uncle was a Basiji who went to war voluntarily at age 19. And voluntarily, he was in charge of a machine gun. You know, in the front line, if you have a machine gun, you're asking for it. Because when they attack, you would be the first one they want to kill. He fought them bravely and lost a leg. And never bragged about it. Every time I asked, Uncle, are you not sad that you lost a leg? He said it wasn't a party, it was war. I went to defend my country and I'm proud of it. That's it. Nobody owes me anything. And my uncle wants Israel to attack Iran, wants America to bomb Iran. The guy who went and put his life in line for the country. That's pretty sad.
So your uncle was a low intellect cannon fodder sent by Imam Khomeini to die for
No. Okay, Elias, you have shown, you have proven to everyone that you don't have that many functioning brain cells. I think everybody in the audience knows that. Also, Hadi, who said 700 people, hold on, like hold on a second.
You're citing Western people, Kay. You're citing the American government.
Somebody.
Calm down when you're talking. Why are you so
hold on a second.
Calm down. Mic at a time. Let's do one mic at a time.
I see the stupid people.
No, you're too emotional. You can't see what's happening in front of you.
Hold on.
You're too emotional.
The foreign minister of the country himself, Abbas Araghchi, said there were 3,117 people who got killed in the protest, and you say there were 700. That's how your brain works. So I'm not
I mean, just
justifying
because
you,
you
but
say it, I haven't verified anything. So go ahead, Kate. Where's your source?
Paul Boone said Abbas Araghchi.
I haven't seen it.
He
Go ahead and pull it
called.
out.
Of course.
The government did release 3,000 numbers, 3,000 and some change.
1,000. 3,170.
Last question from Kay.
Sure.
So he says his uncle want America to bomb his country, right? Right?
No, he didn't say that. He said
He said that.
he said his uncle was serving in besieged forces in Iran, and he was like the front man with machine gun.
Right.
That's what he was saying. He said when you're out there in the front, you went to war. Yeah.
Yeah, and they lost the war, and now his uncle wants the Western power to come to his country and bomb the shit out of the military power, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now when you say that, you have to tell us, the whole audience, right? You have to tell us, how is that winning on your uncle's side?
Because he thinks that we have a small evil and we have a big evil. So he's betting on the small evil.
Who's the small evil?
The small evil is Israel to him. He thinks that he has a better chance of survival. He has a tiny chance of moving toward prosperity if Israel and US top of the regime. With the current regime, he sees no chance.
But your uncle, but your uncle, let's give a context to your uncle's background.
Sure.
Your uncle has fought with these resistance in the war, right? And he
Not
knows
resistance. He went to war, the war between Iran and Iraq.
But he fought for his country, right? So he was resisting Iraq's
He fought for
oppression. Yeah.
Yes,
so
exactly.
So he knows that Iranian, the victory in Iranian state victory is framed more in terms of it's not more for a what do you call it?
What is your question?
It's not Iranian victory against United States or Israel. I don't think it's not frame. It's framed less than in terms of conventional military power. It's more like resistance and strategy and legitimacy.
What is your point? I'm not getting it.
My point is that your uncle you're telling a lie here. You're not being truthful with your uncle's experience. Because obviously your uncle fought alongside with these
So you called me, you just called me a liar.
Yes, because that's what it shows. You're lying because the military is not about.
How did you come to that conclusion that I'm a liar?
Because what you're saying does not align with the Shias in Iran. So obviously either he's not a Shia.
Who said my uncle is a Shia?
A lie.
Who said my uncle even is religious?
But he fought along the Iranian Shia men to oppress or
he fought for his country.
Iraqi.
He fought for his country.
His uncle was just cannon fodder, man. That's it. That's about it.
Yes.
I don't know why are we caring?
So hold on.
His uncle was just an average.
You just called me a liar without showing any evidence or proof.
I'm calling you a liar based on what you're saying to the people.
Okay.
You're making
How did you come to that conclusion? You
said your uncle fought in war against Iraq.
Yes.
And obviously these men that he fought with, that were his friends against Iraq, they were religiously motivated. I know that for a fact.
Religiously motivated.
Yes.
A foreign country attacks you, and if you go and face them, it is religiously motivated.
Yes, most of the Iranian soldiers that fought against Iraq.
Most.
Given jihad.
You're saying, hold on. You said most. Most is different from all. Do you understand that?
Yes, that is different, but most is a significant number.
So
that
most people, hold on. Do you understand the difference?
No, you're trying to put 0.1% of a person's opinion over 99% people's opinion. So you're being insignificant. What you're saying, your uncle's experience or what
you
he
call
wants
my uncle
does not
a
represent
Shia
the entire Iranian.
without even knowing who he is. but I said nothing about his religion.
I don't know why the conversation is being about your uncle. Like, bro, your uncle.
Okay, you guys are good at claiming without showing evidence.
Hang on a second. Zari, do you agree there's a lot of Iranians that left Islam?
When you say a lot, can you say that in terms of numbers, like statistical numbers, so we know how significant?
Look, I don't have the numbers, but I believe.
Okay, don't say it.
Hold on a second, Zari. Oh, no, I'm going to open my mouth. Okay? There's a lot of Iranians that left Islam, by the way. A lot of them.
Please state your facts.
And I don't think it's a small
number,
by the way. Look, you're from Afghanistan, right? Respectfully,
and you're from Saudi Arabia.
I don't really give two fucks. I don't care about any of these fucking countries. Okay, I'm not nationalistic. My question to you again: do you know that there's a lot of Iranians that left Islam?
Please state your facts. I believe.
Okay. I'll give you an example. You see the guy Taco up there? He's very pro-Pali. He's a hardcore pro-Pali. He doesn't believe in Islam. He's from Iran. Okay, and he's against any country attacking his country. Okay, Mazi on my right, he believes in Shia Islam. Okay, and I'm sure Ilyas knows Mazi, right? We have what's the other guy? Kay, he's from Iran, but he doesn't believe in religion, right? There's a lot of them out there. You don't believe in religion, right, Kay? There's a lot of them out there, right? Forget about this app, even in real life. There's a lot of them. They do believe in religion. There's a lot of them that don't believe in religion. You see what I'm saying? And some of it has to do with the regime. Some of it has to do, I don't know, maybe. And you do know that there was Zoroastrianism inside Iran as well, right? So I don't know what to tell you, man.
If you don't say numbers, I'm just
you were in Iran.
Not listening.
I can't. Look. You want me to give you that Zionist survey? I can give you a Zionist survey. Kay gave you a Zionist survey. But it's from Gaman Institute.
Anyway, I just want people to know that
Iranian. Hold on.
Their victory is freedom.
Have you ever been in Iran?
Take power, and they're more in terms of resistance.
You call me a liar, and you don't feel sorry for that, okay?
No, I don't.
Without having a strong evidence. Okay, fine. You can say any stupid thing that you want. That's fine. But go in Iran. I don't know if you're Iranian or not. Just go to the mosques. They claim 98% of the people, 981 out of 1,000 are Muslims. Go to the mosque and see how many people you see there.
Okay,
not that many.
What is your point?
My point is, when they count the number of Muslims, they count me as a Muslim too. They force us to write, what is your religion? Islam.
I mean,
if you don't,
you live in their land, you practice their culture, you speak their language, you eat their food, so obviously they're going to count you as their own. If you want to move out to America, then you won't be.
They already did move out.
You can't force your 1% view on 99% of people's practices. You can't. You're trying to oppress the entire country.
Iran? Have you walked in the streets of Iran?
Let me ask you this question, Zari. Do you support the Taliban?
Do you support ISIS?
No, I don't. Do you support Taliban?
Do you support ISIS?
No, I said no, I don't.
I don't support Taliban.
Okay. Just like you don't support Taliban, these folks, they look at IRGC worse than Taliban. They don't support IRGC. What do we do about that?
What is your point? I don't get it.
No, look. You can't force somebody to. You gotta, believe in him and do this. You can't do that. Just like you don't support Taliban, they don't support IRGC.
Yeah, and these motherfuckers can't force their 1%
Can I butt in real quick, guys? Can I butt in real quick? Yes. Shah, you from Afghanistan as well, right?
Yes.
Okay.
With your question,
do you support Taliban?
I don't, but I understand. I look at it this way. I live in America, right? So at first I didn't support the Taliban, but if I look at it this way, the Taliban, at the end of the day, are from that fucking land. They won. The people, majority of the people are happy, at least now, because there's no fighting. Until a few like last week when with Pakistan and shit, that's a whole nother story. But the majority of people, at least Afghanistan, and now, I don't agree with they don't allow women to go to school. There's things I don't agree with with the Taliban about that. But at the end of the day,
the majority of the people in Afghanistan are happy. Like they used to Afghanistan when America was there, 90% of the opium in the world. Now they're not even producing less than 5% because the Taliban shut that down. Yes, there's things the Taliban do bad, but there's a lot of things the Taliban are doing good in Afghanistan. Now the same thing
I heard recently that
I just want to close my points before people.
I know IRGC. The majority of the people of Iran, if you guys do not, or if only you guys are watching, just fucking listening on Clubhouse, go on Twitter, go on social media, you see the millions of people that are out right now supporting the IRGC, supporting their country.
Nobody's saying that there's no support. Hold on, Zari, hold on. Nobody's saying that
everybody's not going to be happy. It's like America.
Shut up. Nobody's saying there aren't any millions of. Kay just told you 20% out of 90 million. 20% is millions and millions of people. It's not a small amount.
We don't know. I mean, we don't have an exact number of how many.
We have the stuff from the mainstream media, but we don't have it from inside Iran.
Okay.
If you support the IRGC, then you support the fall of the West. Essentially, that's what it comes down to. That's what I say.
Okay.
This room is getting dumber by seconds. I just want to finish it.
Coming from a 18-year-old girl, go on.
Basically, Kay.
You were right.
If you want,
since you showed up, it's getting dumber and dumber. The more you open your mouth, this room becomes dumber and dumber.
She makes no sense, man. No logic in her argument.
Yeah, let me just finish. Basically, Kay is not even Iranian. I don't know where he's from.
Okay.
The whole
Iranian just say assumption. Okay, go on.
Resistance. And even if you want America to come bomb your country and kill everyone, it's still
I work for Mossad, Larry. I work for Mossad. I was born and raised in Israel.
Listen, you don't fuck. Like, America will not be successful at getting rid of the ideology of the regime. Do you understand? Like, even if you fail.
Yeah, I have seen stupid people like Elias and Hadi, but Zari has moved the boundaries of stupidity. Thank you.
Anyways, I think just don't get to call people stupid.
You are literally the ones supporting like.
You're dissatisfied with the way the 1%, the oligarchs of the West have absorbed money, finances. The cost of living is a massive problem in the West. If you look at the property to own a home is very difficult. There are a lot of people who would be interested in seeing the downfall of the West in order that it may be reorganized, at least a replacement. This is an asymmetric war. We're talking about regime change at the level of Iran, but there's a global regime change which has the potential here. And if you are Muslim and you want to see the West fall, then in my view, it is necessary that you support the IRGC. If you want the West to succeed and to bring back Reza Pahlavi, then you obviously hold the other view, which is to bring back to Iran the days of bikinis and water skiing and leisure, but only for a select few. So essentially, everybody here makes their choice, which way they want to go.
That's true. But at the same time, fascists, do you think there's a possibility where they can maybe America at one point they might realize that we messed up. They might come to this conclusion, let's make a deal. Because I don't know if you guys heard the foreign minister of Oman. He said that they accepted the terms and conditions coming from the U.S. about the nuclear, right? And and all of a sudden you see Israel doing the attack. So basically, America and Israel did Iran dirty. And since they did dirty, and now Iran is trying to, is doing them dirty by bombing everything that comes in from that Hormuz, and they're just going after everything, everything to do with American assets in the Middle East. And I think America is going to lose that hegemony in the Middle East.
Yeah,
Yeah, possibly. I think it's a conspiracy theory that Trump is somehow manipulated by Bibi into performing this act of war. I think America will have its own objectives. I think it's convenient at this time for Trump to agree with Bibi's requests. So.
Yeah, but what about if it's not a request? What if they have something on him? Because look, 7 times he came to. Do you know he's the only guy that came to the White House in 1 year like 7 times or 6 times. Yet the regular people can't even see the president, the pedophile that he is.
I've heard a conspiracy theory that there is something in the Epstein files which incriminates Trump, and he's using this war as a distraction. I don't think so. If I look at his other geopolitical objectives, whether that's Canada, he's expressed interest in the state of Canada, he's expressed interest in the state of Greenland. These are European assets. These are European, by European control. One way through Canada via the Commonwealth, and obviously Greenland by the European Union. So, if these are the overarching objectives, then the situation with Hormuz is convenient for the United States. So we would see a situation where Trump would accept Bibi's request to invade Iran on the basis that it provided a blockade, and that blockade was sufficient to cause the Commonwealth and cause Europe problems. This is why I keep coming back to this. I don't think the United States really cares about regime change in Iran. I mean, this is evident. They are not putting their own troops on the ground here. They're sending in, firstly and foremost, Kurdish secular fighters now are moving in on Iran. This doesn't speak to me that their interest is regime change.
Is that confirmed, though?
Is that confirmed? It's confirmed. It's confirmed. They're on the ground. They're on the ground in Iran.
How is it confirmed? Because the last I heard, they rejected the plan from Trump because they got screwed over by the U.S. at the time.
That's what I heard.
It's been hotly debated. I consider this a war crime, and I give my reason for why I consider this a war crime. Because bringing Kurdish secular soldiers into Iran is a religious basis for their. See, ideologically, these guys are opposed to the religion. They look like Islam. So they want to stand. So they're happy to go. So the Kurdish soldiers are happy to go. We rid the lands of Islam as their underlying philosophy here. Right? Now, this is what is counterintuitive about this, particularly, is that these Kurdish secular are arguably left-wing progressive people. They're not even Trump supporters per se. They would, if you took them to the Western world and you put them into the Western microcosm or the Western bubble, then they would not be Trump supporters. But what they have is a common enemy, and the common enemy is Islam. So I consider it a war crime because the situation in Iran now is not a religious problem. It is a financial, economic problem with the blockade of Hormuz. So why would Trump's objectives be to send Kurdish secular into Iran? It seems to me that the objective here is to create more chaos within Iran itself. As I refer once again to the above ground subterranean nature of the way Iran is currently divided.
I would like to make a comment, 2 of them.
Real quick, and then you could go, Edward. I'm going to pose this question to you, Edward, and to, I forgot who was speaking. I'm sorry. Who was speaking?
Fascist?
Fascist. Okay, so these Kurds are coming from Syria and Iraq, right?
I think just Iraq.
From Iraq, yeah.
Okay, so they're entering from the northwest, and then what's going to happen when they encounter the Kurds of Iran, which is a massive amount of them? Like, because they're not going to see eye to eye. The Kurds in Iran, for the most part, are loyal, or they don't want, they don't want.
They don't want people to invade them.
No, that's not true. The Kurds of Iran are aligned with them. And
the Massa Mute and the
No,
Kurds.
that's not true either. No, Ahmad, no.
This move is not consistent.
I'm from a Kurdish city, bro. I'm from a Kurdish city.
All I'm saying is,
I'm from the biggest Kurdish
all I'm
city
saying
in
is,
Iraq. It's not true.
I'll just answer your question quickly. All I'm saying is this move to bring Kurds into Iran is not consistent with heralding the return of Reza Pahlavi, the king, to Iran. It's not consistent.
Right. I didn't think it was. But yeah, I didn't think it was.
Quick question: haven't the Kurds been fighting for independent Kurdistan forever?
That's not linked to Iran specifically.
No, but
that's
if Trump
and they're not one people.
Carved out place, would that motivate them?
Well, if they had a carved out place, which they do in Iraq, and so this is why it's highly unlikely that Iraqi Kurds would decide to leave their quasi-government that they are building just to fight a war with a nation that they have nothing in common with. Kurds from Syria and Kurds from Iraq, they have a different dialect. Culturally they're Kurds, but they have different cultural norms.
Different religion?
Norms. Is the religion different?
I mean, the Kurds in Iran are many of them are Shia, and there's some Sunni.
Oh, okay, yeah, there you go. It's different. Yeah, I mean, they're not one people. This is one of the issues with the Kurds not being able to get a nation of their own is because they're not one people themselves. You'd have to have like 4 different Kurdish nations. But regardless, I mean, fascist does make a good point. The U.S. did try to get the Kurds to fight. Now, the Kurds in Iraq, who are building and Iraq has allowed them to build their own sort of nation within Iraq. It's governed by Iraq, but it's still, they have their own passports, they have their own airport, everything, autonomy.
It's a US manipulated state since the fall of Saddam. We've had all of these years since the fall of Saddam. We've had them raising secular Kurdish.
We have Kurdish. The Kurdish in Iraq are stable and have land that they can call their own, a system of government that they can call their own. Why would they throw all that away for the U.S. who has screwed them over many, many times in the past? Not just the Kurds in Iraq, but in Syria, in Iran, everywhere.
They would believe.
I think
no, they wouldn't.
And I'm telling you, if you read history for the past few hundred years, the Kurds, unfortunately, always fought with other people. They never fought for themselves. Like for the Ottomans, for the Qajari dynasty.
I don't think the Kurds right now in Iraq that have, what they've wanted are going to.
They don't have what they want.
They do.
No.
Consider the position.
Wait, hold on, fascist. Okay. Hold on.
And then after fascist answers, I have a question for Fire. Go ahead.
So yeah, So the Kurds in Iraq they have something, something that they believe is valuable to them that they don't want destroyed. I mean, you can't just overly generalize over 200 years.
Yeah, but that's good enough for them. They want more.
But you're overgeneralizing, which doesn't make sense. It's not logical because the prime minister of these Kurds outright denied that the Kurds in Iraq will get involved in Iranian issues. And why wouldn't he? Because the Kurds in Iraq right now have a pretty stable situation. Why would they want to ruin it for nothing for Kurds that they do not have anything in common with? I did want to hold on. Before you get there, I did have 2 comments.
Damn,
I'm kidding. This is my original 2 comments. Okay, I forgot to write this. 2 things. 1, GPT 5.4 is out, so congratulations, everybody. 2, did anyone hear how Iran launched a strike package, I believe, towards the Lincoln, and the entire strike group had to move back from 350 kilometers all the way back to 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier.
And the Pentagon analyzed this strike package, and it was a deterrence strike package, not a strike package to destroy any American ships. So again, this is Iran controlling the escalation and doing it just amazing, way better than I thought, and it really, it was like these ships were getting a little too close. Okay, let's move them back some, and then go about our business and keep doing what we're supposed to be doing. It was pretty surreal.
Go ahead, fascist. Go ahead.
Let's consider the position of an Iraqi secular Kurd. They are still living in Iraqi hegemony, and as you say, they don't have their own state. So to my thinking, maybe they have more of a globalism agenda. Maybe they think if they do United States, then they will be a party to that global agenda. And perhaps they identify with the globalist agenda because they themselves don't have a state, but at least if they can assimilate within globalism, they have somewhere to reside. Irrespective of the land, perhaps, irrespective of religion.
I have a question for Faya. Faya, do you think that these Kurds that they're getting to come into Iran, do you think it's more like a ideological movement, or it's just, hey, these guys are mercenaries for hire, let's throw some money at some of them and let's get it popping? Like, which one do you think it is?
To be honest, both. Yeah. We all know
the majority
their dream is to have the bigger Kurdistan. And they hate the RGC as well.
Right, and then I'll say one last thing, fascist, then you could go. And then another thing I've noticed is like, so like the Kurds of Syria and Iraq, they have their languages, but they share Arabic. But then the Kurds of Iran don't share Arabic with them, and their dialect of Kurdish is different, and their customs are somewhat similar, but they're also different. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's just a lot it's a lot of complexities to look at. Go ahead, Fat.
Yeah, but that's because the RGC did not allow them to practice their Kurdish heritage and Kurdish language and everything. But now, I know a lot of Kurds from Iran. They're learning Sorani, they're learning to write and read in Kurdish, and they're going back to their roots, to them, and they do want to join. They see the Iraqi Kurds, they're happy with what they're getting, or what they got, and they want the same for them. Not all of them, but
there's a lot, because the overwhelming amount of Iranian Kurds are still very well to the point where they want Iran to stay Iran. They don't want to split it up. Go ahead, Fascist.
I think these Iraqi Kurds would be much more nihilistic, if you understand what I mean by that, with regards to having their own state. I think they would be much more accepting the fact that they are not going to be having their own state. They put their hands up and they've said, we're not Muslims and we dislike Muslims. In fact, we dislike the whole idea of Islamic states, therefore we're opposed to the IRGC. And I think as I previously explained, I think maybe they're hedging their bets.
Where are you getting this? Since the time you came into the room, you keep on making this claim, Kurds are not Muslim. I looked it up. U.S. is backing up Sunni Kurds.
No,
I don't get it.
Kurds in Iraq and are actually majority are Muslim, and they believe in their.
That's what I'm saying. This brothers keep on making the claim.
Yeah, they're practicing Islam more than the Arabs, by the way.
That's what I'm saying. This person, this fascist, he keeps on claiming since the time he came into the room for the past 2-3 hours. They're not Muslim. They're this. Who told you this? SubhanAllah, man. This is why I hate when people talk without the facts.
Well,
Well, I think they are 90% Sunni, but they're
It's a complicated situation.
No, some of them do have that religion that I forgot the name of, but a lot of them are Muslim. What's that religion?
Majority are Sunni, man.
No, I agree with you. Yasanis.
In Iraq, we call them Kakais, but they're the same in Iran.
They have the Kurds that
Aren't some of them Alawites too? Alawites?
In Turkey, yes.
Let me respond to Amir because I want to Amir. Okay, the Kurds in Iraq they are socialist in their thinking. This is the paradox of the situation is that they're the U.S. Ultra-capitalist oligarch style world order, but their common enemy. These are educated people. Like they're an educated group from Iraq, and the Americans have put a lot of money, particularly during the Biden era, into educating these young men, and in particularly educating them in a way, if you can imagine, under the U.S. Democratic influence. U.S. Democrat influence. They're very socially progressive, highly educated, university student types. Okay. From what I gather, their image is one of rejection of Islam and so on.
Wayfan, I
That's your anecdotal experience at fascist. Respectfully, I don't look. Just like the Reza Pahlavi supporters, I would suggest you ask Google Baba how many Kurds are Muslim and what type of Kurds are being funded by Trump. And I would suggest you talk with facts. Otherwise,
Wayfan, real quick, Wayfan, I think I agree with your comment.
Honestly, I agree with fascists because, look, if you study the geography of the Kurds, you will know that these people always resided in the outskirts of every country, meaning they're away from religion, they're away from a lot of things. So there's a high possibility chance that these people are not very religious. If you call them Sunni, you're forcing a religion on them. They have never had like a institutional structure.
Do you want to look at the facts, or do you want to look at the sources, Ari?
Yeah, maybe they're Sunni by
I looked up the sources. I go based on sources.
But their internal core is not Islamic because they grew up away from these things.
But where's the fact? Where's the numbers for that? Like,
where's the numbers going?
Look at Google, like Kurds are
Google says more than 90% of them are Muslim, Sunni Muslim.
It's forced upon them like Iranians.
Before we refer to the numbers, we must first refer to the failed state of Iraq and who has been in control of Iraq for the last decade. And the answer to that is the United States. And we've had a decade to raise children from the age of 13 up to now the age of 23 to being secular and educated and pouring money into their education, because don't forget, the democratic objective of the U.S. Democrat foreign policy on Iraq was to educate the children of this now failed state. And the Kurdistanis who were previously subjugated under Saddam were a particularly selected minority to pump that money into. Why? For this very purpose, so that one day they can be harnessed against the brethren of Islam.
I don't know where you're going with this verse. Yes, sir. Do you mind, providing sources, Precious, about what you said? Yeah, go on, Moria. Moria is from Iraq. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, actually, most of the Kurds in Iraq are Sunni. Some of them are Shia. We call them Fadis. And I want to disagree with Zari when she said you forcing the Sunni religion or beliefs on them. In fact, they might get offended if you call them anything else. Like they say they're.
He's from Iraq, by the way, Zari. He knows more than you.
They say they are Sunnis. Like nobody's forcing anything on anyone.
But can you acknowledge where they come from? Like
I only agree with you. I only agree with you that they are secular, though. They are less religious, but they don't like to be called anything else besides Muslims.
Yeah, that's when secular is okay.
Wait, real quick, hold on. King Ra, hold on. King Ra is one second, Maury, hold on. King Ra, it's funny that the Kurds were bombed by Saddam with chemical weapons. That's funny.
Bro, King is a stupid idiot.
That's funny to you,
bro. Just kick him out of the room. This bitch right here is from South Sudan. I gave him a bunch of facts. He supports Israel. He's a booty clapper for design sympathy.
Please explain yourself, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. The other thing, Amir, I want you to just check this link that I'm going to put in the chat. This is from Reuters. They're saying the first analysis and the first come out of the investigation, United States did the bombing on the school. So just
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But these people, the Rastafari supporters, they're so delulu. Some of these people deny the facts, man.
I mean, it was under investigation the whole time, and this is not the ultimate result of the investigation. This is just analysis and a primary. But Reuters saying that the United States was responsible for that. So
even Guardian is saying this,
right? So if anyone's saying otherwise, it's done now. I don't think so. It's otherwise.
Yep.
I mean, that's good news for you.
No, I'm good. You know, they bombed what's that ship Mazi mentioned earlier? Mazi, what's that?
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. They bombed it. Rabbi, what do you think, fake Rabbi?
You already told me fake.
Well, you are a fucking piece of shit, fake Rabbi that zones around the streets of Israel. Just go on. Screw your bullshit. Go. What's the story?
What's the thing?
Bro, just go. Hurry up. I don't have fucking time for you.
I'm so angry. Well, anyways, key point is Israeli officials announced to the citizens yesterday that in the next 2 days everything will be back to normal. And in the United States and Israel are moving on to phase 2 of the airstrikes, which is dealing specifically with anything to do with manufacturing in the country. So we shouldn't be hearing so many things. And third, which is the most important part, Iran wants to surrender. And so that's...
Can you provide sources, please? Go provide sources.
The foreign minister of Iran literally said we will not have a ceasefire literally today.
Yeah, provide sources, Rabbi. Go put it in the chat.
No, that's correct. It's going to be surrender.
Provide sources, correct? Provide sources.
So you provide the sources for the Abraham Lincoln missile hit?
Yes, I will.
Could you please send
the sources? Yeah, but first you made the claim.
You guys can literally just Google it. YouTube, the foreign minister of Iran literally said today, there will be no surrender. We do not ask for a ceasefire. And they also said, what about boots on the ground? He said, please bring boots on the ground. Put boots on the ground. He's like, we want you to put it on. And he didn't hesitate. So you guys can literally watch these. This was literally today.
Why would you surrender when you're not winning?
Why would you surrender? Iran is winning. Iran will win by next week.
Iran is winning?
Iran is winning.
They don't have any more missiles to shoot down, so they're gonna run out of stockpiles. Iran's been waiting the whole time.
David and Goliath, man.
Okay, can you provide sources, Fred, please? Go and provide sources. Yalla.
I think they want to
provide sources which you made the claim about, Rabbi. Whatever claim that came out of your mouth.
You know what's interesting about what you consider sources?
Provide sources, bro. Go put that link in the chat.
Why are you so angry, bro? Why you not happy?
Just put the link in the chat. You just bullshit. Number one bullshit guy in the fucking app.
Hey, you're actually frustrated, bro.
Hey, Black Rabbi.
I'm sexually frustrated. You're the one that fucking, did what you did with the Zionist Jewish chick, and you impregnated her. Fucking idiot. You claim to be a fucking rabbi. You just fornicated with a chick.
Bro,
you're like a little bitch you are.
You're sexless and angry.
Okay, just hurry up. Put the source in the chat. Otherwise, shut your fucking mouth.
Black Rabbi, I just want to let you
Great conversation on these claims without sources came up. Please, this was great conversation.
Yeah, please provide sources. Come on, provide sources, Rabbi.
Black Rabbi, I just want to.
Then Iran wants to surrender. Go on, provide sources.
Black Rabbi.
And Fred, you too. Provide sources. Otherwise, shut your fucking mouth.
Provide your
And go
fucking
choke on
sources.
that fucking ice cream. Go choke on that fucking ice cream that you were eating yesterday, Fred. Like these people, man, they come up here like out of nowhere. Like they were early on. We had this one girl. We had this other guy denying the fucking the bombing on school, like retards.
Can you make me moss so I can remove them?
No, not in this life. In next life.
You're wasting your own time.
Yeah, that's okay. I like to waste time on these punching bags.
I've seen that video from the foreign minister just open up that link. Look how confidently he says what he said.
Arya, what's your take? Do you condemn the hit on the school?
So I think I condemn attacking school. So I think they.
Do you condemn Israel for attacking the school?
I think they're saying the U.S. is attacking the school.
It's both. It's two in one. Israel and America. Do you condemn Israel and America for attacking the school that ended up killing over 100 girls?
Let's wait for the investigation.
Yeah, come on, hurry up. I want to hear condemnation coming out of your mouth.
And condemn the Palestine for attacking the.
And you opened a new account. What happened to your old account? Did somebody dox you? I think somebody did. It's got to be Fred. He was saying that he's going to send FBI to my address.
Look at the project of the Iran missile launch. It's going exponential to zero. So I think by March 10, they can't even shoot any missile anymore.
You said who can't shoot missiles anymore, Arya?
So look at my profile picture. That's what's happening. That's the projectile of the Iranian missile launch.
Where did you get this statistic from?
Because of the statistic, I got it from a couple of sources, and I'm following.
What is your source? Give me the name. Iran International?
They protect the IRGC organization.
Where's the? Can you put the link in the chat, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I just want to say, like, if America put boots on the ground, they're gonna lose as fuck. Like, it's gonna be Vietnam 3.0. And most of like our American youth soldier, they have autism. And fuck, they're screwed.
There won't be any American boots on the ground. We have the Kurds, and you have another 100,000 Kurds coming over from Iraq.
Yeah, but that's ugly as fuck, bro. Like, who told you Kurds want to fight this war?
But let me tell you something. You have so much hope in Kurds. Like, along with the Kurds will come along the fighters of other nation. They're gonna be like Kurds, but they're gonna fight against America. Like, you're gonna have wolf in sheep's clothing. So wishing better things.
We're there. We're going to break Iran up into three parts.
You know what I would love for Israel to invade Iran. Israel should invade Iran. Like the Israeli IDF soldiers, those guys are such honorable fighters. We should honestly have them invade Iran. So you stick their heads up their ass, every single one of them.
Black Rabbi, I don't know if you're saying these things to give yourself hope, because you're not speaking statistically, you're not speaking with facts, you're not speaking with the correct information. You're just here to make yourself happy, because everyone in this room knows what the future of America is.
I think
and the fucking youth.
I'm just going to say one last thing, because I'm not going to speak for a little while now. So I'm just going to say one last thing. The Kurdish that the United States have been raising in Iraq for the past decade, which they're sending into Iran now, as you say, 100,000 of them. To those Iranians out there, be cautious, because these are going to be clever people. These are going to be ideologically charged towards a certain thing, and presumably that is definitely favorable.
But fascists, I heard that the IRGC has sent out, I think, 50,000, 100,000 to the border.
That's
to
exactly
keep an eye out.
Can I have my opinion on
Yes, Kevin. Yes.
Thank you. So, first off, the Kurds, I don't know about the Kurds in Iraq, but Kurds in Iran are great people, and the 90% being Sunni sounds very, very true, because I served in Kermanshah, which is one of the major cities.
It's 60-40. It's 60% Sunni, 40% Shia.
Well, okay, I'm not sure about the percentage, but sounds
No,
very
you said
millennial.
90. You said 90%.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
So,
sorry.
but
I'm only telling you because I'm from Kermasher. That's all.
okay. Oh, well, okay, you know better. But my take on this ground invasion would be it's not going to be full invasion because they are great fighter. Yes, if America gave them some equipment and money, they will to damage IRGC for sure. But they are not stupid to go full invasion because they don't have that much of a logistic and stuff. I think America's purpose would be distracting some of the IRGC to their, if they go like 20-kilometer line on the border, that would definitely distract IRGC.
Amen. Can I ask a question?
Man, can I ask a question? But you got to look at it this way. The goal at this point is to bring the Arab countries into this conflict and slowly move the United States out.
All right, thank you. We're going down. Who was going to ask the question? Is that a Zionist?
No, it's me down here. But I just want to ask a quick question. This is very educational. I'm learning a lot here in terms of the two sides with Iran. But like about 5 minutes ago, you guys were saying like I think someone was saying like Iran was winning. Some was saying that I think a few were saying they're not winning. So I guess for the people who say they're not winning, well, first of all, are there people who say they're not winning?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll ask a question then. So for the people who say they're not winning or don't see them winning, my thing would be like, this is like I'm just asking just to see what your opinions are. This is just strictly like I really want to know. What do you guys think about like Kim Jong Un stating that basically if there is a direct attack from the states to Iran, that he has North Koreans who do live there, he will also join forces with Iran. What do you think about China who said he's going to?
Girl, what is this? North Korea?
Nobody's asking you.
No, I'm just asking a question in regards to like for the people who say
we hope they join.
Nobody's asking you, Rabbi. Hey, no, Rabbi, nobody's asking you. Shut your fucking mouth.
Yeah, so basically, I just want to I'll finish it. I'll keep it short. China basically stating that Israel basically said that correct me if I'm wrong because some of this stuff is muddled in my mind, but supposedly I guess China is obviously dropping off weapons to Iran in a no-fly zone. Then they also have ships crossing over. I'm not sure it's the Strait of Hormuz, but it's somewhere where Israel made a threat to basically say if they catch a ship of China, they're gonna hit it. And I think China was coming through to give support to the people in Gaza. And basically China said if they were touched directly by any type of military force of Israel, they would obliterate it. What do you think about Spain, who also said that we are not allowing right now currently no U.S. military to touch based on our land to use it for a flight zone or whatever it is?
Can you do one question at a time? You're asking like 5 questions in one question, bro.
Oh, okay, I got you. Basically, okay, I'm gonna sum it up. Basically, what I'm saying is that for people who are saying that Iran is losing or they see them that they're losing, there's a lot of what you see is there's a lot of components in different nations slowly but surely seem like they are not taking the side of Iran directly, indirectly they are. So I mean, for they're not winning. Like I'm just curious, what is your stance on that?
I don't think Iran needs anyone's help.
Hold on, hold on. In certain cases, they're winning. In certain cases, they're not. Okay. Obavia. The cases that they're winning is because they got a lot more ballistic missiles, and America was in a shock that how could this nation attack 4 or 5 different countries where they have the U.S. military assets. They were in a shock. But at the same time, you have them attacking Israel as well, and they did it very good. Like they're very good on timing, and they're not even using their new stuff. They're just getting rid of the old shit that they have, and what they're doing is they're overwhelming defense system. And some of these countries are complaining to the U.S. that we don't even have enough, missiles left, like from the THAAD system or defense system, to protect our nation from any type of attacks coming in from Iran. So America, it's like a slow turtle. I'm an American and I'm saying this. During the last 12-day war, they used up, Israel used about 25% of the U.S. stockpiles to protect Israel from any type of attacks that were coming in from Iran. 25%. Imagine. So if it goes on for like 12, 15, 20 days, and Iran keeps on attacking a whole bunch of these other countries with the military base, whatever, they're going to run out of rockets and missiles and whatnot. I mean, their countries will run, their defenses. So they're just trying to, what they're trying to do is use, get them to shoot as many of the ballistic missiles out of their defense system, where America cannot restock on. And there was even some, I think, who said it? I think Iran even came out and said that we have destroyed one or two of their batteries as well. And those batteries are irreplaceable. They cannot replace the battery. Those batteries, they're bad.
Amir, I just wanted to add something to what you said, which is support. I don't know the name. Again, I come across things and I have a very low level of retention, even though I come across many different things. So I don't retain it. But I do remember an Iranian official stating that they have enough missiles to shoot and to go in full-blown scale. I'll say that if things escalate, they have enough to shoot for 2 years straight. I do remember him saying that.
It's because they've been through a war. They've been producing weapons like in large numbers.
And Amir, I'll just say this is lastly, and that's it. Shout out to you for bringing up that Operation Ajax. I'm surprised a lot of people on this platform who are from Iran are kind of unfamiliar with that. So I was kind of surprised. But wow, that 1953, that 1979, the states have made movies. Some movie called Argo. It actually specifically goes into probably the American side more so of what happened in 1979 when they were trying to take down the Shah and the Ayatollah. I'm not too sure. Khomeini, they all sound the same to me, but I know there's differences. But they rose up. There was a riot, and I think a few moments ago somebody was saying that they want a regime change so that they can have bikinis and become westernized. And I'm like, but that's exactly, being westernized is, I guess, that's not all that what it seems to be. There's a lot of, you know what I mean? There's a lot of
there's a lot of problems.
I'll keep things simple and base as far as what I know, but I just wanted to shout out to you on that. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised to this is a real good platform to see Iranians and people from Iran in the Mideast area, and I thought Iran was totally together and going against the West, but it seems like there's some who, they really do believe that, no, we need a regime change. And I'm like, if you look at the coups that, like you said, the coups that happened with Libya and taking down Gaddafi, and you look at the coups that happened in Haiti with taking down Papa Duck, and then
look at the coup, the Venezuela current
and Venezuela, there is 100% nothing that comes from it good for the country who is in for the regime change at all. I mean, that's basic history. That's not even something to be learned on a collegiate.
Well, Obadiah, can I ask you a question? I see Israeli, picture. Do you support Israel?
So I don't get into that. Nah, I mean, listen, I don't support neither side. I'm just here learning. You know what I mean? But no.
Are you Jewish?
No.
Okay, because I see pictures on your profile. I'm like, do you support Israel? Do you support Jewish?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, you can tell by my speech. I'm not. You know what I mean? That's a different. Trust me, I'm not. No. Zionist or America or this whole war is a lot of people who are not supporting it. You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm just here for educational purpose, but I just got a shout out to you. That's it.
Oh, thank you. Hey, Lula, Sadat, would you like to come up? I know you're Iranian. Would you like to come up and have the conversation about what's happening over there? I like to get new voices in here.
Yes, the only way America can win this war is if they pump up money into Sunni extremist institutions to stop sectarian war. But even that has been destroyed because guess what? The Sunnis are now united with Shias, most of them, at least, what we can see. And also, like in the history shown that Shias fight hard against the Sunnis. Like Iraq and Iran war was like the testament of that.
Syria. Forget about the Syria?
Yeah, so now America has exhausted all its options. The only option is
atrocities that happen in Syria.
yeah. So the only way is to put like boots on the ground. They will fucking lose this shit so bad. It's gonna be embarrassing. It's not gonna be embarrassing. It's gonna like dethrone American power in the world. And then you know what? China and Russia's gonna step in. So for best thing America can do right now is fucking step away from this. Like take Trump off, put another president, and just act like this shit never happened. You know, and then maybe in the future we come up with better ways to beat the Shias. Even then, I don't think they can because they have Messiah.
Amir, in your assessment, is Iran winning the war? Your personal assessment?
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. So some ways, meaning the amount of ballistic missiles that they're shooting, right? They're shooting lots of them at a time. And America is not telling the public at all that there's a problem. There's a shortage of the missiles that go in the defense system. Just look at the last 12-day war. America has a track record of lying to justify war, right? The last 12-day war, they used up Israel alone, used up 25% of a stockpile of the total U.S. The ballistic missiles that were available that go in the THAAD defense system. Can you believe it? Isn't that crazy? In 12 days, it's gone. So, and America cannot produce these missiles. They go in the defense system so quick. It takes them a while, like 10 days per one missile or 20 days or some shit. But Iran, and if you do the calculation, Iran is able to do it like within 1 or 2 days. One per every 2 days, I believe. Or one every 3 days or something. So, these missiles, and then not to mention, they're adding those special warheads where, what are those things called that explode and it cluster, that turns into 6 or 8 bombs. You know how dangerous those are? Do you know it's in violation of international law? But guess what? Iran is not part of it. It's not a signatory to that particular entity. So Iran doesn't have to abide by that bullshit.
International law doesn't exist anymore after what America and Israel's been doing. International law is just baloney.
Bro,
Zadi, you said the Shias are stronger than the Sunnis. Just wanted to tell you the number of soldiers killed in the Iranian-Iraqi war. The Iranians were almost double, if not more, than the numbers of the Iraqi soldiers.
That is the point I'm saying. When it comes to when it comes to Shia, I said this earlier when I came in. When it comes to Shia, you have to understand the religion that they are not there to win. Okay, they can resist your fucking power for as long as they can. They're not about winning. They're not about being this military superior power in the world. They don't want to win. They're gonna resist, right?
No, you said this.
They resist. Listen.
Who told you that they don't want to win? Who told you this?
I know what to do with the religion.
Can you tell me? Can you give me sources? Who told you that in Syria? What happened in Syria? They killed over 500,000 people, 500,000 Sunnis. What are you talking about?
Anyway, my point is like there are people saying like they're not gonna run out of missiles. Like you don't understand. The Shia fighters, they resist. So they can resist this until the day of judgment, and you're gonna run out of missiles.
Nowadays, it's not about on the ground anymore. It's always about nuclear and it's about ballistic missiles. Who has the best ballistic missile ends up winning the fucking war.
How many ballistic missiles can you drop? You can drop like 50.
And don't you go with Shia Sunni bullshit? You have to bring in Shia Sunni. I know you hate Shia Sunni. You hate Sunnis. I know.
Oh, it has nothing to do with Shia or Sunni, sweetie.
Yeah, but the Sunni population, like leadership, most of them, not most of them, just like 95% of them are cowards. And the Sunni world the other day is waking up and realizing their leaders are cowards as well. So the Ummah doesn't agree with their leadership anymore. So there might be
But Shah, can you tell us why did Iran attack Israel?
Who?
Why did Iran attack Israel?
They were attacked.
So can you make the argument it wasn't for Palestinian? It was because
No, it is Iran. It is for Palestine, though.
How is it Palestine? How is it Palestine?
It was okay. Iran has been the only country supporting Palestine. The only reason they're
how is it supported? Can you please tell us?
Let me explain. They support him militarily. They support him by speaking about it.
Who told you that they support him militarily?
They have everything.
Did you see that?
Freedom fighters.
Do you know Qatar? I can provide you sources. Qatar has funded Hamas $1.4 billion.
Egypt as well. And do you know that majority of the weapons used by Hamas were actually Israeli weapons?
Yeah, Israeli, and they come. Ideal soldiers sold them weapons. Do you want the sources?
So Iran doesn't support Palestine.
We didn't say that, but you said the Iranians are the only ones who are helping.
I never said they're the only, but they're in the Muslim world they are.
Hang on a second. I want to explore this. Hang on a second. I want to explore this.
Feeling bad about it.
Shah, hang on a second.
It's hard watching the
Can you please tell us? Hold on a second. Hold on. Can you please tell us how much money has Iran funded Palestinians?
Billions. I mean, I don't have the exact number, but I can Google search it for you right now.
Hold on. It's not billions. It's not you go to my life. It's a dialogue back and forth, right? Taco, your hot mic, bro. Okay. I muted you. Shah, okay, no problem, Kevin. It's not a big amount, and I agree. There's about 5 or 7 years ago, some of the Hamas people got training from Iran, how to make bombs and shit. Iran. Hold on, Shah.
I'm gonna answer your one question first.
Okay.
No, let's go one question at a time because you asked me a question.
Yes.
I googled this. You can Google it as well. I said how much has Iran funded Palestine? Let's say the last 30 years. So this says that Iran funds estimated Palestinian militant groups. Estimate roughly between $100 million to $350 million a year. For a country like Iran that's sanctioned for the last 47 years.
Which source is it?
I just Googled this. This is an AI overview.
Can you put the source in the chat, please?
I mean, I'm on my computer. This is on my phone.
Times of Israel, it reports that.
This is not Times of Israel. This is just...
Times of Israel reports that they funded Hamas and they were behind the 7th October attack.
I'm not saying they didn't.
Hold on, Sean. That's the mayor. I know.
I
know you're very biased, okay? I can provide you sources one after another. How Qatar funded $1.4 billion to Hamas and it was coming from Qatar. Saudi Arabia has funded over from 2000 up to 2020 has funded over $3 or $4 billion to Palestinians. The GCC countries.
GCC for 48, GCC in Iraq, all the other countries for 48.
All these other countries have funded a lot of money to Palestinians. And by the way, Muslim Brotherhood played a role as well, by the way, from Egypt. Yes, Mazi.
By the way, Iran has been training Hamas since before the Second Intifada.
I just said, I acknowledged. I said this, Mazi.
No, you said 7-8 years ago. It's way
7-8 years ago. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 7, 8, or maybe I said more than 7 years ago. That Iran has trained, the Hamas how to make their bombs and whatnot. And the money that came in, I actually listened to the testimony in Arabic from Ismail Haniya and Yahya Sinwar. Yes, there's some money that came in, and it wasn't a big amount. It was less than $50 to $100 million. And I agree, I'll give them credit. But at the same time, Iran right now, when it got attacked, it had nothing to do with Palestinians. The embassy got attacked, the Damascus embassy in Syria. It had nothing to do with Palestinians. I don't know where did you get this Palestinian idea from.
That's the cause of the public. If Iran wanted, right? If Iran wanted when they took over from 1979, if they just decided to be friendly with the West and not stand for the stuff like South Africa, first thing Iran ever did when this regime took over in 1979, first thing they did is cut off all trade, and they used to provide 90%.
Yeah, but Shah, that's solidarity.
No, let me say.
That's solidarity. You're talking about solidarity
Exactly. Maybe not just all money, but also from what their stance is. If Iran wanted the last 47 years, they could have recognized Israel as a state, stand on their morals and what they really believe in, and trade with the United States, with Israel, acknowledge Israel's existence, and we would have never had this problem. Iran economy would have been one of the best economies in the whole world, but no, they said, you know what, fuck that, we'd rather stand on our principles. And that's what the Sunni countries don't have. They don't stand on their principles. You guys do not. It's hard to explain to you guys because you guys do not have the love of Imam Hussein and the love of his revolution in your heart. You guys aren't taught that. A lot of my Sunni friends don't even know who Imam Hussein is, and that's the part that you guys will never understand. You will never understand the love.
My question to you, Shah, I understand. You like to go on a monologue. You go on a long ass fucking monologue, which I don't like to listen, right?
I mean,
my question,
I don't give a fuck, brother.
I give a fuck. I give a fuck. In this room, I'm gonna call you out. What was the reason why they stopped doing it? They stopped supporting apartheid South Africa?
They didn't. They supported it because they cut off their oil trade with them, and after that, they didn't, because South Africa is an apartheid state, and that's why Mandela, when he met Ayatollah Khamenei, he said, "My leader." He loved the guy because he stood on his principles. Because they stand on principle. That's the thing about the Shia Wali. They stand on the principle. You can't buy it out.
So there was no self-interest. There was nothing there. They were just wanting to support the cause.
Yeah, South Africa ain't doing anything. They cut 90% of the oil. They were selling oil to South Africa.
Didn't Iran recognize Israel like in 19?
Iran is never. Go ahead.
Didn't Iran recognize Israel? Let me look up the actual date.
Yeah, before the revolution. They did. The revolution doesn't recognize Israel. They don't. They don't recognize Israel.
1979 or 1980, Khomeini came in the interview with.
He doesn't recognize
it.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, Mazi, if a country
Iran did during the South time.
Hold on, Shah. If the Iranian embassy got hit, it's a threat on a country. It has
I'm not disagreeing with you.
But Shah is making it sound like, it's a Palestinian. That's why they're doing this.
No. Iran has been very patient. Iran doesn't want a war. Iran's been very patient.
The Palestinian thing has nothing to do with Iran getting attacked. Bro, calm down. That's what my whole point was.
No, that's not.
Yes, that is.
No, it's not. That's your opinion on it.
Iran fighting right now has to do with Iran being attacked. Do them being allies of Palestine and being anti-Israel for so many years aid in that? Of course it does.
I know, but guys, what I'm trying to say is, if Iran was like Saudi Arabia, if Iran was like Jordan, if Iran was like these other coward Muslim countries, and just sat on the back end and said, you know what, go ahead, we accept you, Israel, we're going to be your friend, we're going to trade with you, blah, 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 then Iran wouldn't have this problem. Iran would have been in the situation.
Saudi Arabia doesn't have diplomatic relations with Israel.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't recognize.
You're about to do the Abraham.
Do you want to hear what the argument was? Do you want to hear the argument? The argument was because it flew over Kaaba, and that thing could follow on Kaaba. That's why. Anyways, the rocket or whatever, because Yemeni Houthis did shoot a rocket. It went over the Kaaba. That's why they shot it down.
They're not trying to shoot the Kaaba.
Okay.
They're shooting it off.
I said there's a chance of that shit falling on the Kaaba. That's why they shot it down. I don't know about go look into the facts. Go look into the facts. How much money has Saudi Arabia funded? How much money has ask your ChatGPT, how much money did the GCC countries fund?
I just did, but they funded a lot of humanitarian relief and development aid to the Palestinians over the years. It never changed
how much is it?
It said overall, so far they've done over 5.3 billion.
Okay.
But it's 90 million a year. Like I just told you, Iran's been doing anywhere from 100.
Can you please provide
the same fucking source I'm reading on?
Hey bro, you're reading me fucking AI. Provide me the link.
I told you that I'm doing that on my computer and I'm talking to you on my phone.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna provide you source from Qatar.
You can Google this too, brother. You can Google
how much data. I'll read it out to you exactly just like you read it out.
That's fine. So we have to ask ourselves, what does Gaza need? What does the Palestinian need? More money or more military support? This is the main question here. Let's say Saudi Arabia gives them billions. I don't care. If the food doesn't come to Gaza, if they have the money but they don't have the food, if Egypt cannot open the door for food for Palestinians, why do I care how much money you give me? Because I cannot even use it. I cannot buy a weapon to defend myself. Iran is the only one who supports Palestinian military in the last.
Hold on. Who told you this? I'm
telling you.
I'll go provide sources. Yalla, provide sources.
Give me the opposite.
I need sources. I'll provide you sources. I'll provide you sources.
Answer me on this question.
Yes, I'll provide you. Hold on. I'll provide you sources from Qatar that has funded 1.4 billion. Hold on. Do you know that Netanyahu knew that this money is going to be used for military wing of Hamas, Al-Qassam brigades? Did you know this?
Okay, so what is your point?
And guess what? Hold on. Okay, let me finish. Shin Bet, the intelligence agency, warned Netanyahu that this money is going to be used for weaponry. And guess what? Netanyahu allowed the funding, and not every dollar was accounted for. Qatar already knew that this money is going to be used for fucking military, and that's how it worked out. They funded. The money went from Qatar into the hands of Netanyahu. Netanyahu even got the bribe and then allowed the funding to stack up in cash and briefcases. It would get hand delivered in the hands of Hamas.
Okay, so the money goes to Hamas, and Hamas buys the weapon, right? That's what your point is.
Hamas buys weapons from IDF, buys weapons from Egypt, buys weapons from a lot of people.
No problem. So the money goes to buy weapons. Why they didn't give them food? At least. Why did they got them?
This is why they expanded the tunnels. I think you forgot about the tunnels. The tunnels were already there in 2000. They expanded. Hold on. Hamas came into power in Gaza after 2005. The tunnels were already there. They expanded the tunnels all the way to Egypt. This is why Egyptian court came out in 2013, 2014. They passed a ruling that we should blow up the tunnels. The tunnels were being used to, the bring in the stuff, the humanitarian aid or whatever, because of the blockade.
Okay, I want to go to the main point here. I don't want to talk like left and right. You want to prove to me that Saudi is supporting the Palestinian against the Israelis. Is that your point?
Okay, yes. I'm going to put I'm going to go over the numbers now.
No. Tell me, what do you want to prove to me before you give me the numbers? What do you want to prove?
Okay. Shah and Zari, because they come from a Shia background, they're very biased. They made a claim that Iran is the only country. Hold on. Shah and Zari, because they're Shia, they come from a Shia background, they made a claim that Iran is the only country. Okay, can you hang on, please? Can you please mute up, Shah? I'm talking to Hassan now. Zari made a claim and Shah made a claim that Iran is the only country that supports Palestine. I can provide you the facts, the numbers, the financing, where does the money come in every year. They're literally paying the bills of Palestinians, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and all these other GCC countries, and even Egypt.
Okay, you want the sources? I'll provide you sources. Amir, one question. And now, Palestine, are we counting just Gaza? Or are you also counting the West Bank and other parts? Because Iran supported to Gaza. So let's get that straight.
Okay.
Maybe Saudi Arabia is supporting a lot more in the West Bank than they are in Gaza.
Okay. East Jerusalem, West Bank, and Gaza. There's three areas. You understand? East Jerusalem, West Bank, and Gaza. The money that the Saudi Arabia brought in, money would be sent out to the PA, Palestinian Authority, and about $20 to $30 million would go to the Gaza Strip, to pay the bills for the salary and all of these people that work in Gaza.
I would say let the action speak and let this talk go to the trash. That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
This money is worthless if you cannot use it. Are you telling me that the weapons, even Hamas, everyone who fights in Palestine, they are saying Iran is the only support military. Military is from Iran only. Al-Hizb al-Yemen is also supported from Iran. Saudis, you are saying there is no relationships with Israel. They have guests from Israel in Saudi. They are going in the streets, Mossad agents. Even what is his name? Epstein, he was a friend with the MBS. He was a friend. If you want to agree or not, there is photos, there is a proof.
Bro, nobody's saying this has nothing to do with that.
It has nothing to do with Palestine.
Hang on a second. Hang on, please hang on. There is no claim.
Just one thing, Amir. Yeah, just one thing. Awesome. You're talking about Iranians supporting Palestine. Yes, we did not say Iran did not support Palestine, but you're just talking about the last 5 years. What about
47 years Iran supported Palestine. The only reason the Palestine still in existence is because of Iran. Iran has never let that Palestine die.
Who told you that? Go sources. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count.
I see it with my fucking eyes. I'm not lying. I don't need sources for everything. That is Western fucking media that's owned by the Jews who I need to find you a source. I see with my eyes. I see with the blood of the Iranian people now. What are you fucking talking about?
Provide the sources. Go.
Fucking sources, bro. Stick the sources up your ass if you need fucking sources to fucking see what's going on right now in the world.
Provide the sources. Go. I'm waiting. Go.
Hamas, I had to mute him. Hamas has been being trained by Iran since before the second Intifada. So we're talking at least 20 years, at least.
Mazi, did I
No, I'm answering Faria.
No, I didn't say no. I did not say
You said 5 years.
Yeah. The last 5 years, GCP did not support Palestine in general, like they
okay, I misunderstood you. Okay.
Since before the Abrahamic Accords.
So I want to go over the numbers. Let's go over the numbers. Just like Shah read out the numbers, I'm going to go read out the numbers of the GCC countries' support for the Palestinians, okay? We have Saudi Arabia. From 2020 to 2020, 2020, Saudi Arabia 6.47 billion total aid to the Palestinian Authority and related efforts, including $250 million to UNRWA. UNRWA is the organization that was established in 1949 because of the refugee problem, because of Nakba. UAE, significant pledges like $4.2 billion from 1994 to mid-2008, much overlapping 2020. But annual aid dropped sharply through 2019 normalization with Israel to $50 million a year pre-2020 to $1 million in 2020. Qatar, hundreds of million dollars annually to Gaza starting 2014, over $1 billion 2014-2019, plus earlier support like $117 million to PA in 2019, substantial, but mostly post-2010. Kuwait, notable one-time donation, e.g. $150 million in 2000 for Al-Aqsa Fund, and ongoing humanitarian aid, but no comprehensive to 2020, and reported $300 million 2017-2021. This was done by Kuwait. Bahrain, the smaller scale aid, Bahrain cut contributions post-normalization. Oman provided episodic humanitarian support without quantified totals. Context and challenges. Total international aid to Palestinians was $40 billion from 1994 to 2020, with Arab states, including GCC, contributing $8.5 billion in the span. GCC aid often focused on budget support, Gaza reconstruction, Saudi's $1 billion pledge in 2009, and UNRWA, but faced issues like delayed political conditions and reduced flows in later years. So we're looking at about over $40 billion that have come to Palestinians, and that includes West Bank, Gaza, and the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. Now we can go over the what was the other claim? The apartheid South Africa. Let's see.
Most of the people here will support USA instead to support Iran. That's a very mean point to see.
I'm just letting Assam, that wasn't the point. The point was Shah and Zari kept on making the claim Iran is the only country that supported the Palestinians, which is not true. Which is not, it's
okay, let's say other people did, but did they help the Palestinians really, or they just...
Yes, they literally, I just read you over $40 billion and they helped them.
Okay,
what did you Google? Or what did you
believe you
search? What did you search so I can search the same thing you did?
Okay.
Okay, let's get a question here. Would the Gulf have the money to spend this kind of money on Palestinian if they didn't have the relationship with America?
If they didn't have the relationship with America?
Yes.
Bro, it doesn't really matter. Why are you doing whataboutism?
What? Hey, look, this is...
Why are you doing whataboutism? I don't get it. Why are you doing whataboutism?
Let me make that comment. This is the third or fourth time you are telling me that what I say, it doesn't matter. Actually, it matters.
I can't believe this, man. I can't believe this.
Me too.
All right, let's go over what actually happened with the Khomeini parted ways with the apartheid South Africa. Before 1979, Shah's Iran had close economic and security ties with apartheid South Africa, supplying over 90% of its oil in the late 1970s in exchange for military and other cooperation. After Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Khamenei ordered diplomatic relations and oil exports to South Africa cut, turning previous partners into targets of sanctions and boycotts. Core reasons, right? Iran parted ways with the Islamic Republic, framed itself as anti-imperial and anti-racist. So maintaining formal ties with the openly racist apartheid regime, clash within post-revolution identity and rhetoric. Solidarity and liberation movements. Iran began supporting the ANC and wider anti-apartheid struggle, seeing South Africa's black majority as part of a broader oppression camp alongside Palestinians and others. Strategic repositioning. By severing ties and joining sanctions and boycotts, Iran aimed to win legitimacy in the global south and in forums like the UN by standing against apartheid rather than being remembered as Pretoria's main oil lifeline. After apartheid ended, Iran lifted its trade and economic sanctions and reestablished diplomatic relations in 1994, once South Africa held its first democratic elections and formally ended apartheid. Since then, the two states have maintained generally friendly ties with political, energy, and occasionally military cooperation framed as relations between two post-struggle states rather than between a pariah apartheid regime and its former oil supply. So, yeah, they did part ways for the apartheid South Africa, and after the apartheid was done, they did the normalized relationship with South Africa. This did happen. I'll give you credit for that. But when it comes down to the Palestinian, I'm sorry to say, bro, I can't take that seriously.
Okay, and that's fine, but I just looked up. It says that Saudi Arabia gave a lot of the money they did support, but they gave it to the Palestinian Authority. That's not Gaza. That's not like the fighting back. That's the West Bank.
Do you want to ask how much money Palestinian Authority gave to Gaza?
But at the same time, I get it. But at the same time, Saudi Arabia is shooting down rockets. That Jordan is shooting down Iranian rockets. Even before this, they allowed America to make bases in their countries.
That's called whataboutism. I get it. Did I tell you the leaders are good people? Did I tell you this? Did you hear me say this?
That's what I said. I said the leaders are.
We're talking about Shah. We're talking about you made a claim and I debunked your claim by
you didn't debunk nothing.
I just read you for over $40 billion GCC countries have funded Palestinians, bro.
No, that's they gave the Palestinian authorities that. They didn't
I just told you Palestinian authority gave.
Hamas took over Gaza in 2007.
Shah. Okay, can you please tell us where did Hamas win the election?
2007.
Yeah, where did they win the election? Go.
When or where?
Where?
Well, in their fucking country in Palestine.
Which part?
Gaza. That's where.
They won the election in the West Bank, bro. Get your facts straight, bro.
They did 2007. It doesn't matter. West Bank, Gaza. That's where they're from, brother.
Hold on.
Palestine.
Hold on. They won the election. The first time they won the election in West Bank.
Okay, in West Bank.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. In West
When
Bank.
you told him that they give the PLO, he's like, no, they didn't give the
Yeah, I'm gonna correct his narrative.
Yeah, when he said it doesn't matter where.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You see, this is wrong. He's a shapeshifter. They won the election. Hold on a second. Hold on. It's good for the room. The Hamas, they actually won the elections in the West Bank. And guess what? America and Israel didn't agree on the elections. They said no, they cheated on it. Jimmy Carter came in. They did an election again under Jimmy Carter supervision. They won the elections again. And guess what? They were elected for about 6 months a year. Israel got Fatah to fight Hamas. And they fought each other. And guess what? They pushed them into Gaza. They pushed Hamas. They arrested a whole bunch of leaders of Hamas. They pushed them into Gaza. All right, and then that's
okay. So
when
let me
Hamas.
debunk you real quick. I just looked at. So you're actually wrong. It says Hamas won in 2006 Palestinian legislative election and assumed administrative control of Gaza Strip and the West Bank. So technically, we're both right.
They did not win the election in Gaza, bro. In Gaza, there was a majority of them were children.
Gaza Strip and West Bank. I just read it right now.
Oh my God, majority of them were children. Okay, majority of them were children. Majority of them were children in Gaza. Go look into it. They couldn't even vote.
That's not what I'm saying.
I don't even know. Okay,
sorry, man.
Ask how many were under 18. Go, ask it.
That's not what your question was.
They could not vote in Gaza. That's what I'm telling you. SubhanAllah, man. They could not vote. They won the elections in the West Bank. Yeah, and the money that came in.
Again, Iran is the only one who got it.
No,
Iran
it's
is the
not.
only country shooting.
Bro, calm down. Literally, the money came into the PA, Palestinian Authority, and the PA funded Hamas like $20 to $30 million every month. What are you talking about? This money that goes to the PA, it helps Hamas as well, by the way.
So America
Oh my God.
supported, one second. America has supported the Palestinians with $11 billion. Would you say that the American on the side with the Palestinian or against them?
America literally, okay, on one side, they're funding the aid. On the other side, they're giving the Israeli weapon to genocide them. Saudi Arabia is not giving them weapon to send that.
Okay.
You see that they're truly inconsistent. They're like, okay, we're just going to give you the money, that's it. But America, aid on one side, on the other side, they're giving them weapons. Here, go kill Palestinians.
But the Saudis give American money, right? How much Saudis give?
They bought weapons. They bought a whole bunch of weapons. They fund the economy of America. Yeah, they do that. But they don't in these weaponry companies. They invest money in the economy.
So the Saudi give the American the money, and the American giving.
They invest money. They invest money. Invest money into America. Not only they invest money in American economy, they invest money in a whole bunch of countries.
Give me a second. You are telling me they investing in America, right? I'm telling you, I will change the word to invest. They are giving the money. The money goes to Israel, and they know that exactly.
Can they get the money if they're investing money?
Sorry?
Can they take out the money out of the stocks if they're investing money?
They know.
No. I'm asking you. I said. If I invest money in the stock, can I take it out?
No, you cannot. I know.
Yes, I can.
Know, look,
yes, I can.
Why are we boycotting? Why are we boycotting? What's the word? Boycott.
I said you're all over the place. The Shah's statement and Zari's statement was Iran is the only country that's doing something. We're not even talking about who's investing where. Hold on, Asim. That wasn't the argument. Argument was Shah and you have Zari made the claim that Iran is the only country that supports Palestinians.
Okay, did I say that?
Not you. I'm talking. We were talking about that particular. I said I wasn't talking about anything else. I wasn't talking about anything else. I wasn't talking about anything else. I was talking about that particular claim that Shah made.
Okay, Shah have answered your questions. Now you are speaking to me, right?
I can't believe this, man.
Why you cannot believe it?
I can't believe it. We have, and I literally said to Shah, Iran got attacked. Their embassy got attacked. This is why Iran attacked back. What does that have to do with the Palestinians?
So you are telling me that Saudis giving the money?
Look, your simple mind cannot think about the whole consequence of Iran's from day one. If you look at Iran's stand, it's been the same thing since day one. If they didn't have this stand against Israel and they acknowledge Israel's existence, we wouldn't be having this discussion today about any of this. Iran would be a more prosperous country. Iran would be okay with the West. Nobody would be attacking them. If this was, let's say, the Shah of Iran never got overthrown, they already had recognized Israel. They were doing trade with the United States. The United States' best friend in the Middle East used to be Iran. So I'm saying, with the revolution,
can you please tell us how many people did Iran kill in Syria?
I'm not 100% sure about that.
They want to change the topic.
No. I'm not because the Shah is making a moral argument.
I'm not 100% sure how many people died in Syria. You can't make 100,000 people.
You
You're saying Iran exactly. No. I'm trying to tell you. I said I do not know, but I heard you guys said 500,000 people. Now, did Iran kill every single 500,000 of those people? Or did also Russia kill people?
Iran and Hezbollah literally came into Syria. They were using. Hold on. Can you stop? Yeah. Can you let me respond, or are you just gonna yes? Yep.
You asked me a question. I'm answering.
Bro, I didn't ask you 500,000. I just asked you 500,000, and you were done speaking. You gotta allow the other person to respond.
I told you. Okay, go ahead.
Oh my God, bro, hot-headed, man, hot-headed. The Hezbollah, Iran, they went in. They were using Syria to get their weapons to Lebanon. That's what they were using Syria for. And Iran was an ally to Bashar al-Assad. All right, and that's when Bashar al-Assad could not handle the people that were on the, they were protesting against him, because he was a genocidal maniac. He would use to torture Syrians and kill them and do a whole bunch of atrocities.
Yes.
So Bashar al-Assad asked Iran to help, and they came in, and even the Hezbollah came in, and there was a lot of atrocities that were done by Hezbollah and Iranian forces.
Okay.
You can look this up if you want to look it up.
Okay.
So you can't, Shah, the reason why I brought this up, you can't use a moral argument that, Iran was only about this and that. You can't do that. Because after the Syrian thing, after what happened in Syria, you cannot use a moral argument anymore.
The Syrian thing happened because Hezbollah and Iran went inside there is because these guys were trying to go and destroy the shrines of Bibi Zainab. And that's when they said, you know what, you guys do this, we're going to fuck you in your ass. And that's kind of what they did to them.
Oh, so it's okay to kill children, it's okay to kill women, it's okay to kill men. Okay, I want you to look it up. Shah, not everybody wanted to destroy any of these shrines, okay? Go look it up. I want you to go do your deep dive and look it up.
These sons of Muawiyah, when they came in power again, when Assad left,
you gotta stop. Hold on, you gotta stop. Disrespecting anybody that people from the Sunni side believe in. Okay, I'm not disrespecting your side. But this room is not about Shia Sunni bullshit.
Who are you gonna disrespect? Disrespect whoever you like.
No, I'm not here to disrespect or mock your religion. Okay, so stop the cap. I gave you some facts to chew on. Go ask your ChatGPT on it. That's it. Khalas, we're done. Yeah, and this is the reason why I brought this up, because you can't use a moral argument. As soon as you hear about the Syrian side, that moral argument goes down the toilet.
Okay,
go look it up. How many people were killed?
Let's speak about Syria. I am from Syria. I was born there. I have seen everything there. Daesh or ISIS or whatever you want to call it. Even the president of Syria right now, he was with them for a part of time. Their mind. I'm not telling that Iran were exactly knowing who they were killing. It is war. It has to be done. If they didn't do that, ISIS will. It's like grapes. مثل السرطان راح ينتشر. وإذا انتشر السرطان, you cannot stop it anymore. That's it.
You don't think ISIS, it had to do with Israel as well, because Israel provided services to ISIS members?
Good, perfect. So the Syrian president was supporting Israel for part of that, right?
It wasn't just that. That's what I just said. I am pointing fingers at Shah, because Shah brought up the moral argument that Iran, when the revolution happened, they supported the apartheid, they supported Palestine, and supported anybody that got oppressed. And I even looked it up to confirm this. And the argument that it's making, it's the same argument. It's giving me some pointers about apartheid South Africa, but at the same time, as soon as you see what happened in Syria, what Iran and Hezbollah has done in Syria, the amount of atrocity, up till now, they're still finding bodies. They're still buried in a lot of different places. At that moment, you cannot use a moral argument. You see what I'm saying, Hassan? The amount of bodies that have been piled up in Syria.
Okay,
this is why. Look, explain to you. Hold on. This is why. It wasn't. No, it wasn't. Go look
right now.
Go look it up. A lot of women, children got killed, butchered, and slaughtered.
Okay.
They weren't. You're telling me they went and killed, bro? The bombs killed them, right? I want you to go look it up. I want you to go look it up and your ChatGPT. How many people was Iran and Hezbollah responsible for? Just look it up.
They don't have an answer for that. I just did.
Okay, can you go look it up? Okay,
how many people did Iran kill? They just tell you how many people died.
How many people died? How many people does it say that died?
500,000. But you can't point a finger and say Iran killed all of them.
I didn't see all of them. Was Iran? No, civil war had nothing to do with Iran. Was Iran and Hezbollah involved? Hold on. Was Iran and Hezbollah involved in killing innocent people?
Yeah, I don't see them saying it's.
Okay, ask your ChatGPT.
I did. I said how many people died in Syria, and it said Russia, Syrian government, the civil war, and it said Iran, and it probably.
And who was the Hezbollah proxy to?
Iran.
There we go. Hezbollah was there.
That was fine if they were there, but they're also defending themselves from these damn fucking Takfiri.
Go with your
Salafi movements.
This had nothing to do with fucking Takfiri, bro. Just
Salafi, Wahhabis, ISIS, they're all in the same fucking boat.
so they even the kids were even the kids with Takfiri, the women, innocent women with Takfiri, innocent men with Takfiri, the civilian. I'm talking about the civilians. I'm talking about the civilian, not some, a lot of them.
They got caught in
a lots of them. They freaking carpet bombed and they used fucking chemical weapons.
Yes, Russia's the one who carpet bombed most things.
Go look it up, bro. Seriously. Oh my God. And it bothers me when you make this kind of argument. Oh, Iran is the only country that's helping Palestine. That's not it. Iran is helping it, but you can't make that argument. Iran is the only country. You can't say only. There's other countries that are doing their part as well.
Iran's the only country bombing Israel right now.
Iran is because Iran got attacked. That's why. Do you understand that?
The reason why they got attacked.
Hold on. When Hezbollah got attacked, Iran didn't even get involved. Do you understand that? Go look into it. Look into the history.
Iran follows the rules of war. They can't just. Iran at this point is the victim. They're just not going to be the aggressor, not the aggressor. So they're going to wait until they got attacked, and they got attacked. And
when Lebanon got attacked, Iran didn't even get involved. They just went on silent mode. When Nasrallah got killed or whatever by Israel, they didn't even make any noise. But anyways, it's good we have people that are listening and they can, judge based on the conversation that we're having right now.
Again, I just want to bring this up to Shah. If the Iranian government really care about the Palestinian, why would they threaten to bomb the Day One nuclear facility in Israel?
They bombed it yet?
Well, they threatened.
They threatened Israel.
That's not enough. That's not enough.
But they haven't. If they wanted to bomb it, I think they could have bombed it. Now you feel like they're not bombing it.
Shah, do you know that this will end up killing Palestinians as well, by the way, if they were to bomb the nuclear facility?
Yes, and that's why they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, but
when they get nuked, I tell you this, when they get nuked, Iran will probably get nuked in the next few years. When they get nuked, they're going to nuke them back.
They gave threats to Israel that they will send ballistic missile on the nuclear facility in Dimona, inside Israel.
Yeah. And once Israel nukes Iran, Iran is going to probably bomb the heck out of Dimona, and a lot of innocent people are going to die.
Do you understand? Because Iran doesn't give two shits about the Palestinians.
That's bullshit.
Now, why would
they? Your point. You're saying Iran doesn't give no two shits about the Palestinians.
That's why they.
This argument, they just recently get threat. If you want an article, I'll give it to you.
Good, but like I told you, they're not gonna do that until they get nuked by Israel.
They're not. No.
Israel has already threatened to do that. Israel told Donald Trump, if you don't go after them, we're gonna nuke Iran.
They did not say about nuke. They said about regime.
Trump already said that.
Oh my God! They said about regime change.
Yeah, they said
the regime change. If they do regime
change,
you want the article? I'll give it to you.
That's what the article did.
Yes, but I'm also telling you, in the 12-day war, Donald Trump said we weren't going to do anything, but then Benjamin Netanyahu had told him, if you don't do anything, we're going to nuke them.
We're talking about the threat that came from the Iranian regime that said, if you're involved in regime change, we will,
They have been involved in regime change.
Oh, not if you're going to do regime change, we're going to bomb a nuclear facility in Dimona. That shows they don't really care about the Palestinians. They care about their regime. They killed my brain cells.
Where are you from originally?
I'll tell you about it later down the road. I'm not nationalistic. I don't give two fucks about any of these countries. They're all made up. I only care about the human rights. I'm not nationalistic. I care about the human rights and people that are being oppressed and suppressed. That's about it. Because these countries, they were literally made. A lot of them were made up by British, and and America and a whole bunch of these other countries. Let's see. Yes. Did you want to speak? We have this one. How do you say it? How do you say it? How do you say it? Is this who's Shamin? Do you want to speak? This person. How do you say your name, man? Is it in Farsi? Let me see. Better check it out. Let's see. Oh, Shamin, did you want to say something? Shamin? Are you there, Shamin? He's on phone call. You want to speak? The brother, what's his name? Nims? He's on a phone call as well. Okay. Anybody else want to speak? Moria, what do you think about this whole situation in the Middle East? Do you think there's I think Trump is gonna start doing more.
I was just gonna ask you, what's winning to the United States and what's losing? Like, what needs to happen so we can say the United States won the war, or what needs to happen to say they lost the war?
If the regime change happens, it means they won the war.
What is regime change after killing 40 of their leaders? Like, what else needs to be achieved?
I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I don't know. I think Trump is deluded. He doesn't know that how the spider web works, right? This web is pretty large and relates to the leader of Iran and a whole bunch of people that are working under him. If one dies, it gets replaced by another one. Just like in Lebanon, if one dies, it gets replaced by another one.
They already got a spare one waiting.
Yeah. So, and they started the attacking Lebanon again. They were already killing people in Lebanon, but all of a sudden they started doing more killings.
Well, there's troops in Lebanon right now. There's infantry, right?
Yes,
Israeli military troops.
No, but IDF has been there since the truce. They never left in southern Lebanon. And this is how demonic these people are, IDF soldiers. Do you know that there was actually a group of settlers that went across the border into Lebanon to survey the land? They even built a website setting settlements in southern Lebanon. Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, I heard that.
These are demonic pieces of shit. Yep, looks like it's with Lebanon. I think eventually they might have to. I think they might have to get rid of Hezbollah because it's going to destroy the whole country, Lebanon.
I really feel you. Same thing in Iraq. I need them to get take the proxies down so we can live in peace a little bit.
Yeah, but I could tell you a good news because in near future, Palestine is gonna be completely destroyed.
You think so?
Where's the good news, though?
Where's the good news, bro? He's just crazy.
Who said that?
Did he just say that, Ali?
Yeah, he said.
can't believe it. What was his name? Where'd he go? Let's not move anybody down. If anybody moved anybody down, where'd he go?
God bless Israel and America.
I didn't read it.
Okay.
12 people of Iran survive of this regime.
But Sarah, let me ask you this: why do you support Israel?
Because Israel was only country to be voice of our innocent people in Iran.
Okay. The question is, do you not see the women that are getting butchered and slaughtered in Gaza? Because you believe in Masa Amini, right? You stood up for the Masa Amini?
Did you see the 40,000 people were killed by this regime?
Okay. Let's go with your analogy. Yes, 40,000 were killed. I condemn. My question to you: do you see Masa? Do you remember what happened to Masa Amini? Do you remember?
Have you ever heard that the Israeli people raped any Palestinian girl in their country?
Yes. I can provide you video. They raped a man inside Israeli dungeon. You want to see it?
Okay, when you show me, I will can count it.
Okay, let me put the video.
This is a question. Sarah, are you happy to be the human shield for the IRCG? IRGC, sorry.
No, exactly no.
Okay,
The people of the Israel, they feeling more dangerous and hazardous condition compared to my people in Iran. My brother in Iran said to me, I feel more safer than the people in Iran, in Israel.
Let me get to my next question though. Who do you think bombed the human shield in Palestine? Who bombed the human shield in Palestine? There was a human shield, the Palestinians, but who bombed it?
The genocide was happened in the Hamas on the 7th of October, was held and was won by the IRGS.
Who set the bombs on the human shield?
In Iran or in where? In the Iran by the IRGS, exactly by IRGS.
I'm asking.
What the hell is IRGS?
IRGC.
Jesus fucking Christ.
IRGS.
Hold on, Sarah, are you in Iran?
It's okay. It's tired. If you're tired sometimes.
Who is asking me that whether I
My name is Taco. I'm up top. Are you in Iran right now?
No.
Okay. But you are Iranian, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Sarah,
Sarah,
what country you reside in? Hold on a second.
So before you go, Brother Taco, so I put the link in the chat, Sarah. While you talk to Taco, can you please check out the video? It's in the chat. It's 2 minutes long. Thank you.
Lucy, some people in Iran do have it. Anyways, I was curious where she was from.
Taco, what did you text those two women that were here? You said check your back channel. The internet is available inside Iran.
I see that only three countries are allowed to go through the Strait of Hormuz.
Which three countries are those?
Russia, Pakistan, and China.
Of course, makes sense.
Imagine if one of their tankers get bombed by the U.S. or the Navy or something like that.
Well, I don't think it would be smart for the U.S. to bomb the ships of those countries. Why would they do that?
It goes back against what Trump was saying the other day about how they have full control of the Strait of Hormuz, which they really don't.
Well, okay. But why would you? Did you not say, if I understood you correctly, you said what happens if America?
So imagine like they make a mistake and fucking, fire at one of these fucking tankers.
Oh, I don't think they would do that. You said China,
Russia, and Pakistan. No, China, Russia, and Pakistan.
Okay, 3 nuclear countries. I don't think America would do such a thing. I don't think they would do such a thing.
But if Mossad does it.
If Iran,
Thank you, Amir. I saw that. Yeah, you're right.
If the Iranian
hang on for a second, Precious, just 1 second, brother. So you saw the video, and they're into raping men, not only women. Are you okay with that? You stood up for the women right with Masa Amini, correct, Sarah?
How,
And
You didn't hear what Masa
we
Amini?
suffer from the Israel, we suffer from the Islamic Republic.
I understand.
But
I understand your
I don't know
suffering.
why you support the Islamic Republic regime because the name is Islam.
No, I don't support IRGC. My question again to you is: do you supported Masa Amini, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you supported women's rights? Do you know that there's in the West Bank they have 920 checkpoints? You know there's more than 50 women have delivered babies at these checkpoints. How long does it take to drive 20 to 30 kilometers? For the Palestinians, since they have a Palestinian license plate, Palestinian identity, it takes them to travel about minimum about half an hour to an hour just to get to the location. And the IDF at the checkpoint, they give Palestinians so much hard time. You know, it could take anywhere from 20 minutes, about half an hour to about 3 hours to cross 20, 30 kilometers. You'll run into 3 or 4 checkpoints. So my question to you, if you support women's rights, then why do you stand with the genocidal entity that's killing women in Gaza and Lebanon in the West Bank?
You know, it's better not to mix up the story of the Palestine with the Iran.
Look at women's rights.
If I said God bless Israel because they survived Iranian people from this brutal regime, no more laws.
No, I'm talking about the women's rights. You believe in women's rights, right?
It's actually the same.
It's because if a country has track record of killing women and violating women's rights and even raping women. Do you know there's testimonies from women that are stuck in Israeli dungeon? The Palestinian women, they're stuck in there without due process for years at a time. They're getting raped by IDF soldiers. And if I give you testimony, I have a big list of testimonies. So why would you stand with an entity that's raping and that's doing a lot of atrocities against women? Forget about the children, against women. Because you stood with Masa Amini, right? Whatever happened to her, how she got killed or whatever because of hijab. So since you did that, why not stand with the women in Gaza? Why not stand with the women in West Bank? Why not stand with the women in East Jerusalem? Why not Lebanon and other countries? You want to be a true supporter, right? You have to be consistent. If an entity has committed women right abuses, raping them, doing a whole bunch of atrocities, the same entity you support that's coming and going to kill your people. And in return you might get a freedom. There's no 100% guarantee that you'll get a freedom or not. But if you support the women's right movement, go with the women's right. You are against Israel, attacking and killing women, innocent little girls, raping them, doing a whole bunch of atrocities.
Sarah, can I ask you a question?
Just let her answer this question really quick. So Sarah, what's your answer? And then you can talk to the fascists.
I have no any good idea.
But do you understand, right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I can give you evidence. I have testimonies from women, from Palestinians that were in the Israeli dungeons for years at a time.
I understand. And who else want to ask me?
I think it was fascists.
Yeah, I asked a question. So Sarah, are you currently, just a couple of questions, are you in Iran currently?
No, I am out of Iran.
Okay, supposing you were in Iran and you were being used as a human shield by the IRGC. Now supposing a Western power or Israel were dropping bombs on you, even though you're a human shield, who do you attribute the atrocity to?
I would rather to stay at home. I cannot trust on the media of the Iran.
No, what I mean is, who do you attribute that atrocity to? Do you attribute it to the IRGC or do you attribute it to the Israeli bombs?
Israeli bombs, because before this war, they killed innocent people in front of the people's eyes. Obviously, I support the external power against this brutal regime.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that currently and potentially Iranian people are now the new human shield, regardless of what minority background they're from, Persian, Kurd, whatever? Do you acknowledge that they're now the human shield in Iran?
Yes, they encourage people to come out of their home for the Khamenei's deep grave in the Mashhad in order to stop Israel to strike on them.
Wrong. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What country of origin? Where are you from?
Iran.
You're from Iran? Is that where you're living currently, or is that where you're from?
No, I am out of Iran.
Okay, where you live now?
United States. For a while.
For a while, since like probably like moved when you were a child, right?
No. Almost 5 years I am here.
Okay.
Did I hear that right? You said that you trust more Israeli bomb than Iranian bomb?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I hope
you can
get
see.
Bombed. I hope
you can see.
Look, once someone's saying this, that means I don't want to get bombed. My parents don't want to get bombed inside Iran. My family should be safe. My relatives should be safe. But if someone is getting bombed, like those 167 kids inside Iran, in this school, if they get bombed, it is okay. I look away.
Okay, two questions.
For y'all.
Regime killed 40,000 people in Iran in 2 days. Don't talk about that, okay?
Yes, 180
First of all, where do you get that number from?
Where do
you get that number from? Where do you get that number from?
Why do you ask the number of the people?
No, where do you get that number from? Give me a source, because you made it claim. You just made it claim. You said 40,000, and you guys don't have one single source in order to provide.
So wait,
please wait to tell you something.
Where do you get that number
the
from?
The one biggest genocide.
Give me one source, because you guys keep coming.
Can you understand?
Why everyone's saying
why
like 40,000,
did you cut off the internet in order to
60,000,
and
it goes to 100,000. And recently, some of the guys, Amir Fakhrova said 1 million people got killed. Where do you get that number from?
Wait, so who's pro-Iranian and who's anti? Like, I can't tell the position.
Look.
I'm trying to destroy this traitor to my country.
Out of their home without any
These are
army
traitors to my
military
country. The reason that we are getting bombed right now because they're justifying it. They're justifying it. They say, okay, it's okay if you're getting bombed.
To make them silent.
You cannot even speak English properly. Shut up, it's my turn.
Shut up your
Yes,
I think, what's his name? Maharaj, there's no point. She's not going to agree. It's unverified. Hold on a second. By the way, the 40,000 number is actually unverified. The one that are actually verified, 7,000. And I'll take that because it's coming from American Human Rights Organization. So I'll take that anytime.
Brother, one is too many, right?
I know.
40,000, 70,000. I'm trying to destroy because I'm in the counter argument. When I say, we didn't get this number, they cannot come up with
but you have to stop shouting. You have to stop shouting. There's no point. Yeah, you have to keep your blood pressure down, man. It's not very
I can't keep the conversation too.
Hold on a second.
You have to be happy.
I have to be happy. My
numbers. Okay. The numbers on. We can just move on from something. We have on the stage. We got Kyle. Kyle, did you want to speak?
Yeah, it's kind of wanted to know what side is everybody on here, first off.
So in this room, I don't really get two clocks, whether you're IRGC, non-IRGC, or centers. I don't get two clocks. This room is not one-sided. So everybody comes in, and I like to question everybody's narrative. I try my best to question everybody's narrative if I can.
I mean, that makes sense. It kind of makes it more understandable, at least.
Yeah, I do Israel-Palestine, I do Israel-Iran, I do American history. What do you want to talk about? Are you from America?
Yeah, I live in the United States.
Okay. Do you have background from Iran?
No, but I speak Russian and I live in Russia, and there is some, I guess, coordination with Iran.
Do you support Iran?
The regime, I guess.
Yes.
I would say probably no, but.
Okay. So, what's your take in the Middle East? Do you think it's worth it for America to go in and freaking, do what they're doing, like dumbass, like Trump is?
I guess it depends. Like I understand where the usefulness of small tactical strikes on like specific locations, but yeah.
Yeah, but you do know, right? We have America and Israel is known to kill innocent people. You know that, right?
Yeah, like in any type of like.
But are you Jewish, by the way, Kyle? Are you Jewish?
No, I'm not Jewish. My girlfriend is actually Jewish. So.
Do you have any kind of connection to Israel?
Zero. No.
Okay, good. You don't support Israel, right?
I don't think so. But...
Okay. Do you think Israel should have a right to exist by ethnically cleansing Palestinians?
Like I said, they have a right to exist, but like.
No, I'm talking about. Look, I'm not talking about people. People can coexist, right? I'm talking about the entity, not the country, because that's how this country was made in the first place.
Yeah, that's true.
By killing innocent people.
What about like isn't there terrorist cells groups like within like the Palestinian people, like not the Palestinian people themselves, but within like it's like they kind of live amongst them.
America first or Israel first?
America first.
No, but hang on a second, brother. So Kyle, did you understand the question? I'm talking about the entity, like Zionist entity called Israel. The people can coexist. If the entity gets dismantled, people can coexist like they did before 1948.
Oh yeah.
So the question is, does Israel have a right to exist by ethnically cleansing and killing Palestinians?
I guess not, but like I don't know.
That's how it was established in the first place. But anyways, yeah. I mean, look. The problem we have is we have people that are pro-Iran. That are pro the son of Shah. They're getting happy while their country is getting hit, targeted, and they've been asking America and Israel to do the attack on their own nations.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that fits the definition of a traitor, by the way. I know people would disagree, but that's what the meaning of the traitor is. Who wants to speak? Somebody have a chili?
Because I've seen something in the chat. I gotta respond to that.
You can respond to it in the chat, bro. You don't have to be on the stage.
I promise, brother.
No, you can respond just respond in the chat. We have new people on the stage. Go on, speaker. Slow down, man. Speaker panel is only for voice, man. We have Yassi or somebody that wants to speak. Go on, Yassi.
Could you please stop using regime word when you're using Iran government?
What regime word?
You say regime, Iran's regime. You should stop saying Iran's regime.
What should I say?
You should say Iran's government, because regime. When you use the word regime, it has negative
background noise.
Yes. You guys need to close your. You guys need to mute yourself when I'm talking.
Yeah, everybody mute up, please. Shabara, you gotta calm down, man. Let the moderator do their own job. You don't have to come off the fucking mic. Yeah, go on, Yassi.
When you use, I get it. When the opposition use the word regime, I get it. But when you, as a supporter, use the regime word, it's not good, because
supporter of what?
You support Iranian government. You don't.
No, I don't. No.
Okay. Well, regime word is negative because when you use that, it has a negative meaning. Please stop using.
Do you support the regime?
I do. It's not regime. I support the Islamic government.
Okay. Cool.
Regime and government are synonyms, by the way.
They actually mean the same thing.
Can we use the American regime from now on?
Yeah, I'm going to use I actually did call American regime as a regime. I don't see a negative
regime. That would be so true.
And if you go more deep into it.
Yeah, see, what do you think the people's problem is? The people that are Reza Pahlavi supporters in America and in Canada that are waving Israeli flag while they want their America and Israel to attack their country. What do you think their problem is?
They're fucked up in their head, with all due respect.
I mean, yes, we can make the argument. There are a lot of rights. I've spoken to quite a few of them. I'm not going to lie. For some reason, they deny the facts. I give them sources. They deny the sources. And I don't know, they're suffering from cognitive dissonance, right? And in this room, I like to go with sources. That's how I debate the Zionists, right? And I debate the Iranians as well with the sources. If no sources, then there's no argument to be made. It's just all emotions.
Exactly. Like they used them, but like they said, 40,000 people got killed. Where did they get that data from?
So you actually, my next question to you: how many Iranians are actually following the religion in Iran? Is the number gone down less than 60%, less than 70%, less than 80%? So when you go to the mosque in Iran, right? Have you been?
Yes, I've been.
So when you go to Iran, or you visit Iran, when you go to the mosque, do you see a lot of people come to the mosque to pray?
Oh yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
No, the mosque is the only place for the government to earn money.
You see that?
Marat, stop getting triggered every 2 seconds, bro. I have new people. I want to question new people, new narrative, new point, new perspective. Yassi brought up something new. We have Hamilton here. Hamilton, what's your take on this? Is it a lot of people that come to the mosque? You've been to Iran, Hamilton?
Do you have my voice?
What did you say?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, can you come close to the mic, please?
Yeah, first of all, regime is used for an authoritarian government, which applies truly to the Iranian regime.
Your voice is not clear there. Can you come close or clear the microphone or something?
What about now? Is it okay now?
It's a little better, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Regime is used for an authoritarian government, which is truly applying to our government, Iran. So I know that's untrue. They have killed thousands of people during the protest, and nobody has any exact number, any statistics that is reliable because government doesn't share this with everyone. But
I've never heard anyone say North Korean regime, for example.
No, I'm not talking about North Korean regime. I'm talking about Iran for now, and millions of people were protesting on those 2 days, and only 50,000, 40,000 or so, but so many people were killed. We don't have any suspect. The government is trying to push this rhetoric that 3,000 people, like, no, this is not true at all. And this is about the number of casualties on those 2 days. So, if there is another question.
So you support Reza Pahlavi?
No, never. I'll never use.
Do you support America and Israel to attack your country?
Of course not. I'm supporting the people's right to choose their own destiny as a democratic country.
Look, that's a good position. That's a good position.
I'm against this genocide in Israel.
I make a decision which one is the best answer for him.
Sarah, I'm talking about the best position to hold is not to support Reza Pahlavi, not to support IRGC, somewhere in the middle, and not to support America and Israel to do the attack on your own country. That's the best position to hold. I'm just saying in my opinion, okay? I can have opinion on this. Because what I'm seeing is, I see when somebody says, I support Israel and America to do the attack on, IRGC or whatever, that entails automatically, logically, that entails that America and Israel is not only going to attack IRGC, they're going to kill civilians inside Iran. And that makes you a traitor. You see what I'm saying? That's the definition of a traitor. And that's why I see that particular position to be very, very not a good position to hold. And this is why a lot of people, especially from the pro-Pali side or other side, they're sort of like, they're skeptical. Like, what the hell is this? On one side, you want to free your people, and you're waving Israeli flag. Israel is known. Like, forget about me as a Muslim. All over the world, people look at Israel as a demonic piece of shit, genocidal entity, meaning it's a killing regime.
Absolutely, that's correct.
So
And
that's what it is.
Sorry to interrupt you. We all know what Israel is looking for in our country and what they really want to do. They have been talking about separating, into pieces. So they have just mentioned this in their party, this Likud party that Netanyahu comes from. They have mentioned that in their manifestations. They have talked about in the United Nations Organization Assembly and things. Also, Netanyahu himself have talked about new Middle East with the new borders. You know what this means? And what they are trying to do, what they have been trying to do, is to separate the country into pieces because a bigger and integrated Iran is a threat to them. But if they manage to, for example, separate some parts, it will be easy for them to handle and take over these places little by little. So this is what they have just mentioned in their, books, papers, newspapers, and things. We're all about, and we know that Israel is manipulating American politics by, these 8 candidates in the United States supporting Congress and House representatives and all of them, not all of them, I mean, by financially supporting them. So now we see that this is the war that is Israel pulled the United States into. It is not the war that Donald Trump really wanted.
Can you share a point of interest?
Point of interest? Point of interest between who? Between Israel
No,
and the United States?
Can I share a point of interest?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the actual protest, which was peaceful, was going fine, and people were protesting peacefully before that dog Reza Pahlavi started got that fucking call on in February. I think it was. I don't remember quite exactly when it was.
January.
And then January. Until he did it, and then suddenly everything changed. Like it's not even. I'm not optimistic. It's not gonna even lead to a regime change if that's what they.
Hamilton, your stance is beautiful. Just I want to ask you how they can achieve it through reformists, or you're asking the Iranian people go on the street and trying to top up the government or overthrow the current government. When you say, I really like your stance on that part, right? However, when you say Iranians have to do it, but you don't, your statement is very vague. We don't know how we can achieve it. Tell us how we can achieve it.
They were achieving it before Reza Pahlavi did the call. They were achieving.
Also, I'd like to hear what Hamilton said.
Can I go?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, so I don't know what, for example, this, I know actually what Americans and Israeli want, but what people want is democracy now. And it is going to be democracy that is going to solve all the problems in the country. Not all, almost all of them. But it is really, really difficult. We are fighting a government that has committed really brutal crimes in the country. So you see that's what they did during the protest. So they have kind of taken streets from us. I could never imagine a country would confront me, my country would confront me with machine guns and things, killing thousands of people. So, but anyway, we want to do this without any external intervention. We want to do this ourselves. It has no honor for me, and I'm not really happy with Americans or Israeli killing Khamenei, that murderer of thousands of people in Iran. We really wanted to hold a Nuremberg court for him. We wanted him to be in that trial to make him accountable for the crimes that he and government has been committing so far. We just wanted this. I don't want anyone else to come and manipulate the politics in my country. And for example, think about United States. I should say that United States has directly been involved in over 65 coups and regime changes in over 70 countries in the past 100 years, killing 13 million people. This is a fact. And also they have done this. Yeah, they did the same Pahlavi regime as well, the coup d'etat that they organized together with MI6, British MI6, and they confessed, they said that they were doing the same thing. So at that point, at that time, that maybe 10 years or so, we had some kind of democracy by Mossadegh. But later, this Pahlavi, has always been, trying to stop people from gaining their democracy.
Even his dad was a dictator, and then his grandfather was a dictator. Kyle, did you want to say something? I want to give it to you, Sally, as well. Sally just jumped in. Go on, Kyle, and then Sally.
So I mean, like, is it not a fact that Iran operates like a regional proxy network that funds like multiple armed groups?
Yeah, but America funds a whole bunch of proxies as well over the world. Russia funds a whole bunch of proxies.
Yeah, that's true. But like all the proxies that Iran funds, they're all labeled as terrorist organizations by every like Western country.
Only the Western countries, bro. I can label Western countries as a terrorist. Do you know that the Al-Jalani, the guy that's the leader of Syria, do you know he was there was an $8 million bounty on his head, and all of a sudden Trump is buddy with him, meeting up at White House. He's no longer a terrorist.
Probably because there's bigger fish to fry that like is connected to.
No. It's not a bigger fish to fry. They just took the bounty off his head, and because he became a leader, he toppled Bashar al-Assad, and he's cooperating with America and Israel. That's why. Otherwise, he's still a terrorist. He still killed a bunch of people. I still look at him as a terrorist because history plays a role. Once a killer, you cannot change.
In the United States, we kind of operate off like a basis of cooperation. So like if somebody is cooperating, we kind of give it a lot more grace, I guess.
Yeah, but kind of look, Americans have been indoctrinated. You see what I'm saying? Into, I don't know what this bullshit is. Americans, for some reason, it's like if American government says it's a terrorist, it's a terrorist. American government says it's not a terrorist, it's not a terrorist. Like literally, and when you look at the facts, I'll give you one fact to chew on. When you look at Hamas, right? According to the West, it's the terrorist entity. Guess what? America and Israel encouraged Qatar to fund Hamas $1.4 billion. Now, what does that make American government and Israeli government terrorists? You funded $1.4 billion. Not a small amount, $1.4 billion.
It's because in the United States, we have a two-party system. So, like, sometimes Democrats get elected, and the Democrats are actually anti-America. So we have our government every 4 years kind of switches between.
You said Democrats are anti-America? Is that for real, bro?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Trump is pro-America.
pro-America. I'm not saying necessarily Trump is pro-American, but like
okay. So Trump is pro-America, yet he's booty clapping for Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the only president or prime minister of the demonic entity has visited White House over 5 or 6 times, and yet regular person can't even meet up with Trump, right? Regular American. And do you remember the FEMA bill we had in America? The $9 billion or $10 billion? He was making the statement that, look, if anything to do with any entity that's connected to the FEMA, we're giving FEMA bill to, FEMA organization, if any entity is boycotting Israel, we're going to take it with the funding. How does a fucking American FEMA entity has to do with fucking boycotting Israel? Fuck Israel. You see what I'm saying? And why is it always Israel first, America second? So I would suggest you, bro. I think outside the box. Trump is the one that actually moved the fucking embassy to fucking Jerusalem on occupied land, and Trump has done a lot of demonic shit in the past. And he's a pedophile. On Epstein files over 1 million times. His name is mentioned. Respectfully, I don't know if you did vote for Trump. I don't know what to tell you. If you voted for Trump, I don't know, man. I would look at you as a lost cause. Go on, Sally. Do you want to respond, Kyle, or should I try to go to Sally?
I mean, I didn't vote, but I'm not saying
I didn't vote either.
But so do you live in the United States?
California.
Okay, same here.
Okay, I live in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I live in Los Angeles.
But I live in a particular area. Have you heard of Compton?
Yeah.
That's where I live.
Nice. I'm walking on 3rd in Vermont right now.
I mean, why do you live in Compton though?
Because there's a reason behind it. There's a reason behind it. I'll tell you about it one day.
I think I already know the reason. Like, there's only one reason you can live in Compton, because we both know how dangerous it is.
Compton is actually a pretty nice suburban area.
No, they're gentrifying the whole Compton area, Moria. It's expensive as fuck now.
Yeah, great schools. Like, Compton's a pretty safe area.
They got new construction going on, new buildings, new apartments. Fucking everything's new is happening. They're demolishing old shit and they're building new properties.
There's no gangs over there now?
There's a lot more activity from LA County Sheriff. LA County Sheriff and LAPD. It's like a borderline of LAPD, LA County Sheriff. You have there's other police departments they come through as well. Sally, did you want to speak?
Yes, please.
Let's just go on. Are you Iranian?
Yes, but I'm not currently living in Iran. I grew up until
Do you support Reza Pahlavi?
No, of course not. Definitely not.
Are you reformist?
Yeah, I believe that people of Iran have the power. Eventually, they will. Like, it's their decisions.
It will take some time, yeah. Inshallah.
I actually have some questions for my fellow Iranians that's supporting this invasion.
Sure. Sarah is one, and then we have who else is in here? I think Tamaso, but Tamaso is not an Iranian. Sorry. Who else? Nimir, are you Iranian? Nimir? Nimir, are you Iranian? Oh, Nimir, I think it's maybe it's from I think it's from a different country.
It does not sound Iranian.
Yeah, it doesn't sound. So I think it's the only one person, Sarah, and the rest of them, I think they have mixed positions.
Right. I don't know if Sarah is listening right now.
Sarah, are you there? Do you wanna? He wants to ask you a question since you support Reza Pahlavi.
Yes, I support Reza Pahlavi forever.
Okay. You believe in a democratic system or
yes.
A democratic decisions people should be happy with, right?
Yeah.
What do you say about that? Over 80% of Americans doesn't want this war, but they are still in it because the president forcing this onto them. What do you say on that?
Who said that 80% of the Americans doesn't like this war?
A lot of the statistics and polls right now shows that majority of Americans doesn't want this war.
Why the Congress was not against of the Trump about war?
Actually, Trump never asked for the
Congress is not. Congress voted. Hold on, let me clarify. Congress voted on the War Powers Act to limit the president's power, but Congress has not yet voted to declare war or not. That is not yet. The president can operate up to, I think, 60 days without congressional approval.
As far as I think all rally was hung out by the people against the Islamic Republic regime. Some of them some American people attending the rally.
What does that have to
That
do with?
The American people wanted to be voice of our voice.
Hold on, are you talking about people in a rally, or are you talking about Congress being the elected officials representing
I
the
am talking about the American people who support the people
Sarah,
of Iran.
Sarah, if I give you a poll result showing that most Americans from different demographics oppose the invasion of Iran, would you believe it? I put a link in the chat.
If you want to give me the poll from the Ilhan Omar, no, I cannot believe in that.
No, it's done by a separate.
It's from Charlie Kirk. It's from Charlie Kirk.
No,
there's more. No, there's even more. No, there's even more recent ones.
Okay,
so my follow-up question is that we say in Iran, many people was complaining that Iran should be first. We shouldn't go into the region, use our resources, our money to get the influence in the region, and supporting these other groups that because yes, we have had shared the points of what's the word? We had some common in for fighting with the hegemony of the Israel and the West. That's true, but we were saying why we spend all this money and resource in this country to help them, okay? And was blaming the government why you don't prioritize our government, which is rightfully. It should be first the people that benefits of the resource of the country before anything else. And we say like you don't have to support the Palestine. It should be our first. Okay, I get it. It's a good point. It should be prioritized for the country. Why blame the Iranian government for doing so, but at the same time begging, asking Americans to come and do the same for us, even though Americans doesn't want that? Like, does that mean that like we think like people in Iran, we think like it's more important, our blood worth more, our freedom is more important?
Look, the million of the people came out of their home to say we don't like this regime, not reformists of this regime.
I'm asking you a personal question. Do you think freedom or democratic or everything, our blood worth more than others? You think just because I'm calling myself an Iranian, I'm worthy more than a Palestinian? I'm worthy more than an even American life? Like, why should I complain for the government to go and kill our soldiers, put their lives in the line for saving other country, and at the same time asking that from Americans?
Okay, let me ask you some questions. Our people's blood was worthless, that the innocent people were killed by the regime, and the people was not armed and was not able to be against of this regime, and they killed 40,000 people.
The regime is clear. We know what's the situation with the regime. I'm asking you.
If America and Israel didn't come to help us, who else wanted to help us against this regime?
Who's gonna come and help us? That depends on the country. That depends on the country itself.
If Iran was killed, how many was dead? That is our purpose. Is it clear for you? Or
so who's gonna help the black people that is being tortured by the American government, their own government? How come the government will go on the Iranians and they cannot?
Sorry, I have to mute everybody. Nats, it's not on you, respectfully. What happened to Nats?
Sorry, I moved on. I think he was in.
Taco, brother, you move people down really quick. You're fast mover, man. Let me bring him up. I like to keep everybody on the stage. Hang on. Nat, come up. Nat, I want you to, if you can stay on mute for 1 to 2 minutes or 3 minutes, because it's a conversation between two Iranians. See where this goes, between Sally and Sarah. One is on the opposite side that supports Razapality, and Sally, he's a reformist. So go on, continue the conversation. I want to see where this goes.
Sorry, I don't get.
Yeah, no problem. Taco, don't worry about it, brother. I was just trolling you, okay? It's okay to move people down if they're doing it for you, right?
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. Go on, Sally. Sarah or Sally, you guys want to engage? Go on.
Oh, okay. I thought my mic is open.
Yeah, you muted everybody.
My question, as I said, there's these two things that doesn't make sense for me. Why we asking Americans to come and save our country when we blaming our own government for doing so, and at the same time, why we believing in the democratic decisions of a country, and at the same time doesn't respect Americans' decision to not wanting this war. Like, I think there's a dilemma there, that like, why we want one thing for us, but denying it from others.
Yeah, I think the American never had the chance to choose if they want to go to a war or not. They cannot choose where their taxes go. So that surveys and polls doesn't really matter at this point.
Sir, did you want to respond, sir?
Yeah, they never had the.
Sir, did you want to respond to Sally? You're on mute, sir. By the way, yeah, go on.
Excuse me, I didn't get the question. Could you please repeat the question?
Can you repeat the question, Sally, again, please?
As I say, why you think we should blame, why are we blaming our own government for go and fighting for other people's freedom in the region, but at the same time begging Americans to come and do so for us?
Because this only regime threatens the all countries in the Middle East to be bombed by the nuclear weapon.
But Sarah, as we say, like, for example, you're a farmer living in a rural area, in a village in Iran. You just want to have a good life, okay? You don't necessarily have any fight with imperialism, anything. You just want a life. You want your children to go to the school. You want a decent human life, okay? You don't anything know about any anti-imperialistic, and if the government can provide that for you, because of their using the resources in other places, so there's this.
Good appetite for America.
Okay.
Until now, 47 years, where our oil will go for the funding the terrorist organization. Now I want America and Israel to eat it because they make us freedom from this regime.
Okay, so you promising the country's resource to Americans for they come and like bringing us freedom. So like we giving our resource and our country in exchange for our freedom. That's what you're offering.
Yes. Until now,
tell me one thing. You can assure that as that money in Iran wasn't going into that farmer pocket, you can assure if U.S. come and take over Iran, all those resources gonna go in a farmer person in the U.S. and that money wouldn't go into a corrupt system or just make the rich richer and poor poorer. You can assure that.
Yes, because right now this regime funds all terrorist group organization in the Middle East by our money.
Sally, you're asking the wrong question.
The number of the people in poverty will go
Correct
up.
me, please, to help formulate that better. If you.
Yeah, you're asking the wrong question, my friend. What you're basing your entire argument on is the only thing that matters is minerals and resources, right? So basically what you're saying is America is coming all this way to take the resources and then that's it, that's the end, right? Well, in fact, if you have.
It was the Sarah that was saying it, not me.
Yeah, so that's your premise is we're going to exchange the minerals.
No, I was saying, Sarah, is that what you're offering? It's nothing that I'm agreeing with.
Yeah, what she said. Hold on, let me jump in here real quick. What she was saying is that she wants America and Israel to come and she said eat, meaning she wants them to come have to. You're the one that said I want them to come and eat your words, and I'm trying to translate. I think what you're trying to say is that you want them to come and have access to Iranian resources.
Right, so that's entirely wrong.
One thing one American can do is be greedy. We gonna eat. We gonna eat.
That's right, Dipset.
Yeah, so this is how I think about it. There are global powers, for example, the U.S., China, former Soviet Union. These are global powers. The definition of a global power is the ability to enforce that power anywhere around the world as they choose to their advantage. Right. So, for example, we saw in Venezuela. Now we're seeing in Iran. The U.S. has that capability to do that. Right? They can go anywhere around the world and enforce their will. And then the second layer below that are regional powers. Right? So, in this scenario, the regional powers are Iran, Israel, Turkey, Saudi Arabia. These are major regional powers. They can enforce their will to some extent regionally. But for example, Iran can't do much to Brazil, for example, right? It's too far away. Right. So now the question is, why would America come all this way to free us? Right? Why do we need America to come and free us? So that's the wrong way to look at it. The fact that America is in the region is because of their interests. Right? So America comes to the region because they want to secure their interests against the rising power of China. Right? So now China's influence is growing in the region. America wants to push that back. And this is a conversation that has been happening for a long time. And the planning is for not today or tomorrow, it's for the next 10, 20, 50 years. Right? It basically needs to secure that entire region to benefit America. So on the second layer of that, there's this skirmish between Israel and Iran, who are fighting for regional power, regional dominance, right? So be able to enforce on the other. Now, whoever's comment was about spending Iranian treasure on proxies, that is where that comes from. Iran sees its security in keeping Israel away from its borders. Therefore, it has to spend a lot of resources paying for the proxies so that they can fight, they can be like the extended arm. Now, you might say Iran is put in the spotlight because a lot of other also have proxies. For example, the UAE is in Somalia, right? Or Turkey is in Libya. They have their proxies in those regions because that's how they see the benefit. Right? So, long story short, the reason we're trying to wrestle with this question is there's an absence of leadership in Iran right now. No one's actually the leader. It's a kind of a rudderless ship, which is why you see there's a lot of rockets kind of misfiring to all different directions because there's no central leadership. The central leadership was killed the very first hours of the war. Right? So what's coming next is the big problem, which is the Pahlavi crowd are insisting that Reza Pahlavi II, or the grandson of Reza Pahlavi I, should. Now the problem with that is, first of all, he's not Muslim, right? So there is no safe way for him to get into the country, right? Other than there is pouring military intervention on the ground, right? So the scenario would be either the U.S. or Israel would deploy troops on the ground to bring the prince into power. That's the only way that would be physically possible. And neither is willing to commit to that. Right? So neither the US or Israel is willing to actually put boots on the ground to make that happen. The alternative is either there has to be massive and many, many millions within Iran demand return, or there has to be some leadership from within. These are the only two reasonable scenarios. The third scenario would be civil war, which will very likely lead to some kind of separation in the country. Each regional
minority will probably separate and declare independence by themselves. So these are the things. Now, if you're looking at this whole thing as if Iran is a bucket of oil, then everybody's looking for that oil. That's not bad then.
I don't think Israel's ever put boots on the ground anywhere other than its immediate neighbors. I don't think they would have the balls to bring the idea of it to Tehran.
I have a question for Sarah. Can I ask?
From me?
Yeah, go for it.
Yes, go for it. Sarah, when you first started talking, you just mentioned that you want democracy in your country, and you also say that you support Reza Pahlavi. I'd like to know how you can support him, and also ask for democracy in your country. This is really controversial. They are totally different things.
Our problem in Iran is basically and fundamentally exist of the constitution that is made of the mullah. And who is the best against of the mullah? Pahlavi. If the Pahlavi is the best ultimate to pass this dictator to the rich referendum to select which system of the government we want to select. That's all.
I'm not talking about the Iranian regime or government right now, if they are dictators or an authoritarian regime or something. My question is regarding what you said. You said you want democracy, and in the meantime, you said you support Reza Pahlavi. How this is possible? Reza Pahlavi and his supporters, they chant Pahlavi Bagmigarde or things like this. It means that they want to bring back monarchy. Actually, they say that they are monarchists. And in the meantime, Reza Pahlavi says, I want democracy for my country. These things are, they're consistent.
Hamilton, let me
you
ask Sarah.
The idea about the monarchy or democracy. Right now, all of the people in Iran, inside of the Iran, they have an exist of the Islamic Republic regime. Now we want to get out of this cancer from our country. After that, we make a decision which system we like to
Sarah,
take a lead.
Sarah, the question is, the question, Sarah, for you is, are you a monarchist or are you just supporting Reza Pahlavi to get to a referendum vote? Which one are you?
Reza Pahlavi to get the referendum.
Okay, so you're not necessarily a monarchist. What style of would you support in the future? If it's not a monarchy, what would you support?
Democracy. And besides of that, the constitution should be changed.
Okay, so you don't want Reza Pahlavi to be king or
before that start, let me say this shit. I have a problem fundamentally. Any religion to interfere in our constitution. We have a problem with the Muslim structure, or Jewish, or Christian, or any religion to interfere in our constitution. That is a major mistake that Muhammad Reza Pahlavi before.
So you're talking about Iranian regime. Okay, I know. I agree with you in many of the points that you just mentioned. So you just didn't say that you support democracy or monarchy. Which do you support?
Democracy.
Then how can you achieve democracy by Reza Pahlavi?
Referendum.
What she said.
Referendum is a democratic method.
Hamilton, she's not a Hamilton. I think what you're not understanding, she doesn't support Reza Pahlavi as a monarch. She's supporting him like many of the people in diaspora to be to get them as a transitional leader, not as the leader. She doesn't support him being monarch. She just mentioned that. Does that make sense?
Okay, I got it. So now the question is, what if United States and Israel wouldn't? What if they didn't attack Iran? how would Reza Pahlavi, bring us democracy?
Impossible. Because this regime has a lot of proxy all around the world and they kill our people. It was impossible if the America and the Israel were not interfering in our country.
So then why you call him leader? A leader is supposed to do something himself, not to ask external intervention to destroy his country, infrastructures, everything, people's houses and things.
People, million of the people, 2 months ago, they went to the street and they chant, "We don't like this regime." Instead of listening to people, they killed them. That's all. It's not obvious enough that the regime is not efficient for our people. And
just because 2 million people say they want Reza Pahlavi as their leader, it doesn't mean that he can be the leader or he is capable of doing this leading in that case.
And did you hear
my question is,
the people in Israel? We need
how would Reza Pahlavi bring down the government without external intervention? Imagine United States and Israel, they are not attacking you.
Hamilton, it's a question whether Reza Pahlavi can take over even with foreign intervention. Why are you even asking without foreign intervention? Without foreign intervention, you can't do goddamn thing. Why are you even going down that road? I'm not sure what you're getting to.
Khomeini came to our country by the France and UK.
No.
These questions were not asked when the Khomeini came to our country.
This is totally wrong.
Sarah, hold on, Hamilton. Let me ask Sarah a question. Sarah, I don't mean this in any disrespectful way. I'm hearing like 2-3 different accents in your voice. You said you're in America? I just heard a little bit of an Indian accent.
Yes, I am in America.
Okay.
For 5 years.
Okay. بچه کجایی؟ کجا بزرگ شدی؟ اصفهان. Okay. یه لحظه هندی شنیدم گفتن.
No.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, that's why I wasn't sure if you were Indian or not. Okay, all right.
I didn't want to say anything.
Okay, Hamilton.
She's hybrid.
Hamilton, what's the point you're trying to get at in terms of whether Reza Pahlavi can? I don't think even his most diehard supporters could think that he could do anything without foreign intervention. I doubt he might be able to do anything with foreign intervention. I mean, shy of having troops on the ground in a complete, 200,000 troops in Iran, I don't think it will ever be safe for Pahlavi to come in. So, and if anybody thinks that's not right, then let's have a show. It's impossible.
I don't think that Reza Pahlavi even has some, armed forces, as he says, within Iran to support him. If, for example, the United States stop their attacks and they go away. So they have been claiming that over 50,000 Iranian forces have,
Are you talking about the QR code? Yeah. I don't know. Even a lot of his own supporters I spoke to say they think that's just a bluff. I mean, who knows? But let's get some other voices. I saw Yes to Life.
Yes.
You came on like, go ahead and introduce yourself. Give us 2-3 minutes. Mic is yours. Go ahead.
When I heard first sentence was the U.S. intervention in Iran. But let's study the history. What happened when U.S. intervened in Iraq, Syria, Libya as a democracy promotion? When we study, the subject matter, it's largely failed. Yeah, and every time it's a worse outcome. It's a chaos, civil war, ISIS, etc. For example, Iraq, 2003, regime changed. They got rid of Saddam. Spent $2 trillion actually.
4,500, I believe, US soldiers were dead, and about 200K Iraqi civilians killed. And what happened? When we look now, it's ISIS, become prevalent in 2014. Really no democracy. Freedom House Party, which is kind of corrupt, corruption, militias dominate, etc. Okay, let's look at Libya, 2011.
Well, rather, yes, like we should ask ourselves, what is the new world order? Is it like chaos?
Right. Yes. When the lady says, we hope that this time around democracy will prevail, I'm trying to understand what's the structure she thinks will change this time around. Like, what will be different?
Okay, so yes, hold on. Let me moderate this. Your question is for Sarah.
Right.
Okay, your question to Sarah is, how will democracy take form in a new Iran, correct?
Right.
Okay, Sarah, did you understand the question?
No, excuse me, I was typing.
Okay, so yes to life down here, he asked you a question. His question to you is, how do you see a democracy playing out in a new Iran? How do you see that forming? What do you envision that being like?
As a form of U.S. intervention, an Israeli intervention.
Since the democracy come to our country, as you know well, Iran is consists of the multi-culture, multi-religion. Democracy is the necessary system for our country. Since the Islamic Republic regime come to our country to lead our country, not only there's some religion will suffer from this regime, but also the some troops were get out of our country because they only impose Islamic Republic regime for every part of the Iran. So the people of Iran couldn't use all the facility and amenity of the Iran at the same and fairly. If democracy come to our country, the people in the especially border, Baluchistan, Kurdistan, and the Mashhad in the south of Iran, they can use the facility and amenities as much as the Mushtaba or other government and or the people who are the Shia. As you know well, we have two kinds of the Muslim. The only people who take a lead our country is Shia, not Sunni. Okay, the people all around of the Iran, they can interfere in their own country, not other countries. In their own country.
Okay. But
you guys stop.
Why did it work in Iraq? Why it did not work in Iraq in 2003 when they got rid of Saddam regime?
Let's focus. Hold on.
You know why the Saddam regime was overthrown? Because Saddam regime tried to threaten the existence of the Israel in the Middle East. They tried to be equipped by the nuclear weapon. As you know well, before the war between Iraq and Iran, Israel tried to encourage the Saddam Hussein against of the Iran. Okay, and the Iraq was damaged, was lost, and after that America struck on that. Exactly this regime threatened the existence of the Israel in the Middle East. And this regime, because of their ideology, they put us and put our people in the war. And after that, people, before the war happened, asked them, go out of this regime and don't take a lead our country, and they kill our people. If they wanted to be reformed, they didn't kill our people, and they give the country to their people who knows better than them.
Thank you very much.
Maybe wishful thinking. I really think Sarah has some Indian going on there, but
Sarah, do you have Indian background? Sarah, do you have,
I'm hearing a strong Indian accent.
Sarah, do you have Indian background?
Where are you from?
I'm from Iran, Isfahan.
No, but do you have hang on a second. Let's not make fun of this. Do you have Indian background? Do you have any friends, family?
No, most of my lab mates and my colleagues are originally from India.
That's why. Okay, because now it makes sense. She picked it up. She picked it up from her friends, and she hangs out with them. Because it happens.
But the point I wanted to make is, it's sad, but it's true that I don't foresee democracy in that region anytime soon. I generally don't think democracy is something that you enforce on a country. It has to grow from within. And the variables and the profits to be are so huge that the personal interests won't let that happen. One of the problems with, for example, the Crown Prince is he is stuck between a rock and a hard place in the sense that he has to profess his love for democracy if he wants to be accepted within the country, but the foreign powers are looking for some heavy-handed person who can go in and control the system and then is able to cut a deal with them, with the rest of the world. Not some, westernized way of community decision-making that every single deal has to go through some kind of Congress and some kind of ballot box till they get an answer, right? So it's just that's the nature of that region, and therefore I don't see this whole thing working. It will end up something like what we had in the past, some kind of dictator, maybe similar to Turkey or Egypt somehow, with looser social regulations, but still some kind of a closed economic mafia system.
Do you remember Masoud? Reza Pahlavi a few years ago had something on his social media where he had one of his daughters dressed up as a queen and said, "Wouldn't she make a great queen for Iran?" So I personally, the vibe, the energy I get is that whether he wants to or not, if he is given a chance to be in power, he will snatch that thing. Because maybe for a while, a lot of his talks were for the people around. But lately, he's been doing my name. He's been doing a lot of me. They're chanting my name. They want me. I'm me. It's me. It just seems like as it's getting kind of closer and closer to it, it's dawning on him that it is a real possibility in his point of view, that he really wants. My guess is that he really wants to be a leader. Now, he can't say it. If he says, "I want to be a king," he's probably going to get a lot of the minority groups who suffered under monarchy to not support him. That's the first point. The second point is, like you were alluding to earlier, if, let's say, there is a referendum, there's a democracy, and then there's Iranian people vote for things that are not in the direct interest of the West, meaning U.S. and Israel. I don't think U.S. and Israel are willing to take that chance. They're going to want a puppet running the country that's going to be in their interest first, protecting their interests above the interests of the Iranian people. It's for that reason I don't see them putting anybody else in power or allowing anybody. I mean, it could be a sham vote, but they're going to make sure whoever is in power is their puppet.
Yeah. So a couple of
Donald Trump. Excuse me. I just.
Let me comment on Taco real quick. So I think Western powers or global powers, doesn't matter if it's Western or Eastern, they care about their interests, right? So they don't really care about 100% control. I don't think that's possible. They want an counterpart on the other side who will figure it out with them, right? Depending on the requirements on the ground. In this case, people want reasonable stability so that the oil flows and there's no malevolence in the region and kind of control the proxies. To be honest, I don't think the U.S. cares if Iran had proxies, as everyone in that region has proxies, as long as they were aligned with U.S. interests. For example, we saw with ISIS, the U.S. was able to collaborate with the IRGC to suppress ISIS, and the same thing with the Taliban, right? So whenever it's necessary, they do actually end up working together. The issue here is if you step out the line a bit too much, or you become a nuisance a bit too much, then they need to kind of pull your ear a little bit and kind of quiet you down. That's why if you kind of listen to the press these days, America is signaling they're more in favor of someone from within Iran to take leadership as opposed to someone from abroad, which is the conference. And that's the reason, because they don't, as long as whoever's in charge is willing to work with them, they're totally fine. Democracy or human rights is not their concern. As we see in Saudi Arabia and other regional powers, right? Egypt is the same. They had Mubarak, people had a semi-revolution, they kicked Mubarak out, they decided to vote for Muslim Brotherhood. That was stepping out the line for the West, right? So that was like, we were okay with you if you wanted to vote for somebody, but this is it. So they had a coup and Sisi came into power. Right? So what I'm saying is, it's not a cut and dry thing. I don't think the U.S. can kind of rule 100%, but if you step out the line, you're going to hear about it.
Okay, so Masood, point of clarification here. So when you say like I heard Donald Trump make that comment that maybe someone within Iran, but are you talking about say like someone like a Larijani or Javad Zarif, or are you talking about someone who's like an opposition leader who's maybe in prison in Evin right now? Who are you talking about?
So that's the next conversation, right? So the next conversation will, once we have established that the U.S. has broken the resistance back, right? So that's the first step. They want to bomb them to oblivion until they're ready to come to the negotiating table. Once they come, and we're not there yet, right? Once that happens, and the Iranian side decides to bend the knee basically and come to the negotiating table, then the conversation will be, okay, what do you have to offer, right? So who are you putting forward? Depending on who's left, you see them dying left and right. But depending on who's left, they will probably nominate someone who is the right character and the right personality to play both roles, right? Both suppress internally and is able to negotiate externally. Because when that person is going to negotiate, there are going to be many more severe asks from the West or from the winning party in this scenario to put up than you had before the war, right? So what will happen, one of those requirements will be probably the cessation of any kind of aggression towards Israel. And what that means is you have to change your entire philosophy of the Islamic Republic. That we're here to spread the revolution, and therefore Israel has to be wiped off the map, right? So you have to change that whole thing, that whole narrative. You have to put it back. That would be part of the peace settlements, basically, right? So it's really up in the air right now. We have to see how long it will take for the resistance back to break, and once that happens, who's left for them, and then who are they going to do?
Okay, Hamilton, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if Trump's going to bring down the government, he's going to be the person who decides who the leader to be. He just mentioned it yesterday that I'm the person who is going to choose the next leader. So this democracy is gone. Number one. Another thing is he says that he doesn't trust Reza Pahlavi at all. He also mentioned it a few times, and later he just said that he tries to rely on someone from within the government. And from this point of view, there is only one person that is capable of doing this. And first of all, I need to say that there are two groups of people in Iran. From one point of view, they are actually called a network of power and wealth. One of them belongs to Khamenei and his bait. I mean, the people around him, people who support him a lot. And the other one is Kitover party that are led by Ali Larijani. So these people have billions of dollars, and they are not able to invest it anywhere because of the sanctions and limitations by the world, everyone from everywhere. So these people cannot transport their money into other countries, invest there and things. And so they're kind of, before Khamenei was killed, these people used to protest against against Khamenei, and they used to say we want to open our economy for the world and start relationships in this class, economic relationships with the world. So these people now have power. They are armed. They have enough money, and they have maybe we should say that the control of almost 70% of the country. I mean, the businesses, different sectors and things are controlled by these people. So, and Trump knows that Larijani is ahead on these people. And if you see these days, he is the only person who makes the decision. He says, and other people in the government are working under him. Even the president, Pezeshkian, is working under him too. He's the person who is going to decide what to do, not to do. And he's kind of tough when he talks back to the United States, we will do this and do that. But I'm sure behind the curtains, they are, they have agreed to work with the United States. And after this war is over, there is no room for Reza Pahlavi. And unfortunately, Larijani is going to be the person to lead the government, to lead the country. Because the United States in this order wants stability. They don't want war with Israel and things. And Larijani and his circle has also, they have mentioned this. They don't want any war with Israel anymore. They just want a normal, relationship with the rest of the world. But this is not going to bring us democracy. And they will agree to, make the atmosphere a bit open for people. I mean, social freedom and things, in Iran, there are limitations for women, even for men. For example, if they want to drink, they can't. If they want, for example, to go out, it is stupid with shorts, they can. These are things that are happening right now in the country. But these are not the things that we want. They want to agree with some social freedoms, but later, there will be kind of economic freedom, but no political freedom. There will be suppression. There will be, no political activism or political parties and things. They want to do something like maybe Qatar or Saudi Arabia. This is what that comes next from my point of view and based on what I have heard from these people.
Yeah, it's interesting what concessions a new government would give if the new government is comprised of elements of the current government, and how would that affect the current supporters of the regime? I know there's some of those people in this room. I don't know how they would feel about it. If they want to speak it up.
Iran is moving out of the theocracy. I can imagine in years from now, it's just going to be Republic of Iran, not any longer. At least, even if it's for the college, it's going to name Republic of Iran, because there are movements inside of Iran. I think my personal idea is that for this unitary industrial complex in Iran that are benefited years out of corruption, and they capitalize a lot of money and resources, the theocracy becoming as a limit for them to expanding, because the logic of the money is that you have to grow, you have to expand, you have to go bigger. And the current form of government in Iran is limited in this matter. So I think in one perspective, this whole thing is actually benefiting them as a war and with them reforming the scheme that they put on this system is just to expand their threshold before collaborating or working with the war, even if it's Israel and US, doesn't matter. It's just that the money wants to grow.
Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time believing if the current Likud-backed extreme right-wing party in in Israel, continues to govern in Israel. I don't see them accepting, not that it's their call, but I just don't see them being like, we were adversarial with the IRGC, but here is a reformed version of it that we're going to now be friends with. I think they would continue to put sanctions on Iran and not let up any pressure until what I will tell you is that we've had some people that are Israeli come in this room, and what they're advocating for is balkanization. They don't even, a couple of them who come in here don't even like Reza Pahlavi. Believe that, right? He comes, Reza Pahlavi goes to the Wailing Wall, kisses it, bends his head over, and they still don't like him. And the reason I asked, why don't you guys like Reza Pahlavi? He's your bitch, basically. And they said, well, he may be our bitch for now, but we may have to deal with this issue of Iran not serving our interests 10, 15, 20 lines. So it's to our benefit to just break up Iran into two pieces, break it up into 5, 6 different pieces. This is not my point of view. This is the point of view of someone who was in. And that's why personally I'm very, very much against Israel's and US's military campaign on Iran. I don't see them coming to liberate us at all. I see them coming to try to. I'm sorry, what's that?
They are running off the country.
No, I know. I think my belief is that I believe that they are actually going for balkanization. Again, whenever you bring this topic up with Iranians that are, say, pro-Pahlavi, they're like, no, we Iranians, we don't want that. And I try to tell them, it's not what you want. If you have these people coming in and attacking and raping your country, okay, and they're going to kill all the leadership and install their own leader in, or they're going to have it their way, they're not going to take very many risks. So if they see any type of risk with keeping the country as is, I think they would highly push towards breaking Iran up. it's their MO, it's their modus operandi to divide and conquer. And if they feel like it's in their long-term interest to divide Iran up across ethnic lines, then and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think that, in my opinion, that is their ultimate goal.
There are a couple of big problems with that hypothesis. Primarily, for the world to deal with one big entity is easier than dealing with 5 small entities. So let's say in this scenario, Balochistan wants to become independent. Right? So first of all, the region has to accept that, right? So Pakistan, Afghanistan, Yemen, all these countries around it eventually have to agree that, okay, we're going to accept a new country. Now, usually new countries which are poor struggle mightily to become an independent entity, like a Somalia, right? So you can separate them to North and South Somalia and they will still continue fighting, right? Because the society hasn't developed to a stable function and you're dealing with a failed state. So if you're breaking it up, you're going to have more failed states. It's going to be more difficult to manage. One big country, at least you will have some kind of distribution of resources that can cover up for the damages. So that's one problem. The other problem is it shouldn't be assumed that the US and Israel's interests are always aligned. They occasionally do go against each other and occasionally either side wins, right? So in this case, Israel will probably benefit from more chaos within Iran so that they're paying less attention to Israel. For the US, it's the opposite. America wants a kind of a calmer, quieter region because it knows that it has to turn its battleships towards China, which is the next theater. So yeah, there are conflicting interests, and at the same time, each regional power wants to enforce their influence in whatever entity that is being established within Iran. So right now, you can see that Turkey and Saudi Arabia and Russia and China, they're all trying to influence the outcome somehow. And nobody knows what's the end result. For example, the reason why Britain decided to stay out of it is because a lot of these mullahs have very close ties and long-standing ties to British establishments, right? So they have their interest in kind of staying out of any kind of ill will with whoever is coming next. For example, Lloyd Jennings have good connections in England. Now, if you're looking at Hassan Rouhani, they are more like the U.S. leaning side, right? So that's the Zarif and Rouhani cohort, the former reformists that were promoting a kind of a reduced tension between Iran and America for a few years, and it kind of didn't work out. But the point is, each faction has its own man trying to take power, but at the same time, the U.S. has the upper hand. They can continue to just hammer them until somebody comes to the negotiating table. Until that happens, I think that's what Trump meant, is I get to decide who's going to run it, because he knows that he can continue just hammering them until they have to agree to his terms.
Masood, question: are you in America?
Yes.
Okay. So, who do you think runs U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East? Who do you think? Which body? And it has a PAC in it. Do you think runs?
I think it's. I think it's a committee. So the way I see it is, on the Western Hemisphere is Marco Rubio. So he's looking at the U.S., Americas, those countries. And the Middle East is mostly kind of an amalgam of Trump's personal interests, the investments that he's got in the region, and all that favors that he owes the Arabs. That includes Jared Kushner and Witkoff. So they all have interests in the regions. They want their money, basically. And I think Israel has them by their balls. So there are a lot of strings attached to these activities. They're not completely risk-free.
Masood, okay, but let's think about this logically for a second, okay? Trump ran on a anti-war platform, right? He said, I will not start wars, I will end wars, right? He wanted to get the Nobel Peace Prize, so on and so forth, okay? Polling done by MAGA who voted in is most of them are anti-intervention, okay? They want America first, that's what MAGA done, okay? What do you think can make a president who ran on this type of a platform, who said all these things, made all these promises to his base, who knows that voting or that starting this war with Iran could be almost near political suicide for him? What do you think, which governing body or which government do you think could influence him the most to do such a thing? I mean, this is a rhetorical question.
I think this is disrespectful. The photos of the profiles. Ali Khamenei has never worn coat and trouser. That is not the symbol of pride. Tom Morley. Who is Tom Morley? And
Peter, calm your tits, Peter.
This is
We're having a conversation.
Ali Khamenei has never worn.
Peter, relax. Peter, relax.
I am relaxed. Khamenei has never worn.
Peter, we're having a conversation. If you keep coming off your mic, I'll send you down to the audience.
That is not his style. Khamenei is a territorial speaker.
Okay, fucking idiot. All right,
that was good.
The point I'm trying to make, sorry, it's late for me, so I'm just going to say it, okay? I believe AIPAC is running the U.S. foreign policy as well as Miriam Edelstein gave hundreds of millions of dollars to Trump, okay? They're controlling his interests. That, along with whatever influence they have on him, they're getting him to do this, okay? So to me, it's not like Trump is running the show here. He's actually been on the record many times saying he doesn't want regime change in Iran, okay? So clearly, as we say in Fars Moshe Popuyun Zana, they got by the balls and they're steering the ship and say, you do this. You know, we tell you jump, you say how high. And so I don't think it's going to be an interest first. It's definitely Israel, what they want has to weigh in. And so when I look at it and I say, okay, if I'm going to be when I'm super greedy and I'm thinking, okay, this is the only president in the last 40 years who we can have this much control over, and in midterms he may lose power that he has right now. So how do we get this done? I think he's going to push for the home run. I think he's going to push to make Iran as weak as possible, whatever form that will take.
Yeah, sure. I think that has some influence on it. I don't think that is everything. I think it's too much of a simplification to say one entity or one country is running the whole show. There are major variables involved that influence each other, right? So you can't say, for example, take it as face value. China has about 3 months of oil reserves. It's going to run out, right? So if they can't buy oil, they're fucked. And so is global supply chains, right? Japan depends on about 80% on the Middle East for its oil, right? What's going to happen to Japan? 280 million people, right? So I don't think it's just one entity that is pulling all the strings, but right now it seems like Trump has done a 180, right? So that's an interesting thing to kind of study, to kind of try to figure out what's in it for him, because we all know he doesn't do shit if it's not to his personal benefit, right? So my guess is there are some carrots that are being dangled in front of them, basically, investment interests, I think, family trust, a whole bunch of the
kind of peace board, all those things. And also there are stakes that are being basically poked at him, that if he doesn't do certain things,
Epstein files released. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's a part of it, I think. I think before all of this, he was really entangled with major financial struggles. Right, so he was mostly bankrupt. He had fraudulent tax returns. He had a whole bunch of problems. So I think he got bailed out from various different parties that moved the strings. Right, so there were Russian involvement, there were Arab involvements. There was a whole tent, and then at the back side of also Epstein had a tying the threads together. So yeah, so I think it's complicated. I don't think it's AIPAC doing everything, but they do try to facilitate the whole.
Welcome on stage, Rolf. How's it going? Would you like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, a little bit. I think both of you are making good points. I think I don't want to undermine or diminish how much Zionists have power over America, because they really do. I don't think that can be underestimated. The one thing I would disagree with you, Taco, and many others on is that Trump is Zionist. I strongly disagree with that. Trump, throughout his life, has shown either affiliation to Zionism or in his later life, full-on dedication to Zionism. There's a photograph of him literally on stage receiving Zionist Gold Medallion award. He has the Israeli youth thing up in his Oval Office. His family is completely Jewish now.
Rolf, hold on 1 second, Rolf. When did I say he's not pro-Zionist? When did I say that?
You never said he's not pro-Zionist. What I'm arguing is people underestimate just how dedicated he is to Zionism.
Of course, he moved the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem. He said I'm the most friendly, president to Israel and all that shit. Yeah.
Trump is not a Zionist. Come on, Rob. What are you talking about?
He's
you want to argue? We can argue, but we'll go back and forth.
Yes, Trump is an IRGC supporter. I got you.
And Trump even sold secrets to the Israeli enemy. You remember how he planted a whole bunch of spying devices near the White House in 2018? The Mossad did, actually. Mossad. You remember?
One of the details, Taco, is that Trump has a bit of a tendency to speak out both sides of his mouth and contradict himself. So while most people were swallowing his anti-war rhetoric, personally, I never bought it for 1 second, ever, throughout his entire career. Every war or peace statement he said I regarded as a flat-out lie. He is a habitual liar. He ever says you can just assume it's either untrue or distortion or develop some other ulterior motive. And he did go on record in November 23, I have the screenshot and videos of it, during his election campaign, he stated, if one drop of American blood is spilled, America will destroy Iran. He also numerous times said he would proliferate Iran's nuclear facilities. He also echoed statements that Hillary Clinton had previously said Iran is the number one threat to America and we will obliterate it. And Trump used to be a fan of Clinton. All the Zionists are independent party lines, Republican or Democrat. They're loyal to only one principle, and that is Zionism. And I regard Trump in the same category as the Schumers, the Hillary Clintons of this world, but he exits the, what's that fucking Howard Lutnick. Now, Trump packed his administration in the new regime with Zionists from top to bottom, and his campaign chairman was Howard Lutnick, who said in an article to the Jewish Insider, he said, I will make sure there are thousands throughout the administration that are loyal. And he was vetting every cabinet member for loyalty to Israel, which is why people like Matt Gaetz never made it. He was expected to be part of the cabinet, but he started speaking out against Israel and he didn't make the cut. And Trump was fully on board with this. He got to choose these people, and he chose Zionists completely to fill his cabinet. So I'm agreeing with you in the sense that as a result, American policy and the entire administration is fully Zionist control now. The only slight disagreement is just how on board Trump is with it, and I think he's actually fully on board, but he plays the role of being a fake white boy and all-American, and he just isn't. It's just an act. He's openly insulted Christianity and evangelicals in the past. Now he's role-playing. There's literally a video I saw today of him in the White House. They're all literally laying hands on him,
praying over him.
It's mind-boggling.
That was by far one of the most awkward things I've ever seen. I was just looking for Trump's skin to start boiling, you know. Like, I swear, you wanna assassinate Trump, you do it with a little bit, sprinkle a little holy water on him.
Right. Exactly. Oh, by the way, Trump, I've mentioned this before, but there's videos of him participating at the synagogue, the Chabad Lubavitch synagogue, in a ritual where they're wearing the little hats and he's putting a little stone on the headstone of one of their spiritual leaders. So that, and Chabad Lubavitch is a very extreme sect of Judaism, and they're the ones who have this sort of holy mission, along with the Hexas, the evangelicals, who want the red heifer and the third temple on the mount, apostolic day of him making a new statement that this is going to be a holy war to rebuild the temple. So these are all on board with this American.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's get some other opinions. There's a few people on stage who have not said anything. Let's see.
They're sitting ducks. They're sitting ducks.
I know. I mean, I remember John Gear tried to speak a few times.
John Gear, you were just here to troll, right? John Gear? He's buddy of Tom. You know Tom?
Oh, Tom.
Yeah,
bro,
he's friendly.
Tom has the funniest fucking PTRs ever, bro.
Who is this guy in Tom's picture?
Dude, that's Reza Pahlavi's wife's boyfriend.
Really?
Yeah. Don't you see? That's his wife.
Yeah, I see her. I didn't know who this guy was. Okay. But is she really dating somebody else?
Listen, I don't know, man. There's a lot.
We need to dive into these things.
I don't know. I'm sure Tom could give you a PhD dissertation on Reza Pahlavi's wife. Tom, come off your mic, you little bitch. Tell us what's up.
Bro, I'm just trolling these bitches on the chat. Sorry. Did you see the flag on my picture?
Yeah, that's wild. He put a donkey instead of a lion and something. Yeah, that's not nice.
Yes. Sarah told us that she's gonna leave, but I don't know why she's still here.
Yeah, but I still don't understand Sarah. So after we had that little conversation, are you going to think about it with your position related to supporting Israel? Or are you still going to support Israel?
What do you think she's going to think?
Not because I gave her a video about how they're raping men, not only women, men.
She doesn't care.
No, I think she does care because she stood up for Mimi. Right, Sarah? You stood up for Masa, meaning that you should care about the women in Gaza. You should care about women in Lebanon. You should care about women all over the world, even America.
She doesn't understand politics, and there's no point.
I don't know. I think that she's here for a reason. I think she probably does understand. Sarah, are you there? But she did say to Taco she doesn't really support.
Excuse me,
some of these.
My internet is very laggy. That is why I didn't hear.
You have to stop stealing the neighbor's Wi-Fi.
Sarah, are you sitting in your car outside of a Starbucks right now?
Indian wife.
What do you say?
I'm trolling you. We're trolling you.
Yeah, Sarah. So, did you think about like supporting Israel, like after you seen the video? What is that? How does that make you feel?
You know, I support Israel because that country was the voice of our people. That's all.
That's all you care
pay
about.
attention to Palestine, what happened between Palestine.
No, but you care about women's rights, right? You care about women's rights?
Yes.
Yeah, but then what do we do about the women in Palestine? They're suffering. They're getting killed, butchered, and slaughtered, and raped by who? By Israel, the same country that you support. Yes.
Have you ever heard that Khomeini said that if any girl was against of the Islamic Republic regime,
He never said that.
Let's go with it. Sarah, let's go with it. Okay. Let's hold on a second. Let's go with it. I condemn it. Okay. Can you remove the support for Israel? I agree with what you said. Okay. I condemn it, and I don't support IRGC. My question to you: do you support? Can you remove the support for Israel?
No. Because some years ago, there was a movement, Zionist movement, it was made of the UK, especially exactly same as the Islamic Republic regime was made of the UK. The Zionist movement tried to get their Palestine land because they were the refugee and they were irritated by another nation. That is why it is anti-Jewish, and they wanted to create their own movement as a Zionist.
In 47 and 48, they ethnically cleansed over 500 villages. Okay, they kicked people out, according to Benny Morrison.
Exactly.
He's an Israeli Jewish historian.
Yes.
And you have Ilan Pape.
Even there are some Jewish are against the Zionist.
Sir, that's what I'm saying. So if I can tell you that I don't support what you just said about inside Iran, can you say that you don't support Israel at all? I don't support I don't support that leadership of Iran. I need you to say the same thing. You don't support the leadership or the way they kicked Palestinians out. You have to be consistent. I'm agreeing with your position, right? I'm saying, okay, whatever happened in Iran is wrong. Okay? Can you say that that it's wrong, that Israel is responsible for killing over 20,000 children, raping women, and not allowing them medical services? Do you know in about 2010, they didn't even allow the tools for cesarean section. Do you understand what a cesarean section is? It's for when a woman gets pregnant, right? Some women, they can't do normal delivery. They have to go through C-section. Do you know those tools for the C-section weren't even allowed in Gaza? And so what Hamas did, they had to go through the tunnel. They expanded the tunnels. The tunnels went all the way into Egypt. That's when they got it from, and they would bring it through the tunnel into Gaza because of what? Israel did it for over 10 years. Nothing came in, nothing went out.
I question it. Ever think about any reformist come and then reform the Israel, or you want to destroy completely by strategy?
Sarah, multiple times.
She has selective conscience, Amir. She doesn't have a conscience.
No, I'm testing this. I'll give it another 5-10 minutes and let's see what happens. So multiple times they came to the table with the deal, and do you know what was missing of the deal? People that were kicked out of their own homes in 1947-48. There's a UN resolution that says right of return. That wasn't respected. No full sovereignty. Guess what? And they still wanted to occupy East Jerusalem. And Masjid al-Aqsa. I'm sure you know what Masjid al-Aqsa is, right? It's for the Muslims. It's a very holy mosque. So this was one of the reasons. No full sovereignty, and and they still were going to have checkpoints and no right of return. Right of return is there's a UN reservation that says more than 750,000 people that were kicked out, either they left out of fear or they were killed or whatever. Those people should be allowed back into
Israel, and it's called Israel in today's world. But Israel is not respecting since 1948. Hasn't respected the right of return, and it's a UN resolution. You can look it up.
Okay, let me ask a question. Do you like the Israel was gone forever, or was reformed by other countries?
So Israel is built on Jewish supremacy. So if you're a Jew, right? If you're a Jew, in 2018 they passed a law: self-determination is exclusively and unique to the Jews, not to the Arabs, not to the Palestinians, only to the Jews. The whole state is built on Jewish supremacy. So if you're a Jew, you're like the God-chosen person. You're above everybody. But if you're Palestinian, Palestinian, Muslim, or Christian, the Israeli government doesn't even call them Palestinian. It calls them Arab Israelis, Muslim or Arab Israeli Christian, and they don't have full self-determination. The full self-determination is only given to the Jews. Okay? My question again to you: if I said I condemn whatever you just said earlier, can you please remove the support for this disgusting state? Because look, if you look into the definition of a traitor, that not only it makes you a hypocrite. On one side, you support Masa Amini. On one side, you supported what happened to her. She got killed. On one side, you went against the hijab, right? Because and one side, you hate Islam, whatever. On the other side, you're supporting the same entity that's oppressing and suppressing women, killing them, slaughtering them. Not just one, thousands and thousands of women. So make it make sense. How are you not a hypocrite? It makes you a hypocrite.
For God's sake, you just gave her an example about cesarean birth, and she's okay. She doesn't care. And she's a woman. She should know how painful it is.
Yeah, they cut up the stomach.
They're not even processing it, Amir. They're not processing it. They're so emotionally charged. Like, no matter what you tell them.
It's coming out of emotions, Hadi. I've been, talking to them since morning, every day. I've been opening up these rooms for the past 6 days on Iran because the war's going on. I want to see what, to cover the news and then still have this debate back and forth with these people, right? And I don't get it, man. They're worse than Zionists.
She also knows that 1,000 people right now, as we speak, are getting killed by the Israeli bombs.
Yeah, and she wouldn't even condemn the school. Do you condemn the school, Sarah? That was bombed by Israel. Do you condemn that?
It is not confirmed that it was.
It's confirmed by the U.S. Tom put a link in the chat. It's confirmed by the U.S.
No, even if it was IRGC, why are you not being sad about them? You should be worse than that. You should be like, oh fuck IRGC, they killed our children, blah blah blah. Why are you not sad? I thought you were sad. I thought you were sad, but about the 40,000 people killed by IRGC. Now these are not humans. I mean, IRGC killed them.
Children were killed. As you know, the war has itself lost.
There was no war. They were in the middle of negotiations.
Okay, but the people, 40,000 people, they had no any weapon to protect themselves.
Sarah, it's unverified.
But they were killed.
40,000 people did not die.
Sarah, it's not verified. That's the thing. I keep telling you, Sarah, it's not verified.
You're just using Israeli propaganda.
This is an Israeli narrative, and Israelis pushing it so hard to inflate the numbers so that all this attention moves away from the Zionist criminal state called Israel onto IRGC. I'm not saying IRGC is any good because, I'm an outsider. I don't support IRGC. But when I look at Israel, what Israel has done, they've been successful with the propaganda.
Okay,
they moved the goalpost. Sure.
Let me say something. During the 2 days that Mohammad Reza Pahlavi called people to come out, after that 12 days, the internet was cut off. And one of my friends in Iran, she said to me, I went to the out of the home and IRGC asked herself to show the photo, to delete all of the photo. And during the time the net was cut off, they tried to clean all document was against of the IRGC. That is why the real number didn't come out.
Okay. Let's say the real number is 100,000. Okay? Let's say the real number is 100,000. My question to you, what I asked you, how is this even relevant? I asked you what the Zionist state, criminal state, has done to women's rights. You supported Masa Amini. My focus is on Masa Amini. You know that makes you a hypocrite. Do you understand what a hypocrite is? You're one of them. Oh, you can't say that you supported Masa Amini in Iran and not support the women's rights in Gaza or Lebanon or freaking Syria or other countries. You can't do that. That makes you a hypocrite.
Munafir.
Yeah, in Farsi it's called Munafir.
Munafir is in Persian to say that, yeah.
Yeah, Persian, yeah. Even in other languages, like in Arabic and other languages, they use the term Munafir. So that literally means a hypocrite. You see what I'm saying? So you have to be consistent. Do you understand what a consistent is?
I'm here.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Mike?
Thanks for bringing me up. I have a question. I've joined your room only a couple of times recently.
Sure.
It's a really good room. Did you guys have these? And I don't know because I wasn't in Clubhouse, so maybe you had them. But did you guys have these rooms open when the massacres in Iran were happening?
Yeah, for the 12-day, right? I mean, what was it? The 2-day massacre? Yeah, we had. I added both sides, the Palestinian, and I added the Iran in the same title. That's how I've been doing it.
So I think the questions you're asking, I mean, of course, anybody in their right mind is going to condemn what happened with these girls in the schools in Iran.
Not Sarah. Sarah's claiming it's IRGC, so I don't condemn it.
Well, let me. Well, I think if she properly understands it, she'll condemn it either way. I don't think Sarah's saying that she's okay if the kids were killed by IRGC. Obviously, she's upset about what.
Then I said that it's okay to me if the children were killed.
No,
your reaction told us.
No, I don't, Tom. I don't think that was that, Tom. I don't think that's fair. I think the reality of it is when you guys are asking, like, how can these people be accepting this stuff? Nobody's accepting this. But I think the real question is, why are the people in Iran so desperate that they're actually happy about these foreign countries bombing them, whether it's Israel and America? And that's where the conversation really needs to go. No one's really talking about it.
Not all of them are happy. Sure, so we don't have the stats.
You don't have the stats, but you see enough people that are happy, right? So
you can't see. Hang on a second. Hang on. What's the population of Iran right now? 93 million, right?
92, 93 million.
Okay, how many pictures have you seen?
19 minus 40,000 people.
10, 20.
How many? Hold on a second. How many pictures have you seen? 100, 200, 500 pictures, 1,000 pictures, 2,000 pictures. How many pictures have you seen, Mike?
How many pictures have I seen? I've seen a lot more than 100 and 200.
So let's say you've seen 500 pictures, right?
Well, no, I can tell you, I'm getting. Well, no, let's not do the math. I mean, you're talking about let's do the math. Let's talk about how difficult it is to get the pictures out. But let's talk about the numbers that you guys were talking about earlier. And when you're saying it's not 30,000, 40,000, let's use the Islamic Republic's numbers.
No. I go based up to 7,000. The human rights. You heard about the Human Rights Organization, right?
Yes, and I think the Islamic Republic itself said, I think 3,000 was their figure.
Yeah, they said 3,000 and some change.
And the Human Rights Organization is based on 7,000 is their estimates. But that's not the Human Rights Organization going in Iran and counting the dead bodies. That's their estimates, right?
They have the names and stuff. They're making the claim they have verified and they have the names and everything for these people.
Sure. So I'm saying forget the 7. Go with the 3. Go with the government's estimate.
Okay, let's go with the 3.
Right. So even going with the 3, I mean that's a massacre. 3,000 people is a massacre.
Nobody's denying that.
I understand that. But what the point I'm trying to make is when you guys are saying, and I'm generalizing, I'm not trying to point anybody out, but when you guys are saying, I don't understand why these people are happy with it, happy with what's going on. Forget whether you think it's the majority of Iranians.
No, I was actually talking about Masa Amini.
I'm sorry, I missed that because I got into the room. What were you talking about, Masa?
I was asking Sarah because since she's a woman, she supported the Masa Amini cause, right? People supported it. People stood up, and they did a whole bunch of protests. People talked about it to bring awareness. It was a big movement, right? What happened to her was wrong, right? At so many levels. Now she and a lot of Raza Pahlavi supporters, they supported Masa Amini cause, and she is a woman. Whatever happened to her because of hijab and whatever, right? But at the same time, when we talk about the women in Gaza, women in the West Bank, women in Lebanon, women in other GCC countries, they're not treated properly. Why is it that you have Sarah, she's supporting Israel, right? Israel is the same entity that's oppressing and suppressing and killing, butchering, slaughtering innocent women. Not to mention more than 60, about 50 to 60 women. They deliver babies at these checkpoints in the West Bank. There's about 920 checkpoints. And do you know how long it takes? If you want to travel 20 to 30 kilometers or 40 kilometers, it takes you about minimum, in America, it only takes us, 20 minutes, 30 minutes? But if you want to travel in the West Bank, only for the Palestinians, it will take you minimum about 2 to 3 hours or 4 hours. And because of the wait time, a lot of women have delivered babies at these checkpoints. And IDF harasses them, does a whole bunch of crazy shit. So why are these people, right, these Reza Pahlavi supporters, they're so crazy about supporting Israel and looking the other way for the women's rights? Yet they were crying about Masa Amini.
And I think I can answer that for you. First of all, just to lay the groundworks, I think what you're describing, I don't think any human can possibly say, I'm okay with what's happening to the women in Gaza and the abuse that they're getting, okay? But I think it's a lot easier for you to potentially understand where Iranians are coming from when they get beat down in the streets, when Hezbollah from Lebanon is brought in to suppress their own people, okay? And so for them, for a lot of Iranians that are looking at this thing, it's not so much that they're saying we support what Israel's doing in Palestine.
Yeah, but Sarah supports Israel. Right?
Supports Israel with what they're doing to her home country. Unless she specifically came out and says, no, I support what they're doing to, the Palestinians, to other people.
You can't say if you support Israel, you're a supporter of Israel.
No, I respectfully disagree. I think it's specific to what Israel is doing in her view and a lot of Iranians' view, which is helping them get rid of the Islamic Republic. Whether that is going to happen or not, we will see. But it's specific to that. It's the enemy is my friend kind of type of situation. And I understand that may be very difficult for you folks to understand. But I have a lot of Lebanese friends that I'm having this same argument with, because they're like, how could you support this? Or how could how could people be happy with this? And that's like, I'm not supporting what Israel's domestic policy is, the same way I don't support what Trump is doing in America. No.
Yeah, they're destroying Lebanon right now. And Ralph, just 1 second, brother, 1 second. It makes you a hypocrite as a woman like Sarah. It makes all the women that are staunch supporter of Reza Pahlavi, that support the attack on their own country or whatever, and Israel is known to kill babies and children and women, right? And one side, they stood up. All these women, they stood up for Masa Amini. They were crying day after day. You cannot cherry pick stuff out of one entity. You support Israel, and you support Israel to attack your country, which entails it will kill civilians. Do you understand that, right? It's not just going to kill IRGC, it's going to kill civilians, which means you are sacrificing, let's say if they end up killing 5, 10, 20 civilians, you are okay with it. That's the justification. And this actually makes you a fucking hypocrite as a woman.
And this I don't understand. Like, how the hell do you say you support Israel on one side? Israel is the same fucking disgusting entity. You guys say that it's occupation for 47 years. Palestinian occupation is over 70 years. It's older than your occupation. And it's legally recognized as occupation. But yours is not legally recognized as occupation, according to international law, or the UN, or the Amnesty International, or the ICJ, or the ICC, or other, the Human Rights Watch, or whatever. But my problem is, Mike, it's very easy to understand. It makes you a fucking hypocrite. You know where I'm going with this, right?
I understand what you're saying, but I also think it makes you a fucking hypocrite when you don't stand up for what's happening inside Iran and what's happening with the Islamic Republic, with what it's doing against its own people.
I do stand with it.
Hang on.
Israel and the people of Iran.
No, of course not. No, I don't think Israel does, and I don't think America does.
So why are you Lindsey Graham? Lindsey Graham said he wants this to result in the Arab state acknowledging Israel. So why are you a fan of Lindsey Graham? But his hat saying make your own great again. Explain that to us.
I'm sorry, you want me to explain why Lindsey Graham is saying you want me to become the spokesperson of Lindsey Graham?
Israel first, like its exit, like Trump, like all the Zionists that run the American cabinet. Why do you support him? Why do you have Lindsey Graham with his hat saying make Iran great again? If you say you're for the Iranian people, we are for the Iranian people. We are against Israel. Yet you're promoting.
Who's? I'm sorry, Ralph. When you say you're for the Iranian people,
yes, the real Iranians who want
okay.
So they do not want to be slaves to Israel.
Okay, who are Iranian slaves to right now?
Their own government.
Right, and their own government.
Oh my God! How dare a government run its own country? What a travesty!
It's not. This is where I don't see eye to eye with you.
Of course you don't. You want Israel to destroy your country.
No, I don't. I want help where I can get it, so I can overthrow the country that's causing the pain. The same way, the Palestinians and Lebanese asking Iran to help them get rid of Israel. The same way, they're accepting that help.
Why do you think they want Israel out of their fucking country? Because they've been genocided.
I'm so happy you say that, because that's how we feel about our own government.
And you're going to genocide.
My Palestinians, Palestinians aren't asking for the help. You see what I'm saying? When they see the attack on Israel, they're just happy with it because of what? Because of the occupation for over 70 years, because of the killing, because of the butchers, slaughter, starving children, doing a whole bunch of atrocities against Palestinians. This is not normal. You see what I'm saying? And this is where it pisses me off. A person like Sarah, she's a woman. I even gave her about the cesarean section example. Do you know about the cesarean section? So Israel did a blockade back in 2007 for up to about more than 10 years. Do you know that they even, not only food they did a blockade on, they even fucking did a blockade on the tools that are being used for cesarean section. So what Hamas did, they expanded the tunnels. They went all the way inside Egypt to brought in freaking tools to do the cesarean section. It came from Egypt into Gaza because of the fucking blockade. And as a woman, how could you not understand that fucking fact? Because of the motherfucking blockade, they could not even bring shit into it. They put calorie count on potatoes, chips, chocolate, fucking even the noodles were not allowed. Like, this is a disgusting Zionist criminal state that you guys are fucking, as a woman, Sarah is a woman, and other women that actually stand up with the Reza Pahlavi thing, and they support Israel. How the fuck do you make it make sense? How the fuck do you support an entity that's committing while, and you're a lawyer? I can't believe it. If you were to meet up at the court, I think I'll probably win the case against you. You know, if there was a case going, seriously, this is because it goes based on facts.
Well, it goes both ways, Amir. You have no problem saying how the fuck does Sarah or anybody else it's not support Israel, accept Israel's help when Israel is doing this to the Palestinians. And my response
women to the Palestinian women.
It doesn't matter. You're passing
Masa Amini was a big thing.
I understand, but I'm saying, listen, I'm a man, and I'm listening to you. I'm saying I don't like what you're telling me. I agree with you. I think what Israel's doing to the Palestinian women is fucked up. I can acknowledge that, right? But what I'm saying is, you're saying how could they support that? And my response is, how could anybody here support what the Iranian government is doing to the Iranian people? And the response is, well, it's the Iranian government to the Iranian people, so it's okay. It's different than what
I made my position clear. I don't support it.
Amir, I'm generally speaking. I'm not trying. I wasn't trying.
Sure, Taco.
Okay, I think Rolf was saying that it's the Iranian government to the Iranian people, and I'm like, I disagree. It's the same analysis you put on forward.
Rolf, hold on 1 second. Rolf, hold on. Okay, Rolf, hold on 1 second. Rolf, hold on 1 second. Okay, listen. The comparisons between Palestinians supposedly asking for IRGC support versus Iranians asking for Israeli support, we beat that dead horse. Okay, so let's move on. Mike, I have a question for you. If you're okay answering this, you seem like a pretty intelligent guy. So, you said you'll take help wherever you can get it, right? So, in your mind, Israel is helping the Iranian people. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want you to visualize that Iran is currently in some future moment in time is at the referendum vote, okay? And you're looking back and you're saying how we got there from where we are today, what is it, March 6th to whenever that referendum is. How do you see events unfolding between now and then to get there? And how do you see Israel helping us get there? Helping the Iranian people get to that point? How do you see it playing out? And when I ask you this, let me ask you what I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you to ask me, hey, what are your better ideas? Okay, if this doesn't happen, what else are we going to do? I'm Iranian, by the way. I'm not asking you to tell me, oh, we've tried every other way. It hasn't worked. I'm just asking how could this play out between now and a referendum? How do you see it happening? Whether it's troops on the ground, whether it's continued airstrikes, whether it's amnesty for current members of IRGC, whether it's a complete outal of removal of all elements of IRGC. How do you see it playing out? And how do you see Israel helping the people of Iran get to that point?
I think in an ideal world, and I mean, if I had the answer, I'd probably be running for some sort of office, but in an ideal world, the people eventually will come out if they feel like the second they step out, they're not slaughtered, which seems to be the direction they're going, and I guess we're going to find out soon enough. But in an ideal world, what Israel and America is doing is getting rid of the suppressive forces inside the country to allow the people to actually come out and overtake the institutions that are there and have their referendum. In an ideal world, that happens without the country falling apart and it being split up between the Kurds, the Azeris, the Arabs, and the Parsis. So that's what I see in an ideal world. In an ideal world, they let the Iranian people actually decide for themselves what to do. I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, so I like your answer because not only did you say that getting there is kind of ideal, but you also mentioned some of the risks along the way, which is, balkanization or some sort of civil unrest, potentially even some sort of civil war. Okay, so whenever we back someone who say, I'm pro-Israel, or say I'm pro-Reza Pahlavi or whoever, right? It makes sense to follow someone if they presented some framework of a plan of how to get to that point, right? I've read the Iran Prosperity Plan. I've looked at it. I see everything about, okay, once IRGC is completely removed, here's what we're going to do for the first 180 days, 6 months, so on and so forth. But in terms of how we get from here to that point, to me it seems no one really knows what the hell they're doing.
You're right.
Okay, so if we don't know what we're doing, and I'm so glad, again, I got the sense that you're a very intelligent guy, not just because you're a lawyer, but you seem very well spoken. You spoke of the risks happening, right?
Yeah.
As a lawyer, I'm sure you got some pretty good instincts on you, right? So I'll tell you what my instincts are, personally, okay? I want to see a free, secular, democratic Iran. That's my personal preference, okay? But when I see that the parties involved, U.S. and Israel, are doing a campaign military only, and I feel that the most recent examples of their invasions, I'm not seeing in the Middle East examples of them removing a dictatorship and replacing it with a secular democracy and it going okay. I have a hard time believing that that's actually the goal. Okay? Now, it may be priority, I think that's priority one for every single Iranian person in the in the resistance camp, right? In the opposition camp. But that may be goal number 9, 10, or 11 for U.S. and Israel. My personal belief is that their number one priority is to keep Iran weak by defending the IRGC. Okay? And the fallout risks of what can happen to Iran if this regime stays or if it doesn't go well, if separatist movements are backed by U.S. and Israel, as we're seeing recently with the Kurds being backed, it could be very bad for Iran. It's not a foregone conclusion that supporting Israel or saying we support Israel because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't think anyone correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think anyone in the opposition movement is cheering for the balkanization or civil war within Iran.
So you're right. I don't disagree with anything you've said. I mean, I think the reality though is, and you also said that you're looking for a secular democratic government in Iran, and the reality is for 47 years, Iranians have not had the tools, have not been able to do that. Every time they've tried to, they've been slaughtered by their own government. So I don't disagree with anything you said. I think you're spot on. And I think that's the scary part of it. But I think that also needs to, this is where the lack of understanding is from, a lot of people that are looking at this and not understanding why so many Iranians are actually excited about this and joyful about it, while at the same time, they're worried about what's going to happen to their country, what's going to happen to their families. There's literally, I just posted videos that literally a few minutes ago on Instagram, where people inside of Iran are posting videos. You can hear the fear and the excitement at the same time. Nobody, especially in Iran, is blind to the realities of what war brings. But the point, I think, is that most of us that are hopeful, including myself, I put myself in that camp, are hopeful because we see this as an opportunity to try something else, even at the risk of the balkanization, because what we have right now and what we've had for 47 years isn't going to cut it anymore. I don't know if that makes sense to the rest of you guys, but that's the issue.
I see what you're saying, Mike. I really do. But I personally am not. I think, and I'll say this. I've said this in this room many times. I don't think you and I have ever spoke, but I think the sense that I'm getting is that when I see all this, the Persians saying, Bezan, hamle kon, attack us, bomb us. There have been some people that I've seen say that are very honest about their intentions, which is they say, I just want revenge. I want the blood spilled at the homeless. And that is the revenge path. Then I see more moderate people like myself saying, we want the people of Iran to be more prosperous. We want them to have more social economic freedoms. Okay? And that is a path of, one could call it a revolution of some sort. Okay? I mean, if there is some way to get elements within Iran to negotiate to get to that point, I'm okay with it. Okay? I'm not a reformist, but I'm more of a practical type of person, okay? So, but let's just call it two paths. Let's call it one path being revenge-oriented, one path being revolution-oriented, which is, I think, what a lot of Pahlavi supporters want, okay? These two paths are parallel for a certain period of time, Mike, but at one point they diverge. And the divergence point is the people who are only seeking for revenge don't look to anything past attack us. When you say, okay, once they attack us, then what? Then what happens? They don't have an answer for you. The people who are revolution-minded, if you're really revolution-minded, you should have a plan, some organization. And if you don't have it, if you say Reza Pahlavi is my leader, then you should be fucking holding his feet to the fire and saying, what is your plan? Tell us what it is. And that doesn't mean calling out the names of people in Iran that are going to get arrested and killed for being traitors or whatever. But have some semblance of saying, this is what we want to do. We can't tell you who the people are, but this is how we're going to get it done.
I think if you look at most revolutions, what you're asking for is not the way it goes. Even the Islamic Revolution that replaced the last show, right? In fact, I think this. By the way, I've read the IPP and it's got a lot of holes in it. I think it doesn't address a lot of the things that need to be addressed, and I think it's as big as it is. It's very basic. But having said that, it's more than I've seen in other revolutions. People have manifestos, but nobody has any plans. In fact, the last revolution in Iran didn't have any plans. The reality of it is, again, I don't disagree with you. I think that the right path is to limit bloodshed, and I think the IPP. Right. Hello, Abdul.
I moved him into the audience. So
no worries. I lost my train of thought. I was going to address the.
Let me what you were saying before that guy interrupted you is you're saying that what I'm asking for is not common. Other countries in their revolutions have had manifestos, which is not even close to what the IPP is, and then you were continuing that train.
Correct. And the IPP, for anyone that's read it, it's a good start, but it has a lot of holes. And I think to your point, going back to the ideal situation, you will see people hopefully defect from either the IRGC or the military. And I think it's kind of, well, you're going to want to have a plan in place to limit bloodshed. Unfortunately, some of it is going to happen. There's going to be people out for revenge and vengeance, and to the extent that we can stop that, I think it should be. I don't know how realistic it is and how you go about doing it, but I think it would be great if we had some sort of international help to stop that from happening, but some of that is going to happen. It always does, unfortunately.
So, Taco, we could do last 5 minutes in this room.
Okay. Let me just finish it up with Mike then. Okay, appreciate it. Okay, so I hear you, Mike. But see, I have an issue personally with and I had anxiety even in the January 8th protests when all these people said they were going to go out on the streets, mainly having PTSD for what happened during the Mass Armeni and the Green Revolution and so on and so forth. Okay, I think people simply running out into the streets is a tactic that maybe, if you look at the Islamic Revolution of '79, I don't think we should be using 50-year-old tactics. It's 2026. I think there should be better planning involved. And I think anyone who is sane and logical isn't going to say, okay, America attacks and hopefully people with repression forces, Nidoy, Saku, whatever, if they're out of the way or if they defected, whatever, now people are going to run in the streets. Run in the streets and do what? There has to be some kind of cohesive plan of how to overtake your institutions that Trump was saying and, other people have been alluding to. I just don't think that it's something that you can go ad hoc.
Yeah, and I don't disagree, but how do you do that? Especially when lines of communications between inside and outside are very difficult to do. There's an extreme lack of trust. There's no organization inside the country. There's really no organization outside the country, if you want to be honest about it, right? How do you organize people when there's, I'll give you a very good example. I have a really good friend in Tehran who went on the streets that I get most of my pictures from that I post on my social media. He said that when we were in the streets, half the time, unless you went there with a few people from your neighborhood, you really didn't know anybody who else was there. And a lot of times when the beating and the assaults would start, it would be later in the evenings when things would start trickling down and people would take off the mask next to you and you realize they're part of the security services. So when you live in that type of environment, how do you actually organize them in there? I can't even start a website here and say, hey, if you're inside the country, contact me, Mike, over here, and I'm going to connect you with somebody else there. How do they know I'm not going to screw them over? The problem for us is they've done such a good job of making it impossible for you to trust your neighbor, and yet alone someone halfway across the world, to be able to organize and do the things that you're asking for.
Okay, Mike, I have a suggestion. So, when people on the Pahlavi side are asking for foreign intervention, okay, and everybody knows that there were, Mossad and other, intelligence agents working on behalf of those countries in Iran, okay? There needs to be some sort of organization as to, okay, when the strikes happen, when the regime gets weak to a certain point, okay, this is what needs to happen. All right? This, in my opinion, that should have been organized before these cowboys go and just wildly attack Iran. Okay? Again, if your goal is to have, and this is something that confuses me. I'm going to do a quick tangent here, okay? When people in the Pahlavi camp says this regime needs to go, what does that mean? Does that mean all 400,000 members of IRGC, all 400,000 members of Basij, and say on a conservative end, 10% of Iran's population, 9 million supporters of the regime, all need to vanish and disappear? How do you get to a successful revolution without being able to answer these basic fundamental questions? I really don't get it. And I think that if that organization doesn't exist, again, if I knew the answer, Mike, I would say, hey, you know what? This is what I would suggest. I'd probably be working in the Pentagon right now, okay? But if there's no answer to that, and we're just saying, bomb us, and we're just amplifying the voices of people in Iran, bomb us, we gotta understand, we could be fucking around with some very serious consequences to this. Can you imagine what would happen, Mike, if this war of attrition that's happening right now, if Iran does kill, let's say, 2, 3, 4, 500, 1,000 U.S. servicemen, if this war escalates to a point where it gets extremely bloody, and I'm not talking about the order of thousands of people, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands to millions of people dying in Iran, are we just going to say, okay, well, we tried everything else, We couldn't get our shit together. We couldn't organize ourselves. So this is something we have to live with. And even at that point, you can still get balkanized. You can still have civil unrest. I think that people who are taking the role of leader, if that's Pahlavi, he needs to say, I'm not a transition. He needs to say, if I'm going to be the leader of this revolution needs more than just gunfire. It needs more than just flying jets over Iran and bombing the shit out of it. It needs organization within the people in the country. And if those people inside, there's no trust relationship there, I have a very weak sense of faith that there's going to be any type of successful revolution. I think the chances of balkanization, failed state, or a regime change, pseudo-regime change where you get someone like a Javad Zadi for like Ali Larijani to run the country and have sort of a Diet Coke of Islamic Republic is what we're going to get. If you guys really want this Reza Pahlavi, it's gonna require organizing.
Time, taco time. I gotta hit the bed. We'll continue, Mike. If you mind coming back tomorrow as well, I think we could have that good conversation. You sound like a sane person, right? We could go back and forth, and there's people listening in the audience. Maybe somebody will change their mind about this whole thing. Look, I support your cause. But I don't support Israel. If I go to your protest, I see Israeli flag, I want to burn that fucking flag. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a criminal Zionist state that likes to butcher, slaughter, and attack like 7 nations, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I have a problem. And I'm trying different ways to get to you guys, like through Wasamini cause, through other ways. It's so hard. I don't mind supporting your cause, and I do stand up for for the Iranians, but I don't support Israel. I don't know why you guys stand with Israel. Just don't get it. Anyways,
so I think again, Amir, I'll come back tomorrow, but I think you're missing the point. It's not about standing with Israel. Okay, Lebanon has not come to the aid of the Iranian people saying we don't like the Islamic Republic. Okay, the Saudis haven't. Nobody has for 47 years. And that's the reality of it.
Okay, tell you what, we'll talk more.
If you look at my profile as an attorney, what I do, the last person I'd be supportive of is Trump.
Okay. We'll talk more later tomorrow. Thank you for coming, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. I gotta go to bed. Have a good night, right?
Good night, Amir.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Bye-bye.
You too.
sound like it's back on up. It does that now. You want to close it down? I'm about to play a video. No. Okay. All right. Pedro fell asleep with Michael. You want to hear about Terrence Howard? He's been blacklisted from Hollywood. I think we're all tired about hearing about the war. Let's see what I can.
Before there was cigarettes, before there were brands, there was belief. Tobacco is one of the oldest forms of spirit communication known to humanity. Long before modern times, it was understood as a living message, a way for human intention to travel beyond the physical world and return meaning. In the oldest traditions, tobacco was never a habit. It was a bridge. Not something used to escape life, but something used to speak with it. Our ancestors knew breath as spirit.
This show is brought to you by Radio Cigars. You know, Doc, I know you told me you don't smoke cigars, but if you ever want me to send you one, if you just want to light it, like incense or something, let me know. I'll send you one, Doc, all right?
No doubt, brother. I'm looking forward.
All right. With that, we're going to get straight into it, family. I know this show is a little later than usual. We're going to get straight into it. I want to take this time to welcome to the platform one of the master teachers on the planet. That's a big statement. One of the master teachers on the planet, none other than Dr. Phil Valentine. Welcome back, Doc.
Thank you. Good to be back.
All right. Before we get into the topic tonight, did you get a chance to see the show yesterday? I did the other day. I did with Shabazz, Sarnetta, Chris.
I part of it. It was Brother King Simon. I saw his message late.
Okay.
That's how I was going to bed, and then I put on the show, and I got so enthralled, and it was going on, and then I fell asleep. I put it on about 1 o'clock. That's about the time I'm usually popping out, so I won't get a chance to sit with it and actually kind of marinate with it a little bit later on.
Indeed. So, like I said, before we even start the topic, Doc, with what was going on when you started getting into this information, what kind of inspired you to go the direction? Because I know, I don't know if you said you was going to be a music artist. I'm not sure. I know Farrakhan said that, and that was the case with a lot of, musicians and priests and Kemet. They go hand in hand. So what made you take the direction to go toward being a conscious teacher, speaker, lecturer, author, and such and so forth?
Well, betrayal first. I had many contracts lined up. We had some top-level people who were in management. We had the Beatles, the dude who brought the Beatles over. He was one, and Rodney Dangerfield wanted to expand into music. His manager, and we were down with it. And Papa Joe Scandori, he was going to hook us up, and then we gave a song to. It was, I believe, it was I don't want to say his name, but his first name was Peter. His last name started with L. He was doing the management and walking our music into Epic Records, and a very, very popular, highest album ever sold artist took one of my musical lines and created a #1 song from it. It was called Dr. Rock, but it became something else. I won't mention it.
Oh, come on now. Damn, you can't mention it.
Let's just say that initials are MJ, and that he...
DMJ?
The MJ. And the name of the song was Dr. Rock. The bass line was reversed. The reverse about the bass line of Dr. Rock became Billie Jean. And that's just...
Damn, you can't mention it. He told me, look at your hands, man. You're always like this. All these producers want to do is they try to open your hand so they can put money in it. But you won't do it. You're in Hollywood. It's a hookup culture. I've dated them, but I never slept with anybody. I never slept with anybody? Nobody. A healthy male still produces about 1,500 sperm per heartbeat. So that desire to empty the storehouse is always there.
The lines you use, I love it. I'd love to empty my storehouse with you today. How different is it raising boys versus girls?
Girls are the hardest because men have game. I watch my daughters now, scared to death because of the karma. Because I know the things that I did to women. So I have to make sure none of this stuff is around. And mind you, I didn't masturbate until I was 25 years old. I had them remove the television out of the room of the hotel because I couldn't stop. I kept watching it.
You know, this whole thing with Vitamin and Puberty podcast started with a phone, me and Mario. That's it. And it grew today to, 15 million subscribers almost and 164 full-time employees. And that relationship, are you watching us and supporting us, wouldn't happen without you. But did you know 51% of you that watch the content are not subscribed to the channel? And it would mean the world to us if you could press that subscribe button and notification. Why? It allows us to grow, hire more, do bigger interviews, have a bigger team, and deliver a better product to you. So if you haven't yet, if you don't mind, press that subscribe button. It would mean the world to us. Thank you so much.
Did you ever think you were making it? I sit on some ass I can taste sweet, it's done with me. No, this life meant for me.
You chose what? My handshake is better than anything I ever saw. Right? You are 1% over there. We're doing this again. How you doing?
I'm really good, brother.
It's great, very good. It's funny. I was running. My daughter had a recital today. She had a dance. She was a tiny dancer today. So I go in, and the wife says, "Babe, it's only 15 minutes." I go in at 8:15, and then the tiny dancer part is all the way at the end. But oh my God, when you're there, you're kind of going like this. You're trying to get your kids to see you, and then she finally sees me. She runs up, and I'm driving down here. School is a couple minutes away from here. And I know you always talk about being a father. And it's typically, last time we did the conversation, we didn't talk about this at all. It was a completely different conversation. We had a scientist from NASA with us, which was a great combo. How important is it to you to be a father?
The hardest thing about being a dad is not being a hypocrite, not being a phony. You try and I realize I'm talking to my son about things that he's watching, but at the same time, I'm hearing that for myself about things I shouldn't be watching. I'm telling him to maintain his majestic comportment all the time, or telling both of them, rule number 5, 6, and 7, respect yourself, respect others, respect people's privacy. And then rule number 4 in our family is don't be obnoxious. But then I go to Disneyland, and I'm sitting there and I get triggered immediately because they want to grab my bags and they're going through my bags aggressively and putting my stuff down. Rule number 4, and I get obnoxious and and throw attitude. And I'm like, I wouldn't want my child to do that. That's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, they called me out about it. Not the kids didn't call me out, but the people that they almost threw us out of Disneyland. I didn't curse or anything like that, but I was taking it back. Should they take the bag when you come in because someone's recently got stabbed at Disneyland? This is in LA. So they're going through your bags literally like it's a serious search. And measles is out right now. So at the time, I'm sitting there like, wait a minute, you're taking the rags that I'm going to blow my kid's nose with, and you're putting it on the same counter that you put everybody's bags. I was like, don't do that. So he was like, don't give me attitude. And I was like, everybody's got attitude. He told you, don't give me. Yeah. And I'm like, and instead of taking a deep breath, like I do. Did he know where you were or no? Did he read? No, he didn't know. Okay. But instead of taking a deep breath, and thinking about maybe he's having a hard day, I took it personal. I got triggered. And then I'm like talking to everybody out in the world about maintaining a majestic comportment, being calm, ABC, always be cool, always be calm, always be comfortable with the consequences of your choices. And here my family almost lost the opportunity to be there because I lost my cool. So I hate being a hypocrite as a father. I hate not having the compassion to show the better side of me. So that's the hardest thing. What are the rules? What were the rules? There's 9 rules. You got rule number 1, put on your shoes, which means take care of your foundation. Make sure you're in a secure place. Rule number 2, find the shade. It's find the shade. What does that mean? Well, in Southern California, it's a lot of heat, so you stay out of the heat. But figuratively, it means find cover. So later on, when my children are older, I'll be able to say number 2, and they'll know to find the shade. They'll know to get out of the way of danger. Number 3, stay out of the streets. And that tells itself. But number 4 is don't be obnoxious. Number 5 is respect yourself. Number 6, respect others. Number 7, respect people's privacy. Number 8, no headshots. You're going to punch your brother, punch him in the chest, punch him in the leg. Literally, that's one of the no punching, no punching above the neck. No punching above the neck. No headshots. My boys have broken down 1 or 2 times. And number 9 is make way for life. Respect all living things. And I follow that one for the most part a lot, but I sometimes disrespect myself. I sometimes don't respect people's privacy, so I try my hardest not to get caught up in gossip about somebody else all the time. So I'm learning. These are my own rules that if I can live by them, my children can live. What was it? Because growing up, how many siblings was it? Was it you and your 2 brothers? Or there's 11 of us. There's 11 of you. Okay, so I know I know a couple of the names that I looked up. So 11 total. Same mom and dad? No, only 4 of us from the same mom and dad. 4, same mom and dad. Okay. What experiences as a kid growing up changed the way you said, I'm not going to parent like this, I'm going to be a father like this, or I'm going to be a father just like I was fathered? What experiences impacted your parenting? Well, my father, I was encouraged. I was indomitable as a child. So you tell me to do something, I'm going to do it just because you told me not to do it. You don't have authority over me. So I got whooped every day by my father. So I told myself, when I have my children, I'm not going to whoop them. I'm not going to use corporal punishment on them. I'm not going to do any of that. But that's not what I ended up doing, because you start talking to them 1,000 times and they don't listen, and then immediately you go back to the slave days and you're like, well, let me get the whip. Let me go get the belt. Let me do all of this other stuff you're not supposed to do. But you find yourself still back into those places, and you have to catch yourself, especially with the laws that's out here today. So now, because I got the benefit of, doing some discipline before, now if I'm walking upstairs to get the belt, then they straighten themselves out, and I don't have to actually apply the belt. But it's hard. How do you raise young boys, that are indomitable, to respect authority and respect themselves? And it's a tight balance.
How different is it, raising boys versus girls? What's
The girls are the hardest. The girls are the hardest because they're a little more manipulative. They're smarter. The child inside the womb, the moment that the woman's body recognizes the little girl, about 3 months of gestation, it floods it with estrogen. And so it causes these connections between the left and right hemisphere, almost 3 to 5 times the connections from what I've read that men have. Men have this myopic thing, see this, go and do it. But girls contemplate everything. So the girls are so much smarter naturally than the men, and they learn how to manipulate. They learn to cry, they learn the smiles, they learn all of that. And then they're gullible because they think they mastered men by mastering manipulation daddy, and they go out and they try and do that into the world. So letting my 2 older daughters go, I watch my daughters now, and I'm scared to death because of the karma, because I know the things that I did to women when I was growing up, stuff I wouldn't want somebody doing to my daughter. That's just the reality. We are, like me and my wife, we talked, and she's like, I would love to make love. I would love to make love. I said, nobody's going to be sitting there talking about, you are so beautiful, singing that while they're making love. I said, it's more of an aggressive act in some way, and maybe it's the things that I've watched.
I spent 11 years in the U.S. Navy as a fighter pilot. For 18 years, I flew fighters for the United States Navy.
I spent 20 years working in the U.S. intelligence community.
I served as the 4th Director of National Intelligence. I spent 25 years as a senior official with the CIA. I retired from the Navy as a 1-star admiral after 32 years of service. I worked on highly classified UAP programs for the government as a senior scientist.
I spent 32 years in and out of government and national security.
I worked 28 years as an astrophysicist on highly classified UAP programs for the United States government and for the defense industry. I'm a professor in the Department of Pathology at Stanford University School of Medicine. And for the last 10 years or so, I've been working with the Department of Defense and people in the CIA on the UAP topic.
I've come to the conclusion that we are not only not alone in the universe, but we have been discovered by an intelligence from some other part of the universe.
There's evidence we are not alone. Humanity is not the only intelligent species in the universe. We're not alone in the universe. I wouldn't be so arrogant to suggest there are no other forms of life out there. Humanity is not the only intelligence in the universe. UAPs are real, they're here, and they're not human. There are other intelligences that have highly advanced exotic craft interacting with the human population.
They are here. This is real. It's happening now.
non-human intelligence exists. It's been interacting with humanity, and it's been doing so on this planet for a long time. We are not the only intelligent life form in the universe. There's something here on the planet with us that is intelligent and more intelligent than us.
This is the biggest discovery in human history. My name is Lou Elizondo. In 2009, my life changed forever. That's when I was recruited to a highly sensitive government program that investigated unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAP, also commonly known as UFOs. My work for the U.S. government goes back almost 30 years to when I joined the U.S. Army. From there, I had the good fortune of being recruited into various programs within military intelligence. During my career, I served my country around the world managing and directing missions including counter-narcotics, counter-espionage, counter-terrorism, and counterinsurgency. It was later in my career that I actually began running special access programs for the U.S. government, and in some cases reported directly to the White House and the National Security Council. My name is Jay Stratton, and for over 16 years, on behalf of the U.S. government, I worked as a senior intelligence official on the unidentified aerial phenomenon topic. I joined the Army at the age of 17 and left for a career in military intelligence with 8 combat deployments, including Iraq and Afghanistan. After the Army, I joined Naval Intelligence, and then I transitioned to the Defense Intelligence Agency, where I was the Chief of Air and Space Warfare inside of the Defense Warning Office. It was at the DIA that my colleagues and I started getting reports of what are now called UAP. We went all over the government, the Pentagon, every intelligence agency, anywhere we could think to try to find the UAP program, assuming there was one. As far as we could tell, no one in the United States government had a UAP program. So my colleagues and I began a new program, which ultimately became ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP. The funding for this effort was sponsored by then Senate Majority Leader, Senator Harry Reid. And together, myself, Jay Stratton, and our team, for nearly a decade, investigated UAP incidents around the world. Based on hard evidence and data, we learned that UAPs present serious national security concerns and a potential existential threat. Simply put, transmedium crafts, vehicles that have the capability to operate in space, air, and water, and seemingly defy all that humanity knows about physics, have been operating with complete impunity around the world since at least the 1940s. At ATIP, we had access to some of the most sensitive videos in the Department of Defense inventory. If you could be in my shoes and see what I've seen in folks like Jay Stratton, there would be zero shadow of a doubt that these things are real and they are not made by humans. The things that I've seen, the clearest videos, the best evidence that we have that these are non-human intelligence remain classified. The classified data that we had access to when we joined the program was indisputable. There's 80 years of this data that the public isn't even aware of. I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings.
For 23 years and 10 months, I was in the United States Air Force as an A-10 pilot. And while I was at NORAD, I witnessed an event that I will remember forever. There was an unknown object we were tracking on radars, and the commander says, "I want that target." That means intercepted. Fighters all the way down the eastern seaboard were scrambled. And none of the fighters were successful in intercepting or running it down. We were unable to maintain air sovereignty over North America. On November 14, 2004, we were on board the USS Nimitz, which is a nuclear aircraft carrier. I was the most senior person in the squadron flying. I had launched off Nimitz to do an air defense exercise off the coast of San Diego, California. And I ended up chasing a UAP known as the Tic Tac UAP. It was about 40 feet long, and just sitting there in space,
you can kind of see it start to accelerate, and as it gets in front of us, it's gone. This thing was doing 32,000 miles an hour. So obviously that technology is not the United States.
As we were watching this tic-tac object maneuver in this bizarre way, it was obvious that it wasn't conventional. This was defying those laws of physics, laws of gravity that as pilots we live and die by.
We literally had these things stalking Navy vessels on deployment. The frequency in which UAP were being reported to us was increasing.
They were ubiquitous. We were seeing them nearly daily out there.
My God. There's a whole fleet of them.
And then we actually almost had a midair with one of these objects. This now became a safety issue. 2 aircraft from my squadron were flying out in close proximity to each other in section formation, so about 150 feet apart or so. One of these objects went right in between those 2 aircraft, right past the lead aircraft, and the lead aircraft was able to visually see the object, and he simply described it as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
To be clear, non-human intelligence has been actively conducting ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance of some of our most sensitive U.S. military facilities and nuclear sites. They have both deactivated and activated nuclear weapons with both the United States and Russia. The nuclear weapons that were activated in Russia were pointed at us, and from that perspective, the stakes really could not be any higher. This is an emerging and disruptive threat for the United States and truly a national security concern. And by the way, this isn't just happening here in the United States. This is happening all over the world, and it's occurring with greater frequency.
When I met Lou Elizondo in the Pentagon, he made me aware not only that this phenomenon was real, but it was an ongoing, persistent phenomenon. Secretary of Defense didn't know, the Congress didn't know, senior policymakers didn't know, and nobody was doing anything about it other than Lou and a handful of colleagues. I was shocked and I was stunned and immediately was concerned about intelligence failures that have occurred in the past and the disasters that have ensued, and determined immediately to do whatever I could to help get Lou to the Secretary of Defense to move that information forward.
Each time Jay and I and others tried to raise the alarm bells and bring this issue up to the appropriate level, we were met with fierce resistance. The stigma alone and the taboo of the topic, the historical association of UFOs, was something that for most people in leadership positions was too big of a pill to swallow. In fact, the stigma was so strong that people either believed A, the topic wasn't real, or B, the stigma was going to somehow taint or tarnish their career, so they didn't want to touch it.
We couldn't get the leadership in the Pentagon to look at the actual scientific data that show that there is a strong national security threat.
They were more worried about the impact on their reputation than they were about the safety of the nation. On top of that, we were shocked to find we were getting pushback from people in the Pentagon based on their religious beliefs. There really were religious fundamentalist extremists within the Pentagon that had a severe adversity to this topic. These are national security experts, senior members of the national intelligence community who are putting their religion above national security. A senior DOD official actually stopped me in the hallways in the Pentagon and told me that we were doing the devil's work. I had to deal with people who were senior to me who were telling me in their world that these are demons and we are poking demons and messing in Satan's world and all these other things that to me I was like, I can't believe this is coming out of your mouth. I'm briefing about an advanced aerospace vehicle that has been detected on multiple sensors that's absolutely there, and you're telling me that you think these are demons and that we shouldn't even look at them and study them. My mind was blown. While we were trying to overcome all of these hurdles, we discovered another deeply hidden and much larger UAP program. This program was so sensitive that it was withheld from the Secretary of Defense, Congress, and even the President of the United States. This program is referred to as the Legacy Program. This program had been capturing, retrieving, and reverse engineering UAPs since at least 1947. On numerous occasions, these retrievals included the bodies of non-humans, some sort of intelligent being that is not human. When Jay and I began knocking on doors and trying to get access into the legacy program, there was this almost like an immune response by the legacy program, and antibodies came out of everywhere to try to shut us down.
We began communicating with scientists involved in the legacy program, but their leaders, when they learned of this, shut it down aggressively.
Not only were we met with fierce resistance and stonewalling, we actually had people angry at us that were even asking the question itself, as in, what right do we have to inquire about the legacy program, despite the fact that we were running a team.
Put yourself in my shoes. I'm conducting investigations of ongoing UAP activity, and there's this legacy program that has at least 80 years of information that could help us better understand this problem and protect national security, and they refuse to give it to us.
When it became clear that we couldn't work through the system, I knew from experience, having worked with the Senate Armed Services Committee, what it takes to move this oil tanker. Think about this immense ship that has massive inertia, and you're trying to get it to change course. When it comes to the Department of Defense, only Congress has the wherewithal to do that. And the way to get Congress's attention is first and foremost through the press. I knew we had to get the press engaged, to help get the Hill engaged, to then get back to changing the Defense Department to study this problem, to figure out, is there a threat? Where are these things coming from, and how do they work?
As government employees, we're not allowed to talk to the media. So Lou and I strategized on how to overcome this hurdle.
There were really only two choices. The first choice was make peace with silence and sit on what is humanity's greatest secret, all the while keeping Americans in the dark. Or two, I could resign my position in protest and fulfill my obligations to the American people by telling the truth about what I know about UAP. There was this difficult moment where Lou had to decide, do I throw in the towel? Do we give up on this? Do we ignore this? Or does he fall on his sword? I couldn't, nor would I ever reveal classified information, but I knew that if I could say just enough at the unclassified level to make the media aware and our government officials aware of the reality of the UAP topic, then Jay hopefully will be able to use that momentum to go ahead and achieve the goals that we set out to achieve inside the government.
And we had a number of difficult conversations because Lou was giving up a very promising career. He loved what he was doing. He was very good at what he was doing. It's such a profound life decision for Lou to make for himself and his family.
During one of my routine hellish commutes back home, as I was stuck in traffic, looking in front of me and behind me and seeing thousands of cars, I had this profound sense of isolation, a feeling I had never felt before in my life, a feeling that I was completely alone. I might as well have been living on the dark side of the moon. None of these people around me, in fact, no one anywhere, had any idea of what was actually going on around them. Not a clue. I thought to myself, these individuals deserve to know the truth. The mere fact that we're not alone in the universe. How can any one organization, institution, religion, or government control that, or censor that, or gatekeep that? No one has the right to keep fundamental truths away from the American people and humanity. CNN has learned the Pentagon had a secretive program to research UFOs.
The existence of a secret government program to investigate UFO sightings. A recent report by the New York Times unveiled the existence of a real-life X-Files department. It's a secret government program to investigate mysterious flying objects. This seems potentially like one of the biggest stories of my lifetime.
These aircraft, we'll call them aircraft, are displaying characteristics that are not currently within the U.S. inventory nor in any foreign inventory. This is a very serious national security issue. Something is in our skies. It has been there for quite some time. If you have objects that are doing things, maneuvering in ways without any obvious sign of propulsion, my submission is that what we're looking at is truly, by definition, exotic technologies beyond next generation technologies. And the bureaucracy in the Department of Defense really limited our ability to keep leadership informed of what we were seeing. As soon as the media started paying attention, Congress started paying attention. And I started getting calls from the Hill for briefings.
Senators received a classified briefing about UFOs at the Pentagon.
Senator Mark Warner, who is the vice chair of the Intelligence Committee, said, look, I think it's important that the military is taking this more seriously now than they did in the past.
Senator Rubio and Senator Warner, to their great credit, put national security above their own personal political careers and took the risk of engaging publicly on this issue. When they began to engage, the Defense Department had to admit to the world that this was real and it was happening. And that immediately took the entire credibility of the issue up a huge notch.
The U.S. Navy has finally acknowledged that videos appearing to show UFOs flying through the air are real.
Commander David Fravor describing it like a 40-foot-long tic tac.
The ability to hover over the water and then start a vertical climb from basically zero up towards about 12,000 feet and then accelerate in less than 2 seconds and disappear is something I had never seen in my life.
Repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours, and we don't know whose it is. That alone, just that statement alone, deserves inquiry, deserves attention, deserves focus.
If you have objects in the sky not identify, that's a problem because it could be China, it could be Russia, it could be any adversary.
Well, any unexplained phenomenon could pose a national security threat. That's the way you have to treat those things.
There's something violating our airspace. There's something fouling our ranges that even the people we've tasked in the executive branch to understand this